reason. Let me ask you real quick. Harmonic Brewing last night. What time did you get out of there after last night's game?
It was a little bit earlier than normal last night, but it was still after 11. I want to say pretty close to it. Yeah, I think we went to about 11:15 last night, 11:10, 11:15. So it was a holiday crowd last night. A lot of people coming up and saying hi, which is always fun. And I like to throw people on a little bit, get their comments on the game, throw them on the YouTube stream a little bit, make sure everybody gets a shout out for stopping by and saying hi out at Harmonic. But another tough loss for the Warriors. Definitely more of a holiday feel last night. Mm-hmm. But as you know, Kerry, we get that thing going about 9:30 most nights, hopefully, unless the games are ridiculously long, which it feels like they've been longer and longer in the NBA this year.
Yeah.
But we typically get into that 11 o'clock hour. Not too deep, but last night we definitely got into the 11 o'clock hour.
No, good stuff. Saluting you and all of the KNBR listeners who were out there at Harmonic last night. Always cool. I think it is one of the best things that we do at this station, that you're out there post-game, after Warriors games at Thrive City, talking to folks at Harmonic, getting the listeners involved. And so hopefully not too many people who were out there last night are listening right now, but an open invitation to those people to stop by later on this season whenever JD is out there doing Dubs OT from Harmonic Brewing after each Warriors home game. And you can catch Dubs
even tomorrow.
Yeah, that's true.
Even
we
tomorrow,
got Christmas
Kerry.
Day. Christmas Day game. Christmas night.
Christmas night, 5 o'clock, game time, and then live at Harmonic right about 7:30 whenever the final horn goes off.
7:30. You're going till 11 tomorrow night then.
Nah, that's negatory. Negativo. That will be, that probably till about 9 with the kind folks at Harmonic. Open at 2 tomorrow, by the way.
Wow.
If you're coming to the game, they're going to be open at about 2, so stop by. And I think Mike and Grace are opening up tomorrow, and then Alex closing up shop as well. So if you're coming to the game, it's the best place before and after the game to hang out, have a brew, grab some food, and get ready to head into Chase Center and watch the Warriors against the Lakers, which is a couple of teams that are having their seasons not go as planned after initially getting off to pretty good starts.
Well, let me ask you this, because we'll have 4 hours to get into this game last night. Are the Warriors in danger of this year, or potentially 2026 or 2025, I should say, being their final year as a Christmas Day staple? Because it feels like ever since Steph Curry came in and this team won its first title, they've just been a marquee booking for the NBA on Christmas Day. And over the last 2-3 years, the NBA has lost a little ground on Christmas Day. The NFL has taken over, and even on Wednesday of this week, the NFL adjusted its schedule to make sure that it could get the Kansas City Chiefs on Christmas Day on Netflix. And I think a lot of folks are now tuned in to football on Christmas Day. The Bucks are a team that won't be featured on Christmas this year. Giannis was kind of upset about that. Are the Warriors potentially playing themselves out, JD, of this Christmas Day time slot over the next few seasons?
Yeah, they're not what they were, but they still, as long as Steph and Curry is on the roster, are going to be a top really 2 draw. It really still is Steph and LeBron's league.
That's amazing.
I found it interesting. I said to somebody last night that was actually a question in the dining room last night pregame, and I said to somebody last night, I don't think the Warriors will not be a Christmas team as long as Steph Curry is on the roster.
Yeah.
I think once he's gone immediately, obviously it changes, but Steph is still box office, Steph versus LeBron. I found it interesting that the league chose to put Steph against LeBron and the Warriors against the Lakers, two of the top tier brands for in that slot. I think what the NFL did, as you mentioned, in terms of having 2 games and having games at 10 Pacific, I think, and 1:30 Pacific, it really forced the NBA to put the prime game a little bit later, to put that Warriors-Lakers game in the 8 Eastern, 5 Pacific slot. I think typically they like to have that game in the 2 Pacific, 5 Eastern slot, and the Warriors have been that game a lot over the years. But it's interesting because this year you look at it, and they move that game later, I think solely because the NFL has the doubleheader. Now they go Philly-Boston in that 2 o'clock spot. So they really went, defending champs, 2 major markets, and 2 diehard markets, right? Philly and Boston are going to be watching Philly and Boston teams play no matter what. Everything else is kind of filler. The 2 marquee games, Philly and Boston, Lakers and Warriors in that slot after the NFL games, and then everything else kind of filler. You get the Knicks in there, which obviously, for TV ratings, Luka and Anthony Edwards are going to be there. That's the 11:30 game out here Pacific, and then Nuggets and Suns. So you get the Nuggets, obviously a recent champion with Nikola Jokic, and then of course you still get some of the Kevin Durant, Devin Booker star power trickle down there. So I understand maybe why the Bucks were ticked, although Victor Wembanyama is part of that Knicks game with the Spurs. He is somebody that's box office and everybody wants to see, but because he plays for San Antonio, you almost have to pair them with the Knicks to make sure that you get the appropriate amount of ratings. You knew the Knicks were going to be in there somewhere. But the Warriors still a massive draw, and a massive draw anytime it's Steph versus LeBron, with the Steph versus LeBron matchups now winding down here, with both of their careers winding down. And I know you know this, Kerry, but LeBron James is going to be 40 next Monday.
It's amazing.
He turns 40 next Monday. Incredible. And, slowing down maybe a little bit this year, but still very much the star of this league, along with Stephen Curry.
I mean, maybe I should get it that the Warriors and the Lakers would be locked into Christmas Day if I just flash back to the Olympics this summer, because there were so many young players who were promised to be big attractions for Team USA and could contribute and could help the U.S. to a gold medal. And then we watch the Olympics unfold, and it's Steph and LeBron leading the way for Team USA. It is amazing.
Yeah, with KD.
With KD, even their respective ages. It's sensational to me that you still have these guys playing at that high of a level, and the rest of the NBA still struggling to catch up. You've got that 9 a.m. game for us where you've got 20-year-old Victor Wembanyama. He's part of the big future in the NBA. But you said it, JD. Like, these are the 2 guys who the NBA needs, and there's no NFL opposition to them tomorrow night. So maybe the very last time we get this Christmas Day matchup, but it wouldn't shock me at all if LeBron stuck around for one more season, if the NBA is just like, run it back. This is our best shot. We don't have anything that can compete with these 2.
Well, and who knows? It may wind up, and I'm going far down the rabbit hole here, but with some of the rumors as to what the Warriors would look to do, LeBron James' name has come up.
Yeah.
If the Lakers end up being in a position where LeBron wants to force his way into maybe playing with Steph Curry for a year, again, I'm saying that half kidding. The Lakers are still 16 and 13 at this point. Warriors at 15 and 13 as they head into tomorrow, losing 10 of the last 13. But you never know. LeBron has had a tendency over his career to force his way different places. Kerry, I'm not sure if you knew that.
He's
had a tendency to kind of dictate terms on where he plays.
That's
and
amazing.
Who he plays with.
I've longed for years, JD, to see Bronny in a Warriors uniform. So
they could have picked him.
Yeah, Santa Cruz would benefit. Santa Cruz would benefit.
They deferred. You saw that story, right? Like they deferred. They could have picked him, but they, out of respect to LeBron, they allowed the Lakers the selection.
A lot of teams could have picked him.
55.
A lot of teams could have picked him. They all had their opportunity. Yeah, we'll see about that. So more coming up next. We're going to actually get into last night's game against the Indiana Pacers. The Warriors 111-105 loss to Indiana. We'll talk about this recent skid, 10 of 13, as JD said. So it's more than just recent. It's encompassing the last several weeks for this Warriors squad. And then we will also break down some of the comments that Steve Kerr has made in recent days about some of his younger players, the overall play for this Warriors team. We'll do a bunch of dubs this morning. We got a great guest list as well. We will give you that on the other side. It's JD, Kerry Crowley, in for Murph and Marcus here, Raph behind the glass. Can't wait. Christmas Eve. We've got 4 full hours for you on Leader. KNBR 104.5, 680, the sports leader.
Ken Grove, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Ken Grove's sports leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Jonathan Kuminga shined, but Steph Curry struggled, and the Warriors lost the Indiana Pacers at Chase Center on Monday evening. Our man, my co-host, John Dickinson, was out at Harmonic last night breaking down the game, Dubs OT. You can catch the full episode of Dubs OT wherever you get your KNBR podcast. That podcast and more, trending now at KNBR.com.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
We are back Christmas Eve morning. Murph and Marcus are off enjoying their holidays. If you're out there commuting this morning, stay safe. It's John Dickinson, Kerry Crowley hanging out with you until 10 a.m. Got a great guest list for you this morning. JD, 4 guests on Christmas Eve. No one afraid to come on our show during the holidays. We got Mike Krukow at 7:30, Tim Ryan breaking down 49ers football at 7:50, Mark Spears at 9:15, apparently joining us from Hawaii, and 49ers Player of the Week, Eter Gross-Matos, joining us at 9:30 this morning. So go all around the Bay Area sports world. How's that sound?
Yeah, sounding pretty good, and definitely want to get Kruk's thoughts on Ricky Henderson, obviously with the horrible news over the weekend of Ricky's passing, and I mean, just an all-time Bay Area legend and just figure of the game. And so it'll be a time to reflect, and I think Kruk is always on point when it comes to honoring those greats of the game and everything that they brought to the table. So that'll definitely be a part of the conversation with Mike.
Absolutely. Looking forward to that conversation. Like you said, I mean, just a pillar of the game. I can't wait to talk to Mike, in part because I was thinking about this last night, JD, and I know we'll get to Warriors in just a moment, but Major League Baseball spent the last 5 years or so trying to get the rest of the game to look like the way that Ricky played. They're opening up the base pass. They're changing the amount of pickoff throws that a pitcher can have. They've expanded these bases. They want everyone to be playing like Ricky Henderson. They'll just simply never be able to recapture that magic.
No, 66 stolen bases at the age of 39.
Comical.
I know all-time runs, all-time stolen base leader. Ended up playing another 12 years after he broke the all-time record, most in a single season. But 14 years after 130, when he was 25 in a single season, he had 66 as a 39-year-old. 14 years later, that I think it might be the most incredible among all the incredible feats that the great Ricky Henderson had on the field, and an even bigger character off the field as well, whether it was in the clubhouse or being interviewed by the media.
Yeah, Titan of the game, a legend in Bay Area sports, and we will absolutely honor him at 7:30 this morning with Mike Krukow. So let's get into the game that you were at last night and covering live from Harmonic post-game. Dubs lose 111-105 to the Indiana Pacers. Certainly an opportunity, JD, for the Warriors to win this game in the fourth quarter. They scored just 20 points. They failed to do so. It was a rough night shooting the ball for Steph Curry. He goes 2 of 13, 2 of 9 from beyond the arc. And this is a team that Steve Kerr seems pretty frustrated with right now.
Yeah, another game where the Warriors just don't have enough down the stretch. The Pacers did a better job executing Miles Turner, a big dagger 3 late. The Pacers were able to get a couple of cuts for some easy baskets down the stretch, and Indiana made Stephen Curry work for everything in the game last night. And you look up 2 for 13 for Steph, only 10 points. Jonathan Kuminga had a really nice bounce-back game after all of the discussion about what Steve Kerr was talking about in the aftermath of Saturday's win at Minnesota, and even kind of went in and doubled down pregame yesterday with what he had said. I know we'll get into that coming up, but Kuminga responded, and you kind of wondered how he would respond. He played one of his best games of the year coming off the bench with 26 points and doing it in a way that I think is the most conducive to helping the Warriors win, which I think has not always been something that's been the case, even when he's gotten his numbers. But, Kerry, you look at it, and really the story of the game is what's going on with Stephen Curry, because I think you could make the case that at times he's not being aggressive enough early in games, and then as the game goes on, he's almost trying to shoot his way into rhythm. I wonder if it's part the changes in his rotation, where he's subbing multiple times in a half more frequently than he has in the past. how much of it is trying to defer a little bit to get Dennis Schroeder involved now as his new backcourt mate, and how much of it is the knee issues that have popped up here over the last month, which truly coincide with the Warriors' downward slide that began a month ago last night in San Antonio, November 23rd. The Warriors were 12-3. They blew an 18-point lead there. They came home, blew a 17-point lead to Brooklyn, and those were the games that tipped off this stretch here where they've blown some other leads, and it's all added up to 10 of the last 13. And after the 12-3 start, they've really wasted the 12-3 start at this point now, just sitting 2 games over 500 and in that glut of mediocrity that the Western Conference has had here over these last 2 or 3 seasons, basically in that 8 spot, fighting to maybe get to 6, but also could wind up completely on the outside looking into the play-in tournament. I think with each loss, Kerry, the urgency to do more mounts for this Warriors team. But here's the other part. If Steph Curry is not going to be otherworldly, it doesn't matter how many Dennis Schroeders or Cam Johnsons or Jimmy Butlers you look to go get off of other rosters. Everything the Warriors do, their ceiling for this year is all predicated on Stephen Curry still being at an all-star plus future Hall of Fame level.
Yeah.
And lately, that has not been the case.
It is amazing to me to think that the Warriors' plan, the Warriors' vision for success relies on a player in his age 36 season being the dominant all-world player that he's been for the better part of a decade. But that is their reality because Steph has defied so many odds and so many expectations throughout his career. And so the aging curve has gotten to the point in the NBA, JD, where it is not unrealistic to think that Steph could lift the Warriors up to a championship caliber level if surrounded by the right talent, if he's given all of the pieces that he needs around him to succeed. And yet, you just said it, what we're seeing and what we've seen over the last month for Steph Curry amid these struggles, amid the Warriors' team-wide struggles, is a player who very much is starting to look his age. You mentioned the knee issues. That's something that 36-year-olds who've been in the NBA for well over a decade, that's something that they all deal with. And Steph has been in incredible shape through his career. No player in my lifetime has ever had better conditioning on the floor than Steph Curry. But he's also someone who's played an incredible amount of minutes in the playoffs through his career. He's someone who spent the summer playing for Team USA in the Olympics. What we are seeing in many ways shouldn't surprise us. And yet, because he's Steph Curry and because he's written this career where we anticipate things that we've never seen before, him looking, I can't say rather pedestrian because he's still well above that level, but him looking like a player who is 36 years old and on the back half of his career, that's just the Warriors' reality right now.
It is, and I think, Kerry, they thought they had enough depth and talent in the right ways around him to where he was not going to have to carry as much of the load as he had to carry last year and 2 years ago just to get the Warriors into the 6 seed 2 years ago to where they could pull off the first-round series win against Sacramento and just to get into the 10 spot last year before Sacramento eliminated them in that 9-10 play-in tournament game, the first one in Sacramento. And I think they thought they had enough. And with the way the team was built, and it's funny, I asked Steve Kerr last week at practice, the first practice for Dennis Schroeder, I asked Steve how much he thought the acquisition of Dennis Schroeder could alleviate some of the burden on Steph, and he went in again and repeated comments that he made last year to the tune of the Warriors just continuing to put far too much on Curry and Curry down the stretch in games. In particular, there have been games where he's carried them home. He helped carry them home in Boston. He was a big part of the run where they came back late and beat Dallas in the Klay Thompson return game in November. he was the reason they were able to put Minnesota away a couple of nights ago in Minneapolis in a game that they probably should have had a bigger lead and not have been as close the way they defended and as poorly as the Timberwolves played. But they have still had to be dependent on Steph, and teams have really made him work down the stretch in a lot of these games. And the Warriors have not handled well when teams have done that, with others having the ability to step up and fill some of the void. I think they thought they had enough. We can continue the conversation maybe there as to how they don't and the initial plan where it went awry. But I think it all leads back to the fact that the Warriors nightly are looking in the mirror and I think realistically saying they have to look to continue to do more and try to do something bigger to help alleviate that pressure and improve this team.
Well, let's definitely have that conversation about the talent that's surrounding Steph Curry on the Warriors, the expectations for those players that Steve Kerr needs to step up for this Warriors team to get out of this rut, get out of this skid where they've lost 10 of 13. We'll do that on the other side. Warriors coming off a 111-105 loss to the Indiana Pacers on Monday evening out at Chase Center. They will play on Christmas night against LeBron James and the Los Angeles Lakers. We'll have this Warriors conversation continuing throughout the 6 o'clock hour this morning, and we will do so more on the other side. John Dickinson, Kerry Crowley, in for Murph and Marcus here on Christmas Eve. You're listening. KNBR 104.5, 680, the sports leader.
Dub Nation. Murph and Marcus keep rolling on the sports leader and streaming live on YouTube at KNBR 1045.
The more you're going to go through it, the more comfortable you get with the balance of family and playing a game. I mean, obviously it's a big game. I think another game or two teams who wanted to be in better positions going into Christmas, trying to still figure it out. So we're at home. We haven't really protected home court well as of late. Christmas spirit hopefully can bring some gifts our way with the win. So excited for the opportunity, knowing it's a chance to bounce back.
Steph Curry discussing the Warriors' Christmas Day matchup with the Los Angeles Lakers. Two teams still trying to figure it out. That might be an understatement at this point for a Warriors team that's lost 10 of its last 13 games. Kerry Crowley, John Dickinson rolling with you this morning here in place of Murph and Marcus on Christmas Eve. And JD, before we get into some of the conversation that we want to have about the secondary players surrounding Steph Curry and the guys who need to step up to help this Warriors team, this all started kind of with some comments that Steve Kerr made over the weekend, and he doubled down on them pregame last night about Jonathan Kuminga. And here's what the Warriors head coach had to say about Kuminga before the Warriors took the floor against the Indiana Pacers.
Well, obviously he's great. He's elite at the rim. He's elite getting fouled. So we want him attacking the rim. We want him following the help and playing out of the dunker and getting behind the play more often. And then, as I said, there's a time and place for every shot. And if it's the middle of the shot clock, it's not a great shot. If it's, end of the shot clock and we've been trying to get a better shot and nothing's there, he's one of the few guys who's capable of creating an open look for himself. So it's really, it's a simple message, but it's not always a message that for any player that is easily seen. So we talk about it every day. Drive and kick. Penetrate with the idea of moving the ball on. We've spent the last 3 days of practice with the whole team working on that concept: drive and kick, drive and kick, drive and kick. So it's different for every player in terms of what they see, what they recognize. But we're working with our guys. We're working with JK. I think he's got so much potential, and he's shown a lot since he's been here. He's gotten a lot better, but I'm not going to, stop coaching him. I got to keep coaching him. The last 2 games, his field goal attempts, his decision making has been poor, and that needs to improve.
Steve Kerr not mincing words. I mean, his decision making has been poor, and Jonathan Kuminga obviously steps up last night. The Warriors lost, but this is something that has followed him throughout his NBA career, JD.
It is, and look, it's trying to be on the same page, I think, within the Warriors system, and trying to be on the same page with Steve Kerr. And it really has been an up and down year again, in really what has been a series of up and down years, with him trying to find a role, maybe being frustrated with his role at different points. Let me say this just first off. Last night, the attacking at the rim, the dunker spot, like all of those things Steve Kerr said at the beginning of the clip that we played, that's how they are set up. That's how they would prefer for it to operate, to have him get that first within the flow of the offense for the Warriors, but then expand his game as the game goes on. As Steve said, there's a time for different for every type of shot. And as the game went on, you saw the defense gave Kuminga a couple of threes. He took and knocked down a couple of threes. He drove more from the perimeter to get fouled or get into the paint in the game last night as it went on. But early, he didn't try to do too much. He didn't try to put the ball on the deck and get to the mid-range and pull up, which has been a shot that has been really poor. His points per possession on the mid-range, very poor. And he takes a lot of those shots, a lot of inefficient shots in today's NBA. So he really, I thought, did a lot of the things that he hadn't been doing. But I think when you get into the big picture of it, this is a season where there's always been this pull between Kuminga and Kerr, Kuminga and the Warriors organization as to what he views himself as a player, the type of player he is and wants to be, and the player that they need him to be in the context of this system to help them win. And I just look at it this way. At the beginning of the year, he wants to play the 3. The Warriors have always played him at the 4. He views himself as a 3. Steve Kerr starts him at the 3 beginning of the year. It does not go well. Started Wiggins at the 2. But if they want to play Kuminga at the 4, but if you play Kuminga at the 4, then Draymond Green's your starting 4. They don't like overextending Draymond by playing him at center. So if Kuminga's got to start at the 4, then what do you do with Draymond? That all led to them having Draymond come off the bench. Then their defense goes to hell in the time, because you've got one of the great defenders of all time now coming off the bench. So Kuminga's been in this situation, Kerry, where he starts at the 3, it doesn't work. Kerr sends him to the bench on a night where Steph Curry ends up missing a game back at the end of October against the Pelicans. That started a nice run for Kuminga coming off the bench. Similar, I think, to the role that he had last night, where he comes off the bench, doesn't look to do too much, uses that to get himself worked into the flow of the game, and then it's easier for him to get more of the things that he wants as the game goes on. But he went from that role to starting by necessity because of some injuries. And then they kind of anointed him, which was odd. A couple of weeks, you got Draymond, hey, it's his time. I'll take a step back. You got Steph saying, hey, he's the number 2, all this stuff. And then that leads to maybe some more poor decision-making, and then Kerr's not starting him. And so I think there's a lot of frustration beneath the surface that reached a boiling point on Saturday in Minnesota, where Steve Kerr chose to make a point of it after a win, Kerry.
Yeah.
And then doubling down pregame. Kuminga responded, but I don't think that this relationship, the pull between the player Kuminga thinks he is and wants to be, and who Steve Kerr and the Warriors need him to be effective on this team. That is something that I don't think is going away. They have to pay him now or move on from him. He still, in my mind, is their biggest trade asset if they look to do something else. So, I mean, it is I think Kuminga is tied to everything that the Warriors are going to try to do here this season and at the trade deadline, and it'll have an impact well beyond this season as well.
The anointment was fascinating to me because it was like a PR campaign almost to set Jonathan Kuminga up and be the guy. Hey, look, we've got to instill confidence in this guy right now. And it feels like for the better part of 2 or 3 years now, the Warriors have been playing these mind games almost to make Kuminga believe in what they're selling him and to get Kuminga to buy into the vision of what the Warriors have going on. And he just seems to be in his own world a little bit in terms of what he wants to do on the basketball court, JD. And you alluded to this, wants to play a different position than the Warriors have outlined for him, even though it is very clear that the best version of this team includes Draymond Green on the floor and playing defense how he plays defense. So it's just, in the big picture, it's all a little confusing to me.
It is, and look, Kuminga's at his best when he plays with Draymond, specifically. Yeah. When Kuminga's the 4 and Draymond is the 5, yet they don't want to start that way, even though their best 5-player group probably ultimately is with those two. He plays better with Curry, and I mean, who doesn't? But he plays better when he's out there with Curry. He plays better when he's out there with Draymond. He plays better when he's out there even with Pajemski, who can connect the game, and he plays better when he's out there with more players that can help him get the easy stuff without him having to work as hard for it by putting the ball on the deck, because he doesn't still have a great handle. He gets to the rim with ease when it's an open lane to get to the rim, and his handle or poor handle doesn't come into play. I think what happens is often teams that can prevent him from getting all the way to the cup, they force him into that mid-range, and I think he's very comfortable with his mid-range, and even though he has not performed well in the mid-range, he views himself, and I've said this a lot, as a Kawhi Leonard or a Paul George or even a Kobe Bryant type player in terms of his future career aspirations, where those guys lived in the mid-range.
Yeah.
And mid-range typically it's a bad shot unless you're excellent at it, unless you're Durant or Chris Paul in his prime or DeMar DeRozan. Like, mid-range is typically left for star players. And they are allowed to do it because they are efficient at doing it. And the guys who are not efficient at doing it, coaches in the league, especially analytically driven in the world of professional sports now, Kerry, coaches tell you, don't do that, don't take it. Move the ball, take that corner three, get all the way to the bucket or get fouled, or don't take it. And I think that's where it kind of reached a boiling point on the floor for Steve Kerr, even though, to your point about empowering Kuminga, the Warriors, I think, tried to give him more of a green light even coming into the year to try to be more of himself. But then when he tried to do that, it's clearly not the player that they want and need to be the best version of themselves. Like, I've said this a lot. I don't think the Warriors built this team this season for Kuminga to be the number 2 option next to Steph Curry and or future star in the making. I don't think they built the roster that way.
Yeah.
But yet the default when things started to go wrong was to allow for him to be that guy, and then they wonder why it doesn't work consistently, even though he's getting his numbers. And I think it led to this boiling point over the last few days. And I'll be honest, like there was some thought, and I've been waiting for this, Kerry, that given how strong the comments were from Steve Kerr, that beneath the surface there's almost been this bubbling of, is there going to be a formal trade request? His agent, and I asked Steve about this pregame last night, his agent, his representatives have not been shy at letting people know, letting the media know, leaking it, whatever, letting Steve Kerr know directly that he's not happy with his role. I asked Steve last night pregame, point blank, is that something that's a concern considering your statements? And he very quickly brushed it aside. No, not worried about it. Short and sweet and to the point there. But to that point, I think we are in this danger zone with Kuminga where I think he's handling himself like a professional. I don't know what's going on behind the scenes to prevent his camp from speaking up again. I think it's good for everybody that it hasn't happened, but it feels a step away from happening at this point in time.
Yeah. Do the Warriors, can they pull off a major deal without involving Kuminga at this point? Because the sense of urgency is only getting stronger and stronger regarding doing something to aid Steph Curry and giving this Warriors team, the 2024-2025 Warriors, a chance to win. They've lost 10 of their last 13 games. What they have right now isn't working ever since Melton went down, which he only played 6 games. This whole rotation has been thrown off. The Warriors have not been the version of themselves that they were when they got off to that hot start this season. So is there a world in which they pull off a trade for a star and everyone's happy, including Jonathan Kuminga, or does he have to go in that type of a deal, JD?
I think he would have to go in that kind of a deal. I think the Warriors are scouring the market to try to find the star. They're trying to be as patient as they can. There aren't a lot of stars available. There's no panacea, easy answer here. Jimmy Butler's 35 years old. And
pair him with a 36-year-old and 34-year-old, and you've got yourself a core.
Well, you do, and you've got yourself an aging core there, but you'd also have to give up Wiggins in the deal to get him, and I think that's the part that leaves the Warriors a little uncomfortable. I think you'd want Wiggins and Jimmy Butler with Steph and Schroeder. Can you make that happen? No, you can't. Wiggins would have to go in a deal for Butler. Here's the thing for me. It comes down to, if you're the Warriors, do you come to grips with the notion that you're going to have to trade Kuminga for less than a star player? Mm-hmm. And that's the part that I think they're grappling with, the value of what player would that be? Is it Cam Johnson? Players that are better players than Kuminga. Cam Johnson's a better player than Kuminga right now. He's also 28. He also, with his skill set, fits the Warriors system a lot better. But when you have a prospect like Jonathan Kuminga and you look to trade that player, I think if you're the Warriors on paper, you're looking for a greater net return than just Cam Johnson in that move, because you basically have one opportunity to make that trade. It's you want to get the star player for Kuminga and not just a starting. I don't mean this disrespectfully to Cam Johnson, but I think Cam Johnson's a high-end role player.
Yeah.
Even though he's an NBA starter, he's a high-end role player, which is a level above Kuminga, but I think still a level below what you want to get back for a guy that was the number 7 overall pick in the 21 draft, and somebody that still tantalizes you with the potential of being a future star himself, even if it might take too long and out of the Steph Curry timeline for it to come to fruition.
I mean, the alternative to me, if you don't give him up for a high-level role player, you're not going to get a star back. The alternative is paying him big money, and I don't think the Warriors want to do that at this point because he's been worth so many headaches to this point. So it just seems
Clock's
to me...
ticking.
Yeah, exactly. The clock is ticking, and it only ticks faster as we approach the year 2025. Got days ticking down on the calendar. It's Christmas Eve here. We'll do more Warriors on the other side. We'll get into some of the other players who've been involved in the Warriors' struggles. A lot on Jonathan Kuminga, a lot on Steph Curry so far. We'll continue to pick JD's brain on this Warriors team that's 15-13, headed into a Christmas Day showdown with LeBron James and the Los Angeles Lakers. John Dickinson, Kerry Crowley in for Murph and Marcus here on KNBR 104.5 680, the sports leader.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. It's time for KNBR's Opening Bell Report. Sponsored by Protect Your Assets with David Hollander. Concerned inflation will ruin your dream retirement? Learn more. Listen to David's show every Saturday morning or call 1-866-PROTECT. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Back here on the KNBR Morning Show, Murph and Marcus are off. John Dickinson, Kerry Crowley in this morning, recapping the Warriors' 111-105 loss to the Indiana Pacers on Monday evening. Got a good guest list this morning. 7:30, Mike Krukow will join us. We'll talk about Ricky Henderson, the passing of a Bay Area and a baseball legend. Tim Ryan at 7:50, Mark Spears 9:15, and 49ers Player of the Week, Eter Gross Matos at 9:30 this morning, taking you up to Silver and Silver at 10 a.m. today. JD, we're having this Jonathan Kuminga discussion and about all of the different machinations of the Warriors roster and how they've tried to extract more from Kuminga over the last few games. Steve Kerr's been pointing in his comments, and you text me during the break a link to an ESPN article that went live earlier this morning where Kuminga, talking about being in and out of the starting lineup, he said, a lot of people that are playing, if they were in my shoes, they'll quit basketball. They'll need a therapist. They'll go through a lot of mental situations, but that thing don't affect me. As long as I go out here every day and just play, be with my teammates, they keep encouraging me to be who I am every day. Your thoughts?
Yeah, I mean, he is continuing to try to say the right things, and I think he deserves credit for that. I think at times, again, I mean, that does seem a little extreme, but I think it speaks to beneath the surface the unhappiness at not being closer to being at the star level. I think Kuminga looks around at other players that were drafted near him and even after him, and the run that they've had, the runway that they've had with some of their other teams to play a lot, to make mistakes, to grow into maybe not star level players, but players that have been able to get paid. So I think he's trying to let his representation handle the behind-the-scenes stuff. And look, I think both he and Steve Kerr for the last year, really, I mean, this goes all the way back, really, before January, but it goes back to that Denver game in early January of this year in 2024 where he didn't play down the stretch. Jokic hit the buzzer beater at the end, and then there was the leak, that night and the next day about Kuminga losing faith in Kerr. Since then, and I said it last night on Dubs OT, I do feel like Kerr's gone out of his way since then, up until maybe the last couple of weeks, to really try to appease Kuminga, to give him opportunities, to even if he's struggled in certain ways that Steve would want, as long as he's successful in other ways. I think Steve's given him some leeway within the last year, but I still don't necessarily think Kuminga's got the leeway that he truly wants. But he's trying, and I think last night's an example of it, to have the best attitude he can about it while not being happy about it as they try to figure out what his future holds, either here or if the Warriors look to move him to another team. I wonder if there haven't been some conversations behind the scenes, Kerry, where it has basically come to light, hey, let's not try to make this thing public in terms of your dissatisfaction. Play through it. There are certain things we want you to do that can help this team win. If you do it and you have a good attitude about it, we're working on a lot of different things. Not saying you're not going to be here for sure, but if it's best for the team and best for you, and those two things work hand in hand, maybe we'll get you somewhere. But let's not crater your value by having you express public discontent again when everybody's worked so hard the last year to try and maybe in Steve Kerr's case, appease, and in Kuminga's case, as noted in this recent article by Om Youngmasuk of ESPN, that he's going to try to say the right things and have the best attitude in a situation where he's not obviously totally happy. And you get Steve Kerr last night post game. This is the JK we want. Quote, this is the JK we want. Spent a lot of time in the paint, took care of the ball, had a couple of really nice passes. That's Kuminga. The template, especially in the first half, is the best way Kuminga can help this team for as long as he's a part of this organization.
The NBA is so fascinating to me for a number of reasons, but one of them is you touch on the Denver game that took place in January and the report that comes out afterward, where so many of these things just play out in the media. They play out with these reporters throughout the league. And I think it was Shams of, at the time, The Athletic, and then ESPN now, saying that Kuminga has lost faith in Steve Kerr. And it was almost like it took about 15 minutes for that thing to come out. It was almost like that was brewing for a few months, and they were just waiting for the right moment to drop that kind of a leak. Instead of handle it internally, instead of go through the old school methods of, hey, you're 21 years old, you're going to have to just handle these licks in the league. You're going to have to earn your playing time. You're going to have to figure out a way to see the court. As soon as a young star who believes that his situation should be better or could be different is unsatisfied or frustrated, immediately there's a leak. Immediately someone goes somewhere to make this information public, and you've got these merchants of information at the top of the NBA media food chain who are just circling in the waters, waiting for those moments to then drop that kind of a report out there.
Well, they've got Shams on speed dial.
Most agents do.
And I mean, you go back to the night that Kuminga, after starting the first 3 games of the season at small forward, Stephen Curry's out. The Warriors are hosting the Pelicans, first of 2 games back-to-back, end of October. And that night, Steve Kerr chooses to remove Kuminga from the starting line. Now, think about that from Kuminga's point of view. You view yourself as the number 2 and future star next to Steph Curry. That's the end game for you this season. Become the number 2 next to Steph and transitional piece as a franchise player beyond Steph and get paid as much as you can. and the night Steph Curry is out for the first time due to an injury, you're not starting? Like, why would you? Like, I would imagine Kuminga's probably thinking on that day, hey, I'm going to be the number one option. Like, this is my night to go be Kobe. And then Steve Kerr takes him out of the starting lineup. And immediately, to your point, the reason I bring that up, it was all caps from Shams. Jonathan Kuminga benched.
Oh, yeah. The bench graphic. You can't be benched if you were never solidified as a starter.
And you would have thought that the Warriors had benched Stephen Curry in his prime.
Yeah.
You would have thought that the Warriors you would have thought that it was Giannis or LeBron James that was being, cast aside to the bench. I mean, it was just ridiculous, over the top. Again, that was the first time this year. I've used the word appeasement last night. I think starting Kuminga at the 3 and playing him at the 3 throughout training camp was a hey, all right, JK, we're going to give you a shot to play this position that we know you can't play, and we'll let it go as long as we can get away with it, and as soon as we can't, going to make the change. And it lasted a week into the regular season. Wound up being better for Kuminga and better for the team when he came off the bench and performed. But I think that was the first sign of things really haven't changed that much in this relationship. And again, I think both sides are doing their best to mask the frustrations and say the right things. And look, Kerr last night, and we played a couple of the clips, and I mean, it was 3, 4, 5 questions in his pregame last night. Were you talking about Kuminga? Where do things stand with Kuminga? I'm asking specifically about Kuminga's agent and some of the dissatisfaction. And it even came up postgame as far as I think it was Danny Emmerman, our buddy Danny Emmerman, asked Steve, and we could probably play the clip. Do you think the message was received? The message, and Kirk kind of bristled at that.
Yeah.
What are we talking about? There's 82 games. I say stuff to all the guys, and he played along with it, and I think answered it because he knew it was coming pregame. But then to have Kuminga play so well. And then you got to deal with it on the other side, right? Like, oh, you were sending a message received. And I think even that is a hint and a bit of a tell that something you mentioned, ready to go, ready to hit send, ready to publish. I do feel like there is a Jonathan Kuminga trade request sitting in the drafts of a lot of NBA reporters, both local and national. And it may have been paused for one night, but we'll see how long that ultimately lasts.
Very well said. Sitting in drafts. I completely agree with you. Here is that question that was asked last night and Steve Kerr's response to the message that was sent and how it was received by Jonathan Kuminga.
What are we talking about? Like, if there's 82 games, there's all kinds of stuff happens. I coach, and so I say stuff, and I say stuff to all the guys. And JK was great tonight. Played a fantastic game. So, not about a message or anything. It's all part of the season.
Not about a message, even though pretty much every pregame comment was about Kuminga. Every postgame comment from the previous 2 games were about Kuminga. It is just the NBA media landscape is so interesting because we have to pretend that certain things don't exist or there's not certain tension bubbling up behind the scenes. And like you said, everyone is doing and saying the right things publicly when we've all seen this play out before with Jonathan Kuminga within the last 12 months. Within the last 12 months, we saw the Denver situation where he's lost faith in Steve Kerr, where you get the graphic of benched for a guy who's not really a full-time starter in the NBA. And here we are on Christmas Eve of this season where the Warriors didn't pay Jonathan Kuminga. He didn't get that extension. We've kind of known that something was bubbling behind the scenes. And I don't know. I think at this point, the sooner they can get a deal done, the happier everyone will probably be, right?
Well, I think, and that is the timeline that I think the February 6th trade deadline everybody's working toward here at this point. And I really do feel like cooler heads are prevailing. But I'll say this, and look, again, I give Kuminga credit for responding, because I think the extension of the conversation is both of these things, the Warriors' overall play and opportunity to improve is also tied to this Jonathan Kuminga situation, because their choice to add more win-now players to the roster, whether it's a star or whether it's a really good role player that's not quite an all-star or a superstar, those things are tied together. And so I think, the clock is ticking again as we get toward February 6th. And I think, Steve, I think, has kind of had enough in the last couple of weeks. And I also think part of the appeasement, when I use that term again, it relates to Joe Lacob too. Because, it's widely known that Jonathan Kuminga is among, if not Joe Lacob's, favorite player, right? Or the biggest fan in the Warriors organization of Kuminga is Joe Lacob. And so I think, as a head coach, you're always going to have to be cognizant, as much as Joe Lacob is not an owner that's dictating terms in terms of who's going to be playing. There is this sense that he's highly opinionated on it, and he has a right to be.
Yeah.
But it has not reached the case of, hey, you need to play this guy, and you need to start this guy, and you need to play him at this position. Like, that stuff has not happened. But I also think Steve Kerr knows, hey, I can't completely lose this guy in terms of Kuminga, and I have to give him opportunities to grow in some form or fashion. And so I think he's tried to do that over the course of the last year. But all of these things, Kerry, are tied together because the Warriors suddenly have dropped 10 of the last 13. They're 15-13. The big question is, how do they get better? And look, there's two options. You look to make a move to get better in the short term around Steph and Draymond and Steve Kerr and that timeline, and you forego some of your future to do it, or you stay stuck in what you've been for the last 2 years. And that still may lead you to a path where you're in a rebuild in the post-Steph Curry era. So it's not one or the other. Often, and last night, you get a little of this on Dubs OT, well, Steph wasn't good enough, and Draymond wasn't good enough. And last night, yes, that's true. And lately, Steph has struggled, and maybe there's some injury issues and things going on there that are at play that haven't fully come to light, Kerry. But the reality of this situation is, for the Warriors, they're not going to tear it. They're not going to just say, with Steph and Draymond on the roster and Steve Kerr as the head coach, they're going to be here and we're going to rebuild around that with them. Like, that's not happening. So if that's not happening, and I think everybody can agree that's not happening, then it becomes far more clear that you just need to look to make the move. But saying you want to make a move, knowing you want to make a move, there's a difference between that and being desperate to make a bad move, and I think that's where the Warriors are right now. They're coming to grips as the clock ticks toward the trade deadline and their record slips back to 500 as to when do they actually pull the trigger on making this move, and is it to get incrementally better? Is it to go all in on a star, even if it's a veteran star? And there's another star name that's out there, a guy whose stock is really down right now that just popped up in the feed within the last few minutes that maybe we can get into coming up.
Yeah, let's do that on the other side, because the challenge here is also, as much as they want to appease Jonathan Kuminga and as much as something might be bubbling, the Warriors also have a month and a half until the trade deadline, and they've got to keep trying to win games. It doesn't matter if Kuminga could be on his way out of here eventually. It doesn't matter who they acquire in the interim. They are trying to play for seeding right now. They are trying to guarantee themselves that they can give Steph Curry and Draymond Green a shot in the playoffs eventually. So let's talk about that name that JD just saw pop up on the other side. Mike Krukow going to join us at 7:30. Kerry Crowley, John Dickinson in for Brian Murphy and Marcus Boucher. You're on KNBR 104.5, 680, the sports leader.
San Jose, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, San Jose's sports leader.
from the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Dub Nation. Murph and Marcus keep rolling on the Sports Leader and streaming live on YouTube at KNBR 1045.
All right, we're back here on the Sports Leader. Kerry Crowley, John Dickinson filling in for Brian Murphy and Marcus Boucher here on Christmas Eve. Appreciate everyone who's joining us today. If you're out there commuting to work during the holidays, appreciate you. Salute you for all the hard work, all the efforts, getting ready for what should be a great holiday around the Bay Area. Plenty of discussion around Jonathan Kuminga this morning, his status with the Golden State Warriors, his performance in last night's game, and really Jonathan Kuminga's status with the Warriors over the last year and maybe the better part of his career. But, JD, you mentioned something right as we were going to break a moment ago, and that was there could be another star who might be available via trade this trade season. And this, as you mentioned, the deadline February 6th for the Warriors and other teams to get a deal done. Who's bubbling up? Who's popping up for you?
Yeah, there have been a lot of names. I mean, anytime there's a report, hey, Warriors are looking for a star, who are we really talking about? That's always where my mind goes, right? It's Jimmy Butler, okay, aging star in that scenario. Giannis at the beginning of the year when the Bucks were in shambles. The Bucks have righted the ship. Obviously, they don't want to be trading Giannis. I've wondered, although haven't really been able to get anybody to acknowledge within the organization. I've wondered if the Warriors have inquired about Joel Embiid, given everything that's gone on in Philly with some of the injury stuff and the weirdness and the issue with the making contact with a reporter. Like there's some stuff going on in Philly, obviously with Embiid, franchise player when healthy. Could he be a reclamation project? Come out here, with Steph and in a different culture, scene change. None of those are the name that I was going to mention. But Jovan Buha of The Athletic, who covers the Lakers, senior NBA reporter, great young reporter, covered the NBA for the last 6-7 years, covered the Clippers as well. The Pelicans shopping Zion Williamson. Okay. According to Jovan Buha of the Athletic. And again, they're more in on Trey Murphy and Herb Jones as being part of the future, wanting to keep them. But Zion Williamson could be somebody that could be, and again, got to be healthy, got to be in shape. That's been the major problem with Zion. But I wonder if Zion could be a potential buy low type of again, I use the term reclamation project in terms of his health and his physical conditioning, to where there could be some high upside if you could get him on the court and playing at a certain level for you, although he's not somebody at this stage with all of the issues that have surrounded him that I would want to be giving up a ton of top flight young talent for. But again, stars are not just readily available, or potential stars readily available. So I think, anytime there is one that is available, there's usually because there's a problem. And the problem for Zion is availability and obviously conditioning and health. But that's an interesting name. That's one that I have wondered about if the Pelicans truly look to move him, and it sounds like they would be willing to do so. Yeah, very interesting. So I think a dilemma that pops up for me because of Zion's obvious availability issues through the years. He's played just 6 games this season, played 70 last year, but 29 the year before that, didn't play 21-22 season due to injury. Is if the choice is trading Jonathan Kuminga, and obviously you're going to have to move a number of different pieces in a deal for any player right now if you're the Golden State Warriors, but Jonathan Kuminga goes off the roster, is it better to bring in Zion Williamson based on the upside, or someone who is just a high-level role player, the name that you mentioned earlier, JD, Cam Johnson, knowing that he will likely be out there for you, he will be available in the postseason, whereas Zion, there's always that question mark, even if he does give you a higher ceiling, because I think that is a dilemma for the Warriors. They've obviously lost Melton due to injury. You've got some aging stars in Steph Curry and Draymond Green who've dealt with their own injuries through their careers, and Steph obviously having the knee issue this year. How do you weigh that against one another? Yeah, it's tough, and I mean, you look at the, their Zion's at $36.7 million and scheduled for $39.4 and $42.1 and $44.8. Although that's a lot of money. I know there are some non-guaranteed portions for conditioning. Like he actually has some voidable portions on condition, so there would be incentive if he wants the money to keep himself at a certain weight and at a certain availability level. So I think that's a unique component to Zion's contract. But he's also 24. And so it's not like you'd be buying even 28 or 29. But again, you'd have to give up a lot going back the other way. Jonathan Kuminga specifically is only making 7.6. Mm-hmm. And here's the other part of any deal for the Warriors now. The Warriors really do, they cannot get within the range in terms of matching salaries. The Warriors, because of the fact that they're hard capped right now, and for this season they're hard capped, they have to send out as much salary as they take back, if not slightly more. So they can't do they're sending out $18 million and taking back $22, even though normally that would be within the NBA rules. They can't do that because they don't have the $4 million in room currently under their hard cap number. I think it's actually only a couple of $100,000 as things currently sit. So that makes the ability to do a trade all the more tricky for the Warriors who are moving forward. But again, potential buy low on Zion Williamson with some incentives for him to have to remain in a certain condition with an availability level to be able to continue to earn. So there's some that one I would wonder about.
Yeah.
And kind of keep in the back of my mind.
And if you're the Warriors, you have to consider every last option out there because of the way that things have gone this season, because of the age of Steph Curry and the age of Draymond Green, and understanding this window to win isn't going to be there forever if it's still there at all right now for Golden State. As Steph has obviously struggled in the month of December, and Draymond's getting up there in age, and the Warriors have discussed this hypothetical Jimmy Butler trade where you could be bringing in another player who's over the age of 35. So a lot of complicated dynamics, JD.
No doubt. And look, Cam Johnson's the guy for me now that Cam Johnson's at the top of my list. Mm-hmm. If I'm looking, and look, I would have done, again, it's not apples to apples because Kuminga's making 7.6 and Cam Johnson's making 22.5. So there's a lot more salary that would have to go the other way if the Warriors are going to make that deal, and maybe a pick on top of it. I mean, Cam Johnson's averaging 19 points a game. He's shooting 42.3% from three. He's somebody that can play with Andrew Wiggins. And again, we'd be having the same conversations about needing to start Draymond potentially at the 5. I wonder if Cam Johnson would be somebody that might even come off the bench initially. Would he be okay with that? Because I think a couple of things that are starting to come to fruition and become more clear with the Warriors is through this season, they have been better off when TJD, Trace Jackson-Davis, starts at the 5 with Draymond at the 4. The last couple of games, they've done that. I know Kyle Anderson got the start because Draymond was out for one of those games. They are better, I think, in terms of productivity and winning when Kuminga's coming off the bench. Like they're starting to figure some of those things out. But man, Cam Johnson is smooth. 19, 4, 3 assists. Capable defender, but he can shoot the 3. He with Steph and Wiggins and Draymond, I think just opens up the floor in a big time way. And he's only 28, going to be 29 in early March.
Lot to discuss. We'll keep this conversation going about the Warriors, about their trade options later on in this show. On the other side, Mike Krukow is going to join us, Giants broadcaster, discussing the passing of Ricky Henderson over the weekend, a Bay Area baseball legend, of course, and someone who the Bay Area will miss very dearly. Kerry Crowley, John Dickinson in this morning for Murph and Marcus here on the morning show. You're listening to KNBR 104.5, 680, the sports leader.
There's no question we've got the best in the booth. That's why Murph and Marcus catch up with Kruk right now. On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
We're back here on Murph and Marcus, KNBR Morning Show. John Dickinson, Kerry Crowley filling in this morning on Christmas Eve. Mike Kruko's appearances on KNBR are sponsored by your Northern California Honda dealers. See your NorCal Honda dealer now for sedan fine savings on every model. Mike, Merry Christmas. How are you this morning?
Good, but bummed out.
Yeah.
I really am.
Absolutely.
The Ricky Henderson thing hit me from a total blindside, and so I want to talk about him this morning.
Yeah, we want to talk about him as well. I mean, talk about someone who, I mentioned this earlier to JD, Mike. Major League Baseball has created all these rules over the last 2 years, expanding the bases, opening up the running game. They want everyone to play like Ricky Henderson did, huh?
Yeah, well, good luck with that, because that guy was so unique. And, I never really knew him as a teammate. I only knew him as an opponent. And so I kind of saw him from a different perspective. I think he played for every other team except the Giants. At least it seemed that way. Certainly every team in the National League West. But I can tell you the very first time that I ever played against him was in spring training. I was with the Cubs. And this guy came up, and we had heard a lot about him. You get a sense when somebody's really special coming out of the minor leagues. It doesn't matter, where or who or what team they play on. Baseball's a small world, and the vibe around this guy was lit up. And it doesn't usually happen with a guy who's a base stealer. Usually it's with a hard thrower or a guy who can hit the ball 500 feet. That's where most of the buzz centers around. But coming into the start, and this was like my first start of the year, we were going to play the A's in Scottsdale Stadium. As I said, I was with the Cubs, and Steve Swisher was our catcher, Nick Swisher's dad. And anyway, so we were all wanting to see what this guy, Ricky Henderson, was all about. So he comes up first inning, and first pitch, fastball, he kind of ease into the strike zone, gets started, whap, base hit, left field. So, okay, I'm in my stretch, and I come set in my set position. I look over my left shoulder at first base, and I can't see him. I'm going, where the hell is this guy? So he's got to have a huge lead if I can't see him. So I give him my A move, right? First base, he goes back standing up. Did not impress him. So finally, I get the ball back, come in, and I come set. And at the time, in the Cubs organization, in order to go from level to level, there were certain things you had to check off. Holding base runners was one of them. And you pass that test, and you're eligible to go to the next level if you've got the numbers, et cetera. Anyway, so I wasn't bad. I mean, I wasn't that quick. Anyway, I come set, and I go home, and Ricky Henderson steals the base standing up. No throw. So I get the ball back, and I look at him at second base, and I'm wondering, who is this guy? So I come set, I check him once, check him twice, check him 3 times, look home, throw home, he steals third base standing up. At that point in time, Steve Swisher, the catcher, calls timeout, comes out to home plate, and goes, you might as well just screw the windup or screw the stretch and go to your windup because that stretch ain't working. and that's exactly how I felt. Defenseless. I had no way to stop this guy. He was doing exactly what he wanted to do. And, that was my first outing of the year. I only threw like 40 pitches. So I went right into the bullpen, and I started a slide step. I started to try and get quicker out of the stretch. And that was from what he did to me. He made me look like an idiot. And he made a lot of guys look like an idiot. But he was that special. He was such a force. He was such a different type of player. He was an energy, and you were aware of it. If you pitched against the A's or whatever team he was playing on. In fact, I was against the Giants in 2003 in September. He's with the Dodgers, and he, we can go into another part of his lore, but I don't want to get off the fact of what he did to an opposing pitcher prior to the game. You're usually aware of who the hot hitters, the high percentage batting average guys are, or who the power is in your lineup. But with him, you had to be aware of him. You were thinking of him. You were thinking of him before Canseco or McGuire or Parker or any of those guys. You were thinking about him. And, it just gives you an idea of how awesome of a talent he was and smart. And he knew the game. He saw the game. He knew the game. I mean, it was just like he had Willie Mays type IQ. And those guys don't come around very often, man. I mean, look, during that generation, we had Vince Coleman and we had Tim Raines and we had a half a dozen other guys who could steal bases. But there was nobody like Ricky Henderson. And on top of all that, he had power. If you say, well, I can't walk this guy, I got to challenge him, whoop, home run. He had close to 300 home runs, played 25 years. And the other thing I want to talk about was when he got finally released, you know what he did? He went into independent ball to try and get back in the game. And he did with the Dodgers in 2003, his last team. And then he went back again. And that tells me the one thing about a guy that I adore. He loved the game of baseball. He was a baseball player. And when he passed away, the other thing, we saw him at the celebration of life for Willie Mays, and he looked like he'd go out and play. He was in great shape, took care of himself. And to hear he passed away at age 65, it just rocked me to the core. We will never, ever see another player like him, ever. That's how special he was.
No question, Kruk. And, I mean, the tiny strike zone, the power, just the command of an at-bat, the swagger. I mean, the guy was box office. He's fun to watch. Like, I mean, I can't imagine competing against him and the story that you laid out. But he was just somebody. And look, I was a kid when he was, those late 80s, early 90s for me, that's where I fell in love with the game, fell in love with sports, wanted to be in it in some form or fashion. And I just, Giants and A's of that era is what it was all about for me growing up in Northern California. And every time Ricky Henderson would lead off a game during his time with the A's, it was just, what's he going to do? Is he going to hit one out? Is he gonna get on and steal 2 bags? Is he gonna come up with a snatch catch? Like, what's he gonna do? I mean, he was just electrifying as a personality, and I think, sadly, that's something that I think in many ways has been lost over time some in the major leagues.
Well, I think Major League's doing fine with characters and charisma but he was such a stylish player. I've always believed that the Bay Area, I mean, it's such a great place to play, but it's not enough that you're great. You got to look good doing it. And his style, there are so many people that wanted to be like him, the way that they took the field, the way that they got on base, the way that they got in the batter's box. Kids loved his antics, and you couldn't take your eyes off him. And, at times, you think, were they disrespectful? No, it was just Ricky being Ricky. And I think that the love that he had for the game, it showed up in the way that he played the game. And again, it just, when guys from your generation die, it hits you hard. It does. I mean, it's just a reminder that, hey, your time's short. Take advantage of it. But when you play the game and you see a guy who is invincible, I mean, Mays was invincible. He never got old. He was a kid his whole life. And you had that same feeling about Ricky Henderson. There was joy in his game. There was style and joy, and it was just, you were proud to be on the same field with the guy. You knew you were playing against a Hall of Famer. In his rookie year, you knew that. Hell, the first time I ever saw him, he wasn't even a rookie yet. He was in spring training. And I knew this guy was going to be a Cooperstown guy. That's how special this guy was. That's how much charisma he had. And there are still guys today playing with him in mind when they go out on the field. You talk about a guy, he played 25 years. Mays played, 22 years?
Mm-hmm.
How do you even do that? You got to be blessed with the tools, but you got to take care of yourself. And both those guys did. I mean, they're just, there's so much similarity in their aura. And I just, I'm going to miss that guy.
It hits hard. It hits really hard, Mike. And as I think about the year 2024 in baseball in the Bay Area, I think it's a year of loss for us. We lose Willie Mays, Orlando Cepeda, another legend, Ricky Henderson, right before his 66th birthday on Christmas. And we lose the A's as a franchise moving up to Sacramento. I think, we love this game because of all that it's given us, and it hurts when so much is taken away in 1 year.
You're right. I mean, there's a sense of mortality that surrounds the game for all of us. But, that's the beauty of Cooperstown.
Yeah.
I mean, you lose these guys, and it's been a tough year for Cooperstown. There's been the names you mentioned, but, I mean, it just seems like every month you're looking up and somebody who was, Pete Rose. I mean, he's not in there yet, but someday he will be. But I'm just saying that, that makes those guys immortal. That makes their legend live on, and I guess we have to be. I guess we have to be pleased with that. I mean, I'm so glad it's there that we can immortalize these guys, but some guys you just can't replace, and Ricky Henderson was one of those guys.
I mean, Kruk, it's amazing. I look at the 1982 season. You look at some of the numbers, and it's just, it blows your mind away. Going back, 130 steals in 1982 as a 23-year-old. But then you go to 1998, and this is the one. So he's back with the A's in 1998. I think they reacquired him 3, 4, 5 different times in his career. 66 stolen bases in 1998 at 39. He's still 66 bases at 39. Like, how ridiculous is that?
Well, it is ridiculous, and and he did them with his mind at that point in time more so than his legs. I mean, he always had great wheels and he had a great set of tools. But hey, age catches up. Your speed erodes, but never his jump, never his brain, never his anticipation, never his ability to see the tell that pitcher was given when he was going home. He knew. I mean, he read that better than anybody ever. And then to take a look at the on-base percentage for 25 years of baseball, 400. It's over 400. That's crazy. And, to be able to do it for the length of his career for 25 seasons, that's just, it's absurd. But again, it was, and the other thing too, like he went back in and he put in back again, even after 25 years of the game. And then even when he went and he got into the Hall of Fame, it was what he did to prepare for it.
Yeah.
He wasn't a speaker. At least he didn't have the confidence to be a public speaker. So what did he do? He went and sought help. He went and took lessons. And his speech was fantastic. I mean, there was everything about him and how he presented himself to the baseball world. He had a great pride in. And believe me, those are the things that we as fans and opponents saw. And that jumped off the page. It really did. Like I said, he played with joy and he loved the game. And he made a lot of people love the game because of what he brought to the game. And that was his biggest contribution to the game.
One of a kind, and we were really going to miss him. Mike Krukow, thank you so much for joining us this morning. Have a Merry Christmas with your family. Have a happy and healthy holiday season.
Had a bit.
All right, he is Mike Krukow, and his segments on KNBR are sponsored by your Northern California Honda dealers. See your NorCal Honda dealer now for sedan fine savings on every model. Tim Ryan joins the show when we come back. You're listening. KNBR 104.5, 680, the sports leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
It was a double-digit loss for the 49ers in South Beach on Sunday as they went down 29-17 to the Miami Dolphins. Our man Larry Krueger, the host of Niners Nightly, broke down the game in full. You can catch that entire show wherever you get your KNBR podcasts and trending now at KNBR.com.
You need some syrup for that pancake.
Now here's 49ers color commentator Tim Ryan on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Back here on the KNBR Morning Show, Murph and Marcus are off. John Dickinson, Kerry Crowley in this morning. Tim Ryan's guest spots on KNBR are sponsored by Dignity Health, the official healthcare partner of the San Francisco 49ers and Levi's Stadium, and by the Contra Costa County Office of the Sheriff. Apply for your new career in law enforcement at cocosheriff.org today. Still waiting to make the connection with Tim Ryan right now, JD, but I figured we'd get into 49ers a little bit anyway here as we end the 7 o'clock hour transition to the back half of our show. Obviously, a disappointing effort on Sunday against the Miami Dolphins. And, if we're just speaking broadly and generally here, I'm still wrapping my mind around the fact that the 49ers aren't going to be playing deep into January. These airwaves are going to sound very different than they typically do at this time of year, where we're accustomed to breaking down playoff matchups, where we're going through the X's and O's of what the 49ers will look like against the Green Bay Packers, the Detroit Lions. This year, we're going to be talking about the draft 3 months in advance of it.
Yeah, incredible to see this team eliminated officially on December 22nd and really unofficially eliminated far before that. I mean, they acknowledged it themselves really after the Rams loss on December 12th. So not something that I think anybody had on the bingo card with 2 games to go. And the marquee matchup against the Lions, not so much a marquee matchup against the Lions, but the Niners still with an opportunity to maybe impact who gets the 1 seed in the NFC with Detroit battling with their division rival Minnesota over the last couple of games to see who can take that home, and Philadelphia on the outside looking into that mix.
I think the 49ers are at such an interesting point because so many of these players are a year older and very clearly a step slower. I think that, so many people have said, well, Debo, he's not in shape. To me, Debo's just a year older. And the grind of playing in the NFL catches up to you. There are still glimpses like what we saw on Sunday, but it is very difficult to recapture that magic over a 17-game season. And it's one of the reasons why I think that next year, for as important as the Brock Purdy negotiation will be for the 49ers, and for as important as it is for Kyle Shanahan and John Lynch to sign the right free agents and draft the right players and build out this roster in the fashion that they want to get back to the top of the NFC, so much of this 2025 season will come down to, do they get the version of Christian McCaffrey back that they anticipated to have this season?
Yeah, I mean, we shall see. I mean, the big offseason decision is going to be, the number in terms of Brock Purdy and the contract extension, but then it goes beyond that. It goes to, does he have the weapons that he needs to be successful at the level that he was in 2022 and 23? And again, that's not a knock on Brock Purdy. It's just every quarterback needs weapons.
Yeah.
That's the difference between being a good team or a great team. Right there, you want the quarterback and the weapons, and they have to make the internal decision as to if they want to value offensive line play in a different manner. Not saying they don't value it, but do they need to value it in a different way than they have, other than the left tackle position, which has been filled by 2 great ones in the Kyle Shanahan era in Joe Staley and Trent Williams.
Well, the offensive line is interesting because I think for much of the Shanahan era, they haven't valued offensive line per se and saying we're going to acquire all these talents and build ourselves a top 3 or a top 5 offensive line in the NFL, and that's how we're going to be really good. I think for the most part, JD, they've just had an identity up front. Maybe they've been the 12th or the 14th or the 16th most talented offensive line. But we knew that when they needed to, they could move the line of scrimmage and run the football, and they could dictate things at the point of attack. They could have their guards pull, and that could be successful on off-tackle runs. They could run behind Trent Williams and Aaron Banks when those two were healthy and ready to go, and they knew that they could get 2 to 3 yards whenever necessary. This season, well, the stats bear out that the offensive line has been average or just slightly below average. The eye test tells us so much, in my opinion, and that is when the 49ers have needed to run the ball in the red zone, doesn't matter. They haven't been able to do it because the opponents know that that's coming. When they've needed to protect Brock Purdy in situations like late game on Sunday against the Miami Dolphins with Calais Campbell bearing down in his face, they They haven't been able to do it. They've been predictable because their offensive line has not been able to dictate the line of scrimmage like they were able to do in recent seasons. I think more so than anything, getting back to having an identity up front and giving Kyle Shanahan options off of that identity to either run the ball when you need to call play action to keep a defense off balance, or to drop back on 3rd and 7 and know that Brock Purdy's going to get the protection he needs. That's going to be a significant difference maker for this team next season.
It's going to be huge. It really is. And they've got to play better complementary football in addition to that. And look, the key to scoring in the red zone is being able to run the ball, especially when you get to that low red zone inside the 10, inside the 5. And to your point, the 49ers have not been able to do that. And it's caused this incongruency between the overall offensive numbers and yards and the way the 49ers move the ball and points scored, where again, even in Miami, the 49ers able to move the football, but you look up at the end of the game and they're under 20 in terms of total points. That happened far too often, and I think the inability to put the ball in the end zone early in a lot of these games when the defense had been playing well, they didn't bank enough to where when the defense wore down a little bit as the game went on, or maybe wasn't quite as good for 60 minutes as they've been in other years, those drives where the defense couldn't get the stop that they needed or let an opponent impose their will a little bit in terms of the running game, those were turning wins into losses, not because the defense was necessarily bad, but more so because they should have had a bigger lead or more points on the board ahead of that, which in turn would have allowed the defense to play a little bit more freely. Maybe you force more turnovers when you're forced teams to play from behind more than just 3 points late in the game.
Yeah, that is something that I've spent so many evenings on KNBR this season, following Niners Nightly, doing Sports Phone KNBR. I haven't even touched on that subject because there have been so many different issues that you could point to and say, this was a problem this week, this was a problem this week, this player didn't show up and give the 49ers what they needed. But when you think about it and you think about the big picture of the Kyle Shanahan era and what the 49ers have done so well on the offensive side of the football, I think scoring on those scripted series where you've got the first 10 to 15 plays of the game borne out, and Kyle's worked on it at practice with Brock, and they know exactly what they're going to do if they get into a second and medium, if they get into a 3rd and long on the second part of that opening series. They've got the play called for that, and they're going to be able to execute. This season, we haven't seen that execution in those moments. We haven't seen the execution on the drives coming out in the first quarter when the 49ers get the ball for the first time. We haven't seen the execution end of half and then scoring out of that halftime break that's been, just customary throughout the Kyle Shanahan era. And then on top of that, when you add in all those factors, the possessions that you're accustomed to the 49ers scoring on, they haven't done so this season. You add in the fact that the fourth quarter has been downright abysmal. And we saw that again on Sunday against the Miami Dolphins. And getting word now that I think Tim Ryan is getting the holiday break for us. So I think that he's
giving us the holiday Heisman. He's giving us the Heisman?
Exactly. He's going to enjoy Christmas Eve with his family, and he deserves to. He doesn't need to break down anything from Sunday's loss to the Miami Dolphins. But in thinking about the way that Sunday slips away from the 49ers, of course, they have the opportunity to go down. A touchdown would have given them a lead on that final possession. Instead, they turn the ball over with Brock Purdy and the interception, so they end up losing by 2 scores. This will go down as one of the worst losses of the season just because of the margin of victory and against the team that you're playing against, JD. But pick any of the 49ers losses this season, specifically Arizona, Los Angeles, Seattle, and I point to these division miscues, these division missed opportunities as the reason that the 49ers have regressed so much, as they looked absolutely pedestrian and average, and in some cases in the fourth quarter, abysmal against their opponents that they have dominated through the years.
It's the whole season. The whole season, I think we will look back, and who knows what happens here as the 49ers now sit at 6-9 with 2 games to go. But at the point in which they were eliminated at 6-8, right before kickoff of their game in Miami on Sunday, you look at the home losses in the division. They lost all 3 home game to their divisional opponents. They lost to the Rams. They lost to Seattle late, and they lost to Arizona. Arizona by a point.
13-point fourth quarter lead against an Arizona team that's got 2 wins on the road this season.
And you lose that one at the gun. You lose to Seattle on a last-second drive. Geno Smith leads them down. That's one of those games where the 49ers couldn't move the ball, should have had more points up on the board, didn't, allowed Seattle the one drive they needed late to win the game. And then you lose 12-6 to the Rams. So what are we talking? I mean, we're talking – I don't have the exact numbers in front, but we're talking 3 division losses all at home by 10, 11 points total. I think when you add it up, I think that what they lost by 4 to Seattle, I think 1 to Arizona, and then 6. So all one-score games, all basically decided in the final possession or the final 2 possessions. You win those games, we have a completely different conversation about where the 49ers season stands. Those divisional games will not be taken for granted in 2025, Kerry. I think maybe not the 49ers did, but I think maybe in the fan base, because the division was felt to be so down, took those games for granted a little bit. And each of those teams in the division that currently sit in front of the 49ers made them count, and it flipped this whole thing in the wrong direction. Really from the jump, when you go back to the game on October the 6th there, where the 49ers blew that lead against the Cards.
You talk about the home losses and the inexcusable miscues in those games, the blown leads, the fact that the 49ers had the ball in a lot of those games and had the opportunity to put up more points. One that just sticks out to me real quick, JD, and we could pile on the 9 losses the 49ers have had this season, but week 3 in LA against the Rams, they lose 27-24, where they cough up the 10-point fourth quarter lead, where Jake Moody misses a field goal, and that was a theme throughout this season. Special teams errors just absolutely were horrific this year. There is no excusing the way that the 49ers performed on special teams, specifically against the teams in their own division. But they had the opportunity to win that game. Brock Purdy throws the ball up. Ronnie Bell drops it. Ronnie Bell drops a very clear opportunity for the 49ers to put themselves in position to score, win that football game going away, and the Rams come back. Miracle win for Los Angeles. But think about that game being flipped. All it does is give the 49ers one more win. But if the Rams lose that game, the Rams start the season 0-5. This is a team that's about to win the NFC West. The Rams are a team that, under Sean McVay, found a way to gradually improve over the course of the season. They got Cooper Kupp back. They got Puka Nacua healthy. Matthew Stafford found a rhythm. I don't think you come back from 0-5 and win a division. And that's really, to me, a huge difference, because the Seahawks aren't very good. The Cardinals have faded during the second half of the season. If the 49ers had won that game, this season, to me, could very well still be in play, and the division could very well still be in play for this team.
Yeah, ifs and buts, right?
we could do that and we will do that for months. We will do that for months.
And I think you have to look at, in dissecting, what happened, you do have to look at the why. And look, I think it was the offense has not been good enough. The defense has not been the same. The special teams has been awful. Like that. That's just the reality. Brock Purdy, still good. Not the same, fewer weapons he did have, not as consistently productive. We can look at all of the different reasons why. Defensively, on the interior, they got to get a couple of defensive tackles in there, in my mind.
Yeah.
They have to figure out another linebacker defensively next to Fred Warner. Is that going to be Dre Greenlaw? I think the 49ers would love for it to be a healthy Dre Greenlaw. And, man, you talk about the frustration, seeing Greenlaw now dealing with a calf, other leg from the Achilles tear, and you just could see the frustration even watching on television on his face when they showed him on the sideline, because he's trying to get out there and earn some money. I made the point that I think Greenlaw should probably be shut down, but he's the one that probably doesn't want to be shut down, because he's trying to prove to the rest of the league that he's the guy that he was pre-injury, in an attempt to earn every possible dollar for 2025 possible, which makes sense. But you'd hate to see him in a spot where he risks the rest of his career because he maybe comes back a little too soon or is trying to go a little too hard here. Regardless, I'd like to see the 49ers bring back Dre Greenlaw. They need another linebacker in that mix. They had a very young secondary, which is promising, a promising young secondary. But, does there need to be a little bit more veteran leadership there? They're probably going to lose Mooney Ward in free agency. They pay Lenore. So they're like, it really, all three levels, there are question marks defensively for the 49ers. The offense, to me, feels the most correctable based on Brock, based on Kyle, based on the fact that I think they have had some injuries at some of the skill positions, but they're also going to have to look to improve the skill positions and get more production. Get somebody in there who can be the guy for sure. If McCaffrey is not, get a clear-cut number two that can help. As much as Kyle Shanahan's reluctant to use that guy, and we talked about that a lot. Go get a second tight end that can be a part of the passing game. I think that's important. Ricky Pearsall's going to have to make a jump. I don't think you can count on much from Ayuk next year. Maybe you get it toward the back end, but you can't count on it. So how do you build the roster there? It sounds like Deebo Samuel is more likely to be back than not be back. But then you have to wonder, are you going to get the Deebo that you got for a good chunk of the season, or are you going to get the Deebo that you got in Seattle on October the 10th and you got in Miami a couple of days ago?
Yeah, I agree with you that the offense is more correctable just because so many of the pieces are fixed on offense. That Brock Purdy will be back at quarterback. You anticipate that Christian McCaffrey will be healthy, and if he's not, regardless, it's going to be hard to run the football because you're not going to use the money that you have under the salary cap to go out and get a premier running back in free agency. And after all the running backs who hit the market last offseason, be it Joe Mixon, be it Josh Jacobs, Derrick Henry, there just aren't going to be top running backs available in free agency this offseason. So you need Christian McCaffrey back and healthy. You don't stand to gain much if you cut Deebo Samuel. If you trade Deebo Samuel, he is pretty much a fixed piece of this offense because the financial implications would hurt you in the long term. So you said it. Ricky Pearsall is going to have to make a massive jump from year one to year two. He's got to first learn how to align. That is critical after what we saw against the Miami Dolphins on Sunday. 2 alignment miscues, penalties, robbing the 49ers of potential touchdown possession where Deebo had brought the ball down to the 1-yard line. And then Ayuk, he's coming off of the major knee injury. He's still taking up that salary on your roster, so you're going to have him. He may start the season on IR, but you have to hope that he's able to contribute over the final 8-9 weeks of next season. There's a ton of different issues. I want to talk a little bit more about 2025 when we come back. 49ers hopes, potential first-round draft pick options for this team. So we'll continue the 49ers conversation on the other side. We've got Mark Spears joining us at 9:15 this morning. 49ers Player of the Week, Eter Gross Matos at 9:30 today. It's John Dickinson and Kerry Crowley in for Murph and Marcus here on the morning show on KNBR 104.5 680, the sports leader.
Gilroy, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Gilroy's sports leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Jonathan Kuminga shined, but Steph Curry struggled, and the Warriors lost the Indiana Pacers at Chase Center on Monday evening. Our man, my co-host, John Dickinson, was out at Harmonic last night breaking down the game, Dubs OT. You can catch the full episode of Dubs OT wherever you get your KNBR podcast. That podcast and more trending now at KNBR.com.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Faithful Murph and Marcus keep your morning moving. Streaming live at twitch.tv/the sports leader.
We are back here on the KNBR Morning Show. John Dickinson, Kerry Crowley in for Brian Murphy and Marcus Boucher this morning. We'll have our cooler of content at 8:30 this morning. We've got the big hit coming up at 8:50. Mark Spears at 9:15. Eter Gross Matos, 49ers Player of the Week, joining us at 9:30. Jam-packed rest of the show this morning, JD. But one thing that I wanted to do here as we continue our 49ers conversation is throw you a question that I was asking our listeners on Sports Phone last night, and that is, how much more optimistic are you right now that the 49ers will be better in 2025 than they were this season in 2024, considering a lot of people will be a year older, a lot of injuries still need to heal. They'll play, in all likelihood, a third or a fourth place schedule. They'll get a high draft pick by virtue of missing the playoffs. But do you think that they can turn this around in a season, have a Philadelphia Eagles-like bounce back, or could they be stuck for a while?
Yeah, I do think it's possible. I am optimistic on it. The schedule is probably the biggest reason why. That and the fact that there's the belief in Brock Purdy. I think that contract situation ultimately gets done. And look, Kyle Shanahan's done it before. I mean, they had the Super Bowl hangover year in 2020, and then you look at the bounce back. And look, they didn't get off to a good start in 2021. They were 3-5, but then they go 7-2 down the stretch to end up getting in. They win a couple of playoff games. I mean, they've won 2 playoff games every time they've been able to get in. It's been getting in that's been the harder issue for Kyle Shanahan during his tenure. But the schedule, Kerry, the schedule in 2025, and I know you don't want to playing the schedule game is just...
I actually love playing this game, so I'm good with it.
It's a fool's errand. And no, we're not going to go through all 17 games and say win-loss, win-loss. We're not going to do it. Well, we're going to wait till May before we do that. When the actual schedule comes out, we get the dates and times and all of that. You can do that if you want. You can do that at home if you want.
Oh, I'll gladly do it.
But here's... the 49ers could not have a more boring and unsexy schedule next year. And I think that's absolutely the best possible thing for them. So Seattle and the Rams and the Cardinals, obviously that's 6 games, home and away. We'll see if there's an international game mixed in there somewhere among that group or elsewhere. But you got the 6 games against your division. Follow me here, Kerry.
Oh, I will.
Here are the other opponents. Falcons at home, Panthers at home, Jaguars at home, Titans at home, and right now it would be the Bears at home. So Falcons, Panthers, Jags, Titans, Bears by virtue of the last place schedule. Yeah. So if that holds up, the Bears.
Ben Johnson, Chicago Bears.
We'll see about that. Yeah, everybody seems to think. And then here are the away games. And again, stop me if you find any of these games appealing on paper. Tampa Bay, New Orleans, Houston, Indianapolis, the New York Football Giants, that's the other place of finish game. Again, big market like Chicago, but horrible team. Mm-hmm. And then right now, and I don't think the league is considering, my understanding, changing the 17th game formula a little bit, changing. So I don't think it's 100% final that the 49ers are playing the AFC North as had been previously projected. But for the sake of this conversation, we'll call it the AFC North 4th place team, which is Cleveland.
Yeah.
So I mean, okay, one more time real quick.
Yeah, I'm hearing 17-0, JD. That's what you're telling me.
No, I'm telling you, it could not. And look, things change. Players move. Teams that are expected to be bad end up being good. Teams that are expected to be good end up being bad. Like, you would have thought the Commanders coming into this year, if they were on your schedule, were going to be an unappealing, unsexy game. And the Commanders play some of the most exciting games in the league week in, week out. So it can change. But one more time here. I mean, and when I say this, Kerry, this is in the best way possible for the 49ers in 2025. To me, they need nothing more than a boring, just non-sexy, zero hype schedule. And they are going to get it. Falcons, Panthers, Jags, Titans, Bears, and then at Tampa, at New Orleans, at Houston. I think at Houston's kind of interesting to me, Go Ryans and all that. At Indy, at the Giants, at Cleveland. I mean, if that is not, division aside, but you always have to play your division, if that is not a bounce-back like schedule, I don't know what is.
The one thing that you want more than anything in the NFL when the schedule comes out is to face as many teams as possible with quarterback instability. And the list of teams that you just read off.
Bingo.
There's just a tremendous amount of quarterback instability. Who do they avoid next season? They avoid Patrick Mahomes. They avoid Justin Herbert. They avoid Josh Allen. They avoid, Jordan Love. They avoid Jared Goff. Sam Darnold right now, depending on where he goes. If he sticks in Minnesota,
no Vikings, Packers, Lions,
all those
Eagles.
13-win teams. Yeah, Jalen Hurts, you're avoiding him. You are facing, in all likelihood, Shadur Sanders on this schedule at some point. You were facing Cam Ward at some point on this schedule. Michael Penix Jr. in his second season in the NFL. And again, not to say that the 49ers have had an easy time stopping anyone this season. There have been plenty of drives where, hey, look, Geno Smith drove 11 plays, 80 yards on this 49ers defense, and we don't know what it will look like next season. We don't know if Nick Sorensen will remain as the defensive coordinator. All you can say right now is that things look a lot more hopeful when you read out that list and understand the instability of the situations the 49ers should encounter. Because hypothetically, JD, 3 or 4 of those situations will be dramatically improved over where they are right now. The Giants can't possibly be as bad as they are starting Tommy DeVito and Drew Lock on a rotating basis. But they probably also won't be in a position where a future Hall of Famer is manning the quarterback position for them early in the season. So I think you read that to me, and I hear a situation that sounds favorable. I have the belief that they could be better. The question is, will the 49ers themselves be dramatically better? Will their personnel be good enough to beat the mediocre teams? Because this season, they beat the bad teams. They beat the New England Patriots. They beat the New York Jets. They beat the Dallas Cowboys, who might actually finish with a better record than the 49ers right now and are playing significantly better football right now. They didn't take care of business against the mediocre teams. They lost to the Seahawks. They lost to the Cardinals. They lost twice to the Rams. That is their big issue. So can the personnel take the step forward that it needs to handle that kind of a schedule? That's the open question in my mind.
It is. And look, I think the 49ers should be an all-in team for 2025. The Super Bowl is going to be at Levi Stadium in February of 26. Next season's Super Bowl is going to be at Levi Stadium. So to me, that's the rallying cry if you're the 49ers, that the last stand was not this year, that there's a retool to be had, a bounce back, a bounce backable, I'll make up a word, a bounce backable schedule in the opponents that they face. And you know what else I see here on this schedule? And again, to me, this is a positive, Kerry. I see a lot of 10 a.m.s and I think the 49ers,
not a lot of Tom Brady games.
They need to get off the grid at the beginning of next year. They need to get off the grid a little bit. And 49ers, what's going on there? Nobody really knows. Oh, they're 7-2. Oh, they're 10 and they're 11-3. And then in December, all right, then maybe they start to get back on the radar. I mean, of course, when you get Chicago and New York, those games could be like those have one of those sounds like a Thursday, the other one sounds like a Monday night. As far as getting the big markets in front of the national audiences, and obviously the 49ers are a big time brand. 49ers at Houston feels like a Sunday night football game, maybe early in the season, like week 2. Again, I don't want to go too far here, but it just feels like the Niners are going to be off the grid to a certain extent. And again, I think off the grid is probably a good thing for them as they look to bounce back, rather than having the spotlight on them in the manner that it was in the lead up to this season, coming off of just a unbelievably catastrophic, just gut stomper of a Super Bowl loss. I think off the grid's good. Now, the one way they can put themselves on the grid in the wrong way is to let this Brock Purdy thing drag out and let there be a quarterback controversy. That's the one thing that could mitigate and ruin all of it. If we're to march and it's, Brock wants $60 million a year and the Niners think it's 42. Or, the Niners might kick some tires on Kirk Cousins. Because he's going to be out.
Anyone who watched Kirk Cousins this season knows that absolutely cannot and should not happen.
Yes, but Kyle Shanahan.
I mean, the guy was in a dome, and he was terrible this year.
Yes, but again, who's to say he wouldn't be? Maybe Kirk Cousins is a backup for the Niners. Depending upon if he ends up. I guess that's, you look at the money that Atlanta gave him, but depending upon how things would end with Atlanta and whether he would get cut and all that, I probably should take a closer look at the contract structure before I say that, because obviously the Niners would not be paying him $30 whatever $1 million to be a backup. But again, I think off the grid is good for the 49ers in 2025.
They need, and I mean this respectfully, as many Kenny Albert and Jonathan Vilma games as possible. They do not need Tom Brady. They do not need Greg Olsen. I love Kenny Albert and Jonathan Vilma. Great guys.
Hey, man. Atlanta at home is a 105, October something, like just, Jacksonville.
Oh, yeah.
Jacksonville's a 125, November, November 9th. They've got a lot of these just random, Cleveland is 10 a.m.
You need Cleveland in September or October. You can't be going to Cleveland in November or December. They need all the scheduling luck in their favor next year.
Yeah, Indy 10 a.m. Indy 10 a.m. Cleveland 10 a.m. Like I said, the Giants and the Bears will probably be night games just based on market size.
Mm-hmm.
I still think the Niners will get their 5 night games. But I think there's going to be a lot more off-the-grid games, and maybe some of those are the divisional games, but I think there's going to be a lot more off-the-grid games. Probably 2 division primetime games for the Niners, and then maybe a Houston, and then the Giants or the Bears as well.
Especially if the Giants end up with Shedeur Sanders. They'll play a ton of nationally televised games. So I'm right there with you. On the other side, we will get into the cooler of content this morning. We got the big hit coming up around 8:50, 8:55 today. Then we got Mark Spears, Eter Gross-Matos, jam-packed rest of the show. John Dickinson, Kerry Crowley, rolling with you on Christmas Eve here on KNBR on the morning show. KNBR 104.5, 680, the sports leader.
All right, everyone, chill. This is the cooler.
You're not sending me to the cooler
of content.
Sponsored by Mancini Sleep World. Sleep better, live better. Visit sleepworld.com. And by Marin Health. Marin Health Medical Center and Marin Health Medical Network world-class care. Closer than you think.
On the sports leader.
Christmas Eve here in the Bay. John Dickinson, Kerry Crowley rolling with you on leader, filling in for Brian Murphy, Marcus Boucher on the morning show. It is time for the cooler of content. Admittedly, it's my first time doing the morning show in about a year, JD. I don't think I've done this since last holiday season, so I don't know all the mechanics, everything. I just know that the cooler of content, play our favorite sounds from around the week, react to those sounds, and I think we'll go from there. That's my understanding of how this works.
I think you got it under control. It's just a nice, tidy way to maybe have a little fun, but also just play some of the best sound of the day.
There we go. I'm more of a sound soiree guy myself in the afternoons, rolling with Copes and Deep Pop. But we'll do the dirty work ourselves here on the morning show, and let's kick things off. You sent this clip into RAF this morning. It's Diana Rossini breaking down the 49ers' upcoming negotiations with Brock Purdy that are anticipated to take place this offseason. Will he make $55-60 million on an average annual basis? Here's the Athletic's senior NFL insider on the Brock Purdy negotiations that are to come. So there you have it. The discussion, a lot going on there. I think it's Diana and Chase Daniel.
Yeah, committed to Brock Purdy.
Yeah.
But what if they get Sam Darnold?
What if they could get Sam Darnold? Sam Darnold's playing himself into a big contract this offseason. Like, there's so many quarterback-hungry teams who are going to look at this draft class and say, oh, well, Shedeur Sanders, Cam Ward, maybe. Carson Beck just had UCL surgery from Neil Elatrash, which typically is something that San Francisco Giants pitchers have, not NFL quarterbacks. It's a terrible draft class for quarterbacks. Sam Darnold's the leader of a 14-win football team. The Minnesota Vikings are either going to extend him and say, tough, J.J. McCarthy, we drafted you to be a first-round draft pick and be the face of our franchise. We just found the face of our franchise. Or he's going to make far more money elsewhere than he ever would coming back to the San Francisco 49ers to compete with Brock Purdy, right?
But in that scenario, though, it wouldn't be compete with Brock Purdy.
It would be overtake.
In that scenario, well, I mean, again, let's play it out. And I'm not. Again, we played the clip. I'm not saying that there's any. This is real, but for the sake of conversation, the question could be, how much is Sam Darnold going to get paid versus how much Brock Purdy stands to make?
Yeah.
And you could make the case that Sam Darnold stands to make less next year or for the next couple of years than Brock Purdy. And then the question becomes, as we flesh it out here, would you prefer Sam Darnold at less money than Brock Purdy? So it's like that's what it is. It's not coming to compete. It's not. It's making the decision to move off of Brock Purdy. And again, I'm not reporting this or saying it's even
These are all
remotely possible. But that's the conversation they're having. It's, well, things can change, and they were joking around. But again, that's the part that I'll ask you. It's, would you want Sam Darnold at 35 or 40 million, or would you want Brock Purdy at 55 plus?
Depends on what.
That's the kind of conversation I think we're talking about.
There are so many moving pieces there. You'd have to get the guarantee from Darnold that he would want to come and be your franchise quarterback at a significantly reduced rate compared to Brock Purdy. So you're looking at maybe a 4-year, $140 million deal. Very similar to the one that Jimmy Garoppolo signed when the 49ers made him the highest paid quarterback in the NFL. Just 5 or 6 years ago, they got that deal done with Jimmy Garoppolo. I guess 7 years ago, because it was after the 2017 season when they got that deal done with Garoppolo. But you're probably looking at $35-40 million and a 3 or a 4 year commitment to Sam Darnold. You were also then looking to trade Brock Purdy and get compensation back that makes it worth it. Someone would need to decide that Brock Purdy is worth trading top draft picks for and paying $50+ million on an average annual basis if they were to trade for Brock Purdy. There are so many moving pieces involved in this, and I don't see a world in which John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan say, our franchise is better off over the next 5 years if we commit to Sam Darnold, who's had himself a great 16 games so far. There's no denying that Sam Darnold has elevated the Minnesota Vikings. There's also no denying that Justin Jefferson's been his number one wide receiver and that Kevin O'Connell's had a great season as the offensive coordinator and head coach for that team. But for the 49ers, who have spent so many years, basically since Jeff Garcia, trying to lock down a franchise quarterback, finally getting one who falls into their laps at pick 262 and then saying, you know what? We think we can do better elsewhere. That's a lot. I'd put the odds of that at under 2%, maybe. Where are you putting the odds of something like that happening?
It's less than 2%.
there you have it.
I don't think that's exactly what it is. By the way, just for Raph, we got a few people in the YouTube chat and on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line that said they couldn't hear the clip that we played.
Oh, okay.
So even though we could hear it, maybe it wasn't being fed to everybody. So
you know what?
Stream.
In that case, then let's play that clip one more time. Let's pull that up here.
We heard it on the radio. But we get one more time.
Yeah. So this is Diana Rossini and Chase Daniel of The Athletic discussing a hypothetical scenario where while the 49ers are committed to Brock Purdy, there could be a world in which the Minnesota Vikings moved on from Sam Darnold. Raph, we ready for this one? Here we go.
Well, I do know. So I can tell you that they are committed to making Brock Purdy work for them in there, in San Francisco. So look, could things change? Of course, we know how this league works. Things change.
What about Sam Darnold, too? Sam Darnold is a Shanahan disciple.
Correct.
That's crazy.
He could go there. What if Kirk went back to Minnesota to back up J.J. McCarthy?
Also, is Sam Darnold really a Shanahan disciple? He spent one season with the 49ers.
I mean, that year got him the opportunity in Minnesota.
For the game that he played against the Los Angeles Rams, the 49ers lost, by the way?
Just being in a similar system. Again, I
feel like disciple's just a really strong word. And
It's probably strong. Yes, he didn't spend multiple years, but I think once you get in that system, even if it was a year where he just watched up until that meaningless Week 18 game against the Rams last year, I think that year in the system, watching how the 49ers operated, I mean it did get him. And again, the job that he got with Minnesota was to come in and be a bridge to McCarthy.
Yeah.
Who was their top draft pick. But I think there are many in the league. And look, I think Kyle Shanahan's one of them. Like, I think Kyle Shanahan firmly believed that Sam Darnold could go somewhere and be the quarterback that he's been, whether it was Minnesota or elsewhere. I think there was a high level of belief on Shanahan's part that Darnold has the arm talent and the ability. He still turns the ball over, I think, maybe a little too much. They have a lot of weapons on that offense. O'Connell is obviously a brilliant offensive mind as well. So, I mean, there's a lot going on there that works in Sam Darnold's favor. But I'm with you. Shanahan disciple, probably strong. But again, it was, nobody was really truly thinking about, giving Darnold an opportunity to start, before he went to San Francisco. He used that year even as a backup, I think, to get him the opportunity. But really what opened the door was the McCarthy injury, which made it clear that Darnold was going to be the starting quarterback for the whole year. And then he's made the most of it since then.
Well said. Cooler of content rolls on here. It's not just 49ers. We're doing Dubs as well. These are comments that Steve Kerr made pregame on Monday evening before the Warriors lost 111-105 to the Indiana Pacers, discussing some of the comments that Steve Kerr himself made over the weekend about Brandon Pajemski and Jonathan Kuminga, about sending a message to those players and the Warriors as a team. Here's the Warriors head coach.
There were a couple plays in the game where JK had shots like that. It was really for our team, especially our young guys. I think BP has been good. I think one of the things I've talked to him about is really serving other players. I think he's typical second-year player. He's trying to figure out who he is. He's really talented. He can do a lot out there, but we almost need him to do less. But just serving other people, be that player who everyone loves playing with because you're constantly looking for them. That's kind of BP's lesson. JK, his mid-range points per possession is obviously pretty low, and so it's just about figuring out what's a good shot, what's a bad shot. But it's within the context of the game. There's times where that mid-range shot is the one we're going to get. That's a good one. We have to recognize. I got on both those two guys during the game and on other guys during the season. The message was really for our whole team.
Message sent, message delivered, JD?
Yeah, I think so. When you look at the way that Kuminga went out and played, and Pajemski's been playing better of late as well. I think there's some better lineup combinations featuring him, and he's trying to do less, right? Make the simple play. Steve Kerr always says it is, look to hit singles. But Kuminga, the headline last night, handling it. There was no trade demand leak last night. He went out and did the things that the Warriors coaching staff wanted him to do, and was probably their best player on the court last night in scoring 26 points. And he rebounded last night. He had assist numbers last night as well. And I thought for the most part he took the right shots. So all in all, I think a positive night from Kuminga. A little dramatic postgame, I will say. A little dramatic postgame. And I know you want to play the clip probably of Steve on whether the message was delivered or received by Kuminga. So I'll let you set that up, and then we can get to JK being a little dramatic, but I think honest and vulnerable as well.
Well, here is that question. I believe it came from our friend Danny Emmerman of the Bay Area News Group to Steve Kerr about sending a message to Jonathan Kuminga if he received that message. Here's how Kerr responded when asked post-game last night.
What are we talking about? If there's 82 games, there's all kinds of stuff happens. I coach, and so I say stuff to all the guys. And JK was great tonight. Played a fantastic game. So not about a message or anything. It's all part of the season.
No, not about a message. Never about a message, huh?
Yeah, message received. Message received, and again, good on both of them.
Yeah,
that was his frustration. Yeah, that might be. I kind of like the bearded Kerr. Kerr's just been. He told the story. I mentioned this on Dubs OT last night. He told the story of his dog. He went to pet his dog. His dog scratched his face, and that's what's led to the beard because he had a little bit of a cut on his face, so he didn't want to keep. He didn't want to shave to keep. It would keep opening the cut if you shave. Sometimes if you get a little scratch on your face, it opens the cut. So he's like, yeah, I'm just gonna leave it. And then they, I think, won a game, and he's like, what do I do? And he kind of joked about, is it superstition? Is it not? But yeah, he had a little Popovich going the last week or so.
A new look, Steve Kerr. Warriors wish they could have carried over that momentum from the weekend into Monday's game against the Indiana Pacers. They were unable to do so, despite Jonathan Kuminga playing well, 26 points off the bench on Monday evening. When we come back, we got our big hit. So we will do our big hit focus on the Golden State Warriors this morning. JD's breakdown of where things stand with this team that's now lost 10 of its last 13 games. John Dickinson, Kerry Crowley, rolling with you on the morning show. Mark Spears and Eater Gross Matos, 49ers Player of the Week, joining us in the 9 o'clock hour this morning here on KNBR 104.5, 680, the sports leader.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk.
building now.
This is The Big Hit.
Sponsored by Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at their independently owned authorized retailers today or at benjaminmoore.com.
On KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Back here on the KNBR Morning Show, Murph and Marcus are off. John Dickinson, Kerry Crowley in here on Christmas Eve. It's time for the big hit. And JD, it is time to break down a Warriors team that is breaking down. Losing 10 of its last 13 games. A defeat last night at home to the Indiana Pacers. Jonathan Kuminga has been the storyline for the last several weeks. Steph Curry struggles, also a big issue for this Warriors team right now. So many different places we can take this, but big picture, how concerned are you about the recent play, the recent stretch that we've seen from this team?
Oh, it's significant. They've completely wasted the 12-3 start now. 2 games over 500. They have blown leads that are haunting them in games where they have played well and still taken losses. And then there's been other games where it's just been flat out they haven't had it. I think part of it is injuries. Part of it is tinkering with the rotation when things start to go awry a little bit and you aren't winning or you aren't playing as well. They had a great initial plan to this season with the style of play and the depth and what they wanted to try to accomplish with all of that around Steph Curry. They also had a really favorable early season schedule where they took advantage of some lesser opponents in the beginning and I think used that to get their confidence up, get their game right, and then went in and won some big games in Boston and at Oklahoma City, came home, beat Dallas in the Clay return game. What do those things all have in common, those games specifically, and the game in Minnesota that they won on Saturday? And Anthony Slater of The Athletic wrote about this. Steph Curry carrying them down the stretch to the finish line in a otherworldly playoff Steph Finals MVP level, and they've needed that to win. But in the early part of the year, they were also playing exceptional defensively. They were also getting just extreme positive play from their bench, including Buddy Hield. And the secondary scoring thing, nobody was really worried about because even though there wasn't a name you could point to on paper going into any of these games, coming out of all these games, you'd be, oh, it was Buddy Hield tonight. Oh, it was Wiggins tonight. Oh, it was Kuminga had 20 tonight. Like, coming out of those games, they had the level of production necessary, even if the pecking order it wasn't necessarily in front of it. The injuries, the rotation changes, the defense has still been there, the late game execution, and just overall, just an unfluid offense, I think, has led to this decline. It led them to go get Schroeder to try and replace Melton, and I think, Kerry, it still leads them down this path where they're looking to make more moves between now and the February 6th trade deadline, and with the emphasis, I think, on sooner. I think they're thinking January and not February as it relates to that.
Well, I wanted to hone in on Schroeder for just a moment here because this is a deal that goes down last week, and there's big expectations. The Warriors talk a big game after this deal gets done. They made the deal almost immediately after they were able to do so, sending DeAnthony Melton out in this trade, obviously injured and out for the rest of the season, but nevertheless, as soon as they could make this deal happen per the NBA bylaws and CBA, they did make it happen. He comes in here and you have Draymond Green saying, Dennis Schroeder doesn't need to adjust to us and our style of play. We actually need to adjust to him. And there's the expectation that he will be the secondary scorer that you talked about. The Warriors had found themselves in early games this season relying on, 20 here from Andrew Wiggins, 25 here from Kuminga, 22 here from Buddy Hield. That's going to work. And then all of a sudden it stopped working. Schroeder comes in. There was the assumption that he would immediately pick up the slack in terms of scoring. And JD, you look at his plus minuses, it's been atrocious so far.
Minus 65
over 3 games.
In the first 3 games combined. So that's what you're averaging, like minus 20 plus.
Memphis might skew that a bit.
Memphis skews it a bit, but it, to the eye test, has not looked fluid at all and did not look fluid from the jump as they were getting obliterated in the early part of that Memphis game and throughout that Memphis game. He played, I thought, solidly in Minneapolis on Saturday. That's a game the Warriors won. But it really, truly has not fit. It just hasn't looked right. It looks like he doesn't fit in their normal offense, and they haven't really run enough to try and let him be himself. And, he's starting next to Steph, which you think should benefit him, but is that part of why Steph's being a little more deferential at the beginning of games, because he's trying to allow for Schroeder and Wiggins to get going a little bit? One of the things Schroeder was doing really well with Brooklyn is he was hitting the kick-out three. He was hitting the standstill three, and I think that's an area he hadn't taken a lot of them, but he also he hadn't taken a lot of them, but he hasn't hit them when he's had them in the early going. I think that's the one thing that just shot making makes everything look good, but the drives and the mid range. He's somebody I think the Warriors would be comfortable living in the mid range. He was leading the league in mid range shooting at the point of the trade. He hadn't taken a lot of mid range. It's felt like it's been all the way to the bucket, or he's just kind of been dribbling around and then looking to pass it. And defensively, it hasn't been there. And those groups that he's been on the floor with have not performed well. So something to keep an eye on. I was a proponent of this deal. I think in a way there's nothing to lose. But we've seen this over the years with the Warriors, Kerry. There are some guys who are good players in the league that come to the Warriors and it just doesn't fit. Kelly Oubre comes to mind.
Very much so. Maybe the poster child for that.
And there have been others where it just does not totally fit in sync. And so, again, it's a small sample size. I think Schroeder's going to be a productive player for him. But the ways that you thought he was going to be able to be a productive player for him just haven't come to fruition yet.
So you discussed the sense of urgency the Warriors feel about getting a deal done. Obviously, the trade deadline is February 6th. We're sitting here on December 24th, about a month and a half until that happens. The Warriors would like to make something happen sooner rather than later. Is there any world in which, JD, the Warriors 5, 6, 7 games into this Dennis Schroeder tenure say, you know what? We've seen enough here. We realize he may not fit the roster. He could be one of the pieces going out in a deal to bring in a bigger piece. If you're looking to add up salaries and get someone in, maybe it's Cam Johnson at that lower salary than, say, a Jimmy Butler or Zion Williamson's earning in the NBA right now, because any deal the Warriors make, they're going to have to add up salaries. And right now it's looking like a world in which you'd have to give up Andrew Wiggins to get someone big into Chase Center. And I don't know that that's the best course of action for this team, given how much they rely on Wiggins' wing defense, given how much he's needed to be a secondary scorer for this team this season, and given how important and integral he was to that 2022 championship run. So is there any scenario in which you see Dennis Schroeder's tenure being extremely short-lived?
I don't think that's the initial plan.
Yeah,
but
certainly not an initial plan.
But if it doesn't get, I mean, if he truly doesn't fit, like if what we've seen the first 3 games is what we see 7 out of 10 games here moving forward, in the next 10 or 12 of the next 20, then I do think it's something to look at. Like, again, I think they had in mind for him to come in and play well and complement this team in areas in which they are weak, and really be somebody that fits. Maybe not a stylistic fit, but fits in terms of just balancing, again, those things that they need to do that they don't necessarily do well. But yeah, if it completely goes awry, that is an option they can keep in the back pocket. They could send him elsewhere and get another player that maybe is a little bit of a better fit.
So what is the ideal scenario over the next month for the Golden State Warriors? Because obviously over the last month, everything's gone wrong. 10 losses in their last 13 games. Steph Curry has dealt with an injury, and he's dealt with poor performance over the last few games since coming back from that injury. I think there's a world in which things get incrementally better. Schroeder starts to fit in more. You see Jonathan Kuminga build off his performance from last night. Curry regains the form that he's had throughout his career. there's a world in which this very easily and quickly turns around for Golden State, but also things could keep spiraling. So what do you see as the best case scenario for the Warriors over the next month, and does that include a big deal getting done?
I think it does. They got to get it in gear. Last night started, and you could make the case on paper, although when you look at Indiana, and Indiana's, the other odd note of the night is Indiana's never lost at Chase Center.
Yeah, I did see that.
In the 6-year history now, they are 6-0 in 6 appearances at Chase Center. But they have a better team than I think their record has indicated. They've had some injuries, and I think they've underachieved to this point where they've gotten it going a little bit in the last week or so to get back to 500. But the overarching point for me is last night was the start of this stretch of 8 of 9 at home for the Warriors, and a lot of home games here in the next week and the beginning of 2025, and then they go on the road, and then they got another long stretch of home games at the end of January, 13, 14 home games between last night and basically February 3rd.
Wow.
So this is their time to make hay, and to lose one of the more on paper winnable games right off the jump, I think is, really sets it off course. And again, none of these games are easy. Lakers are not going to be easy. They go play the Clippers down in Inglewood again. Suns and Cavs. Suns are not playing well after starting the year hot, but the Warriors have lost, I think, 9 of the last 10 of the last 11 to the Suns overall, with Durant and Booker. And so you're playing the Grizzlies, you're playing the Kings, who are always going to be up for you. You're playing Miami, Philadelphia is coming in here, and then you go on the road, and you're facing Indiana and Minnesota again, and then there's another stretch of basically 8 out of 9, 7 out of 8 at home, with the one road game in Sacramento at the end of January. So the next 5-6 weeks for the Warriors, they got to get it in gear, and I think they also have to have urgency to make the move that augments this roster. And again, the thing that I keep coming back to that I think they are internally grappling with right now is, do they move Kuminga for less than a star? Does there come a point in time where they flesh out all of the opportunities for a star? They can't get that guy, or the rest of the deal doesn't make sense to get that guy, and then they look down to that next tier, the Cam Johnson tier, and throw somebody like Kuminga in a real creative deal to bring a guy like Cam Johnson back, who I think is an exceptional fit with Andrew Wiggins and Steph Curry and Draymond Green, because he can shoot the basketball, and I think that opens everything up for everybody else, including Steph and including Dennis Schroeder if he still is on the roster.
Maybe by waiting until the February 6th deadline, the Warriors could increase their odds of sending Kuminga out and getting a star back in return, JD. But I'll give you a quick target date here in my mind. It's a time when the Warriors would like to have a deal done by. And I think you want someone who, whether it's Cam Johnson or whether it's a star coming into Golden State, you want someone able to impact this roster in a major way by Wednesday, January 29th, because that's when Oklahoma City comes to Chase Center. Then 2 days later, you've got Phoenix. 2 days after that, you've got the Orlando Magic. There's a really daunting stretch there right before the trade deadline. Your record could be 0-3 in those 3 games. The Warriors are playing like they are right now. Or you could, take matters into your own hands, increase the talent level of this roster, start to get in a rhythm and get into a flow with the player that you do acquire who's going to be that difference maker for you. I like about a week and a half before the trade deadline, and understanding that there are some extenuating circumstances here with wanting to please Jonathan Kuminga, with making sure that Steve Kerr has got his group in mind that he wants to head into the postseason with if the Warriors are able to make it that far this year. I like about a week and a half before the trade deadline to be a target for the Warriors to make a move. How's that sound to you?
Yeah, well, I think it's right on. I think it's right on and in line with what the Warriors are thinking here. I think to me they want above everything to salvage this, and to look to they don't want to end up basically in the same scenario that they've been in these last 2 years, where it's almost like they're just kicking the can completely completely down the road. So I think in a perfect world, they show some life here in this long home stretch, which is already off to the 0-1 start. And then they look to go on the road and by that middle of January time when they come back home and start to play a lot more home games again here at the back end of the month with the one game in Sacramento. I think that's the time in which you also being at home get a little bit more practice time, although the games are coming fast and furious. To me, that's in line with the schedule, with the opponents, with the ability to have some lead up. Because I think you have to, if you're the Warriors, you have to make a move, Kerry, and you have to have enough of a lead up to where you can build momentum down the stretch of a season. I think that's where teams that wait to the trade deadline often, those deadline deals, especially for bigger name players, don't have the impact in that first year when teams make the deal, because there just isn't enough season left to have your team be cohesive. So I think that's another point toward trying to do something in January if you're the Warriors.
Great breakdown from John Dickinson. That will do it for our big hit this morning here on KNBR. JD and Kerry Crowley filling in for Murph and Marcus on the morning show. Up next, Mark Spears of Anscape.com, senior NBA reporter, going to join us, break down the Golden State Warriors and some potential options for this team come the month of January, potentially leading up to that February 6th trade deadline. After that, Eter Gross-Matos, 49ers Player of the Week, will join us as well. We're rolling with you here on Christmas Eve, KNBR 104.5, 680, the sports leader.
Redwood City. Shout out to you for supporting KNBR. Redwood City sports leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
It was a double-digit loss for the 49ers in South Beach on Sunday as they went down 29-17 to the Miami Dolphins. Our man Larry Krueger, the host of Niners Nightly, broke down the game in full. You can catch that entire show wherever you get your KNBR podcasts, and trending now at KNBR.com.
Check the mic and make sure it sound right, boys.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Dub Nation, Murph and Marcus keep rolling on the sports leader and streaming live on YouTube at KNBR 1045.
The Warriors 8-10 in these clutch games, and it is the offense. The defense gives them a chance to win. Putting the ball in the basket has proven to be problematic. They shoot only 43% from the field tonight. They do get 50 points in the paint and bring on the Lakers on Christmas.
Another loss for the Golden State Warriors, so it goes around here. Kerry Crowley, John Dickinson hanging out with you this morning on the morning show in for Murph and Marcus. It's time to welcome our friend from Anscape.com, Mark Spears, kind enough to join us here on Christmas Eve. Mark, Merry Christmas, Happy Holidays. How are you?
Oh, man, Merry Christmas to you guys, too. Excited about tomorrow's game. Both these teams are in lackluster fashion, but Christmas always brings the best out of teams.
We were discussing that a little bit this morning. I was asking JD, are the Warriors in jeopardy of a year or two from now being off of the Christmas Day schedule for the NBA? But he reminded me that Steph and LeBron, they're going to be their biggest draws as long as they're still playing, right?
Yeah, no question. I mean, it's Christmas draws are stars and New York. November.
They fit Wemby in there with New York, though. They
Do we lose Mark here?
We lost Spears. Yeah, I think we lost Spears.
Oh, very.
Hear me? Hello?
Oh, now we got you.
We got you now.
No, I know there were a lot of years where like New York and Boston were bad, but they were still on Christmas because they're a big TV draw. But at least they're good now, so that helps.
As you look at the Warriors now, Spears, it's 10 of the last 13. This Kuminga thing with Steve Kerr is always something to monitor. I know it's always a topic of discussion. I think both sides have tried to say the right things and make it work. It felt to me like Steve with the post-game comments, not entirely directed at Kuminga, but predominantly directed at Kuminga. He admitted as much pregame yesterday. They're always trying to work through it, but I think Steve it felt like reached a little bit of a breaking point this weekend with what he said after the Minnesota game. Now, Kuminga bounced back, played well, did it in a lot of the ways Steve wants him to do it, but just kind of give me your latest feel on where things stand as far as the potential parting of ways between the Warriors and Kuminga maybe being best for all parties involved at some point here in the next 6 weeks or so.
Yeah, his quote after the game were quite interesting. He had a great game coming off the bench, which I'm sure he wasn't happy about coming off the bench. And then he just talked about the anguish he had starting and not starting, talking about he need to be mentally tough where he comes from. Most people going through a situation might quit, need a therapist, but that doesn't affect him. I mean, there's certainly a lot there. Yeah, there's a lot there, and this was after a great game. It's I kind of go back and forth trying to figure out what to make of the relationship. But I mean, he played great. So, I mean, whatever button Steve pushed, I mean, perhaps he tries him off the bench again. The bench start of the season is something that seems spectacular, and now it's in desperate need of some scoring. So maybe that is a good place for Kuminga. And yeah, it's been an interesting back and forth. And perhaps a good follow-up question might have been, how much pressure or is he putting pressure on himself because of his contract situation? Because I think it's more than just starting and not starting. It's not getting a contract extension before the season, which certainly probably had to be crushing to him. That the Warriors at that time did not feel that he was worthy of a contract extension. So now you're hearing the trade rumors, you didn't get your contract, starting or not starting. So I think there's a lot of depth to it. But the thing that makes it challenging is he makes $8 million. So it's not like you're trading somebody whose salary number is much lower than what you could get for him, you know? So that part kind of makes it tough for me to believe that, you know, that he can be included in the trade unless you stack contracts, because in order to get somebody of the same ilk, you're going to have several people connecting to him in order to make that trade.
Mark Spears, senior NBA writer for Anscape.com, kind enough to join us here on the UMA guest line. Mark, I know you've been asked about this all season long on our airways, but as we inch closer to the NBA trade deadline, how likely do you see it as the Warriors being able to pull off the blockbuster deal that so many of their fans want to see? And you know, you look at their last 13 games, this team, quite frankly, might need to have a hope this year.
Yeah, I mean, you know, I think Schroeder is going to play better. He definitely needs some practice time with this group. This is a guy that it's one of his recent games. I think he scored over 30, and he hasn't scored over 10 yet with the Warriors. So maybe Christmas is a breakthrough game for him where he could help out in a way that he's expected to. But I think the good thing for the Warriors in that regard is this is, to me, one of the interesting years where there's actually a lot of, you know, potential trade partners available. Again, the problem is if you're including Kuminga, then you're going to, you know, you don't want to include Kuminga and Wiggins, right? But then if it's just, that's the Warriors' problem. To me, I wonder if it's more likely that you trade Wiggins and keep Kuminga. And Wiggins is the player because his contract is like triple what Kuminga makes, is the guy that could get that player here. But, like, who is that player, right? I mean, do you try to get Jimmy Butler and then lose somebody that has a couple years on their deal for a free agent to be, you know, in the hopes of making a swing at Giannis next summer? Like, what is the end goal? To me, I mean, like Levine and Jimmy Butler and, you know, now does DeRozan get into the world, like a Giant, like all these guys make a lot of money. I don't know. To me, like a small Warriors team, I kind of like Vucevic, and maybe that's not the sexiest name, but he makes $18 million, more manageable contract to get. I don't know that you have to so much shoot for the stars to get that guy because of the price tag. But then the problem is, you know, I know I'm speaking in circles here, that they're going to probably want Kuminga. Right. So in order for the Warriors to make a move, it's just going to be quite difficult with Kuminga. So I think they want to do that. They're searching for that. They're researching that. Such a move likely would get made probably closer to the trade deadline. But the big question is, like how do you do it? Like with who? What puzzle do you have to? What formula do you have to have in order to make such a big trade?
Mark, I want to give you a couple of minutes here. I know you wrote about the passing of Ricky Henderson. I know grew up in the Bay, Oakland A's fan, specifically Ricky Henderson fan. I know
was.
Yeah, right. No, was. Yeah. No, I know that clarification, but just I know you wrote about it. You've talked about it. I mean, Ricky was. I mean, he was special. You're a little older than I am, not much, but he was just the epitome of cool and swag and greatness and
no question.
And a true Oakland original also.
Yeah. No, when I was a kid, I mean, basketball ultimately became my love, but I did play, baseball through the 9th grade, and on my wall were posters of Magic, Kareem, Jordan, Bird, Sleepy, Dominique Wilkins, Charles Barkley, but there was one baseball poster. It was a Winchell's Donuts Ricky Henderson poster. And so when I played for Spartan Little League in San Jose as a kid, like, I swear to God, I never got caught stealing. I promise you that. and I would take lead at first or second and wiggle my fingers just like him. And I always slid head first just like him. And I felt like I didn't do anything that game unless I got my, uniform dirty, just like him. I wasn't good enough to do the snap catches, but as soon as I got old enough, we'd take the BART, me and my friends from Fremont. Mom would drop us off in Fremont, pay the $5. It was like $3 to $5 for Safeway Saturdays, and you get a hot dog, some sunflower seeds, and a soda. And we go sit in left field so we could be close to Ricky, man. And we try to, those were bleachers. This was before Mount Davis. Get as close as possible. Ironically, when I became a sports writer, one of my first jobs, I covered the Angels, and Ricky was on the team. And it took me about a month before I finally told him that he was my hero growing up. And I had this poster on my wall, and he goes, "Oh man, you making Ricky feel old, man. You making Ricky feel old, And one of my, two of my friends, one is Dave Stewart. And obviously, you guys know who Dave Stewart is. I would get to go to some of the games in recent years before they made the decision to depart and go in a suite with Dave. And a lot of times Ricky was there. So I got a chance to kind of reminisce about covering him and what he meant to me and just talk about Oakland, just talk about nonsense, right? And I have another friend named Rick Dumas who had a holiday party, a real big holiday party. And Ricky was always there. Sitting in the kitchen area by the food and the Super Punch. That still don't know what's in the Super Punch at this party, but Ricky would be by there just hanging out, chilling. And so the party was on December 7th, and I noticed he wasn't at the party. And I'm like, it might have been busy, but I just noticed he wasn't there. He was a regular at this party, and come to find out, I think he had been sick already. So it's huge loss, not just for Oakland, but I think, the fan of that franchise and just Bay Area people, because he was like basically the star of my youth, man. Just so much coolness, so much swag. And then when I got to meet him and talk to him, I'm like, man, he's really a nice guy. Like, it's a lot of times I've met people that have been superstars and you're like, oh, such a disappointment, right? He wasn't that. He was humble. He was cool, certainly confident in himself and knew who he was. And he also gave me, as a writer, the greatest quote I ever had. I asked him about being the greatest leadoff hitter of all time, and his quote was, "I think I is the greatest leadoff hitter that ever beat." So I always remember that quote, and I kept that tape forever to kind of give me a chuckle and listen to it, man. So, no, I mean, it's stunning to think that somebody that was always such great shape and was such an icon, such a star, such a sports legend is gone, man. So my condolences to his family and it's kind of still stunning to me.
Yeah, truly one of a kind, generational talent, and amazing inside stories from Mark Spears. Mark, thank you so much for joining us. Merry Christmas, happy holidays, and have a healthy New Year.
Yeah, and also, man, watch the San Jose State football game today. Go Spartans.
There you go.
Win the Hawaii Bowl this afternoon at like 5 o'clock. So it should be a good watch. The best college football team in the Bay Area.
They are. Just took down Stanford. Good win. Yeah. Nick Nash, best receiver in college football. So there you go.
He won't be there. He's training already for the draft.
Yeah, good for him.
Man, I'm actually in Hawaii with the going to the game today, and I'll be back tonight. But definitely check out the local team.
Good stuff. Thank you so much, Mark. Have a great day.
All right. Take care.
All right.
Thanks,
He is Mark Spears. Great stuff. Anscape.com senior NBA reporter. Fun fact, San Jose State's head coach, Ken Niumatalolo, first bowl game I ever covered, he was the head coach for Navy out at Oracle Park against Arizona State in that one back in 2012. So looking forward to seeing Ken Niumatalolo and the San Jose State
They
Spartans.
let you cover that game?
They did. All you needed was a driver's license to cover that game. So when we come back, 49ers Player of the Week, Yetur Gross-Matos will join us when we are back here on the KNBR Morning Show. Kerry Crowley, John Dickinson rolling with you on KNBR 104.5, 680, the sports leader.
His helmet is off.
Here we go, baby. Niners on three. 1, 2, 3.
And his mic is on.
That's a sackaroonie, baby.
Time for our 49ers Player of the Week with Murph and Marcus.
Sorry I stole your sackaroonie, buddy. But hey, there'll be more.
On KNBR, the sports leader.
Back here on the morning show here on KNBR, it's time to talk to our 49ers Player of the Week. This segment is sponsored by Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at our independently owned and authorized retailers today or at benjaminmoore.com. It's a pleasure to welcome in 49ers Player of the Week this week, defensive lineman Yetur Gross-Matos. Yetur, how are you this morning?
I'm doing well. How about you?
Oh, doing well on our end. Thank you so much for joining us. Before we get into the 49ers, I would imagine you watching your Penn State Nittany Lions in college football playoff right now?
Oh, absolutely. Coach Franklin, 100 wins, Beaver Stadium.
There you go. That atmosphere over the weekend against SMU, I got to say, that looked incredible in State College. Incredibly cold, but incredibly exciting for your old team.
Oh, yeah, absolutely. There's nothing like Penn State football and the fan base over there.
Yeah, and no doubt about it. So we want to get into your season with the 49ers so far. And obviously as a team, it's been disappointing, probably not what you expected coming to San Francisco, but you had to battle through injury, get back on the field, and you had your 3-sack performance against the Chicago Bears a few weeks ago. How gratifying was it for you after all that you've dealt with to come back from injuries and make an impact in a game like that?
It was awesome. It was awesome. Like you said, I was fighting through injuries and doing everything I could to get back, to help the team, and then come back and have the game I did definitely meant a lot to me. But like you said, the season hasn't gone how I've imagined it would, but this group has kind of stayed together, and everybody's just been fighting and helping me along. So it was awesome. It was a great moment.
What can you say about the leadership of guys like Fred Warner, specifically Dre Greenlaw coming back? I think you can feel him from just being around, even though he wasn't on the field until recently. As far as keeping it together, because as you mentioned, I mean you part of why you came to the 49ers was wanting to be playing games into January and maybe even in a Super Bowl. It hasn't worked out this year, but what's it been like? Being with some of the guys who have been able to get to that high level and set the tone for what the 49ers culture has been?
It's really easy to see why the team has been where they have been. Guys just don't quit. Like Fred brings that energy every day, practice, walkthrough, doesn't matter. Dre's the same way, and hitting the field with those guys, no matter what the situation is, they have an energy and an aura of bringing the team up. And it's easy to go to war with those guys any day.
Well, one of the things I love asking defensive linemen when they come to San Francisco and play on this team for the first time each year is what you learn from Chris Kasarik, who's got such a great reputation helping guys take the next step in their career and transform their ability on the defensive line. What have you picked up in this season as you continue to evolve your game at the NFL level?
He just fine-tunes every day. He's on the details of everything. You want to make guys, dig deeper into their bag, and he brings the best out of you. I think since I've been here, he's definitely made me a better player. Definitely challenged me in ways that I haven't been before, and it's definitely made me better since I've been here.
What would you say is an example of either a different coaching style or a way that you've been challenged? Every coaches all have their things, right? But what's maybe something unique to him where you're like, damn, okay, I see where he's coming from.
I wish there was a way for me to describe his energy every day, because it just doesn't seem human. And even when things are going well and making plays, it's never perfect, and there's always something to get better at, and he's gonna harp on it, and he's gonna make sure every play that there's another level to what you can do.
Is there some language there maybe that makes it hard to describe on the radio? Is that part?
A little bit. Nothing disrespectful, but Coach is a fiery guy.
We've heard some of that, overheard some of that whenever the microphones are around. Talking with Eder Gross-Matos, 49ers Player of the Week here. And, when you signed in San Francisco, we mentioned that this has not been the season that you expected it to be. But you did get a 2-year deal from the 49ers. You were a target this offseason from this franchise to come in and kind of transform this defensive line, add some depth, and get better over the next 2 seasons. What do you see as taking the next step for you next year and making sure that you guys are able to get back to that level that this franchise expects to perform at?
One, being able to be healthy and stay on the field. Best ability is availability. But 2, just not quitting. Never getting complacent, which playing for Chris is impossible. And just continuing to take a step every day, just find a way to get 1% better. And, I think, laying a brick every day, one day you're going to look back and, find a house.
When you look at Bosa and obviously Leonard Floyd and yourself and you missed some time, Leonard Floyd missed some time, Bosa missed some time. Have there been times where you've kind of sat back and thought, damn, like if you all do have that healthy year together next year, there could be a lot of havoc that you guys are able to come up with to really help transform the defense.
Yeah, there's definitely been moments where, that has crept into my mind, but I just try to focus on doing what we can with the guys we have, because in the NFL there's always going to be injuries and it's unpredictable. But yeah, when you look at the players in our room, there's no reason not, right? So, yeah, having everybody available would be nice.
I know on a weekly basis you're so focused on getting ready for the next opponent and looking at tells from different quarterbacks and different offenses that you face. What do you thought of your own quarterback this season? Brock Purdy's had to navigate a situation where a lot of his weapons have been on IR, been taken away from him. How do you feel he's handled the 2024 season?
Man, it's been fun to watch. His ability to create is something that I definitely didn't have a grasp of. How well he was able to do that until I was able to be here and see it every day. His ability to create, and then his courageousness in the pocket. Standing there, taking the hits, making the throws. Even with defenders right in his face. It's inspiring to watch.
Very good stuff. So last one for you here, Eacher, before we let you go. Coming up December 31st, your Penn State Nittany Lions against Boise State, the Broncos, in the Fiesta Bowl. Got a prediction for us?
A Penn State blowout. That's the prediction right there.
There you go. Penn State blowout. James Franklin and everyone in Happy Valley satisfied with that result. Thank you so much. Best of luck against the Lions on Monday, and looking forward to watching you finish out this season.
Hey, thank you very much. Thank you guys for having me on here.
All right. He is Eater Gross-Matos, our 49ers Player of the Week. This segment sponsored every week by Benjamin Moore Paints. Experience the Benjamin Moore retail difference at our independently owned and authorized retailers today, or at benjaminmoore.com. When we come back, John Dickinson and myself, Kerry Crowley, will be wrapping up this morning's show, finishing things up on Christmas Eve and passing the baton off to Silver and Silver, Greg Silver and Mike Silver, in for Greg Papa this morning. You're listening to KNBR 104.5, 680, the sports leader.
From the Chilton Auto Body Traffic Desk. Murph and Marcus continue live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
This is the part of every morning show with Murph and Marcus where they bring in young Tony. And they ask young Tony what he learned today. They've even taken it to the point where young Tony has now got a sponsor for this segment. So, JD, final 10 minutes of the show. We're going to welcome in our guy, Raph, here. And
what did young Raph learn today?
Remind everyone that this segment is sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly. Raph, when I was driving into the studio this morning in pouring rain and flooded conditions along the Embarcadero, I thought that I was going to be able to get away with just asking for a weather report.
Right.
But I guess things have cleared up. It looks like things are nice outside. The street outside of our KNBR studios looks relatively dry at this point. So you learn anything about what my drive home will look like today?
Wow. Well, you definitely have partly cloudy skies. We'll definitely have showers off and on for the rest of the day. We will definitely have a little downpour towards the end of the day. But our next storm hits Thursday. So it's going to be...
we got a nice 24, 36 hours in between storms.
Christmas won't be a white Christmas here in the Bay Area, but it will definitely be a little wet.
There we go. Raph filling in for young Tony. That segment sponsored by Bigelow Tea. Grab a mug and tea proudly. JD, Christmas plans? Got anything going?
Yeah, headed to Sacramento area. To visit family, and then that's coming up today, and then I'm going to be back tomorrow, obviously, because the Warriors are playing the Lakers at 5 o'clock tomorrow. And then we got Dubs OT from Harmonic Brewing in Thrive City, and then back on Thursday morning. I'll get my days straight here. Thursday morning on the morning show, Nick Friedel is going to be sitting in with me as well, longtime NBA writer/radio guy, and be fun. Done some shows with him in previous radio lives, and had a lot of fun doing them. So we're going to have some fun on Thursday, reacting to the Warriors, but also the state of the 49ers. And who knows? Maybe the Giants will do something in the next couple of days.
I wouldn't anticipate. Baseball shuts down for about 7 days. They don't like to do anything between Christmas Eve and New Year's Day. So.
We'll talk about it the week before spring training.
Exactly. Yeah, I got Giants hot stove on. Let's see, January 8th. January 8th. Yeah, no. We've taken the holidays off. We're not going to be dialing up Patrick Bailey on December 26th to get his thoughts on the offseason to date. But believe me, come January 8th, we're going to be talking to all of your favorite Giants players. Don't miss that. So hot
January
stove.
8th, a big day.
Yeah,
January
big day.
8th, a big day, Kerry.
And then we're taking a break the following week on the 15th because I'm out of town. So I won't be doing that show. We'll have to regroup on the 23rd, I suppose, for that. So I did want to ask you real quick. Have you attended every Warriors Christmas Day game since they became part of the rotation? Have you worked all of them?
I have, actually. I'm trying to remember off the top of my head. The first year that I covered the Warriors and moved to the Bay was 2011. So this was like Monte Ellis.
I was going to say they couldn't have been part of Christmas Day with Monte leading the show, right?
They were. It was and it was opening night. So this was pre-Steph explosion. This was before the 4-year, $44 million contract. This is before they shut him down due to the ankle. This is before they drafted Draymond Green and Harrison Barnes. This would have been Mark Jackson's first year as the head coach of the Warriors. That was a lockout shortened year, and the season started on Christmas night.
Wow.
In 2011. And so that one, 2011, I'm running through them right now. And 2011, I think 2012 they did not play on Christmas. I think that was the last year they did not play.
You're right about that.
On Christmas. And then they were on the road, I believe, in
2013 was against the Clippers.
Yep, 2013 was the Clippers.
Yes, I've got this all in front of me. Yeah.
I was at that one. Yeah, 14 they were on the road against the Clippers, right? And
blown out in that loss, yeah.
And then they started their run after winning the championship. There was the run where it was them and the Cavs.
Yeah, 3 straight years of Warriors Cavs on Christmas, and then 2018 was Warriors Lakers, another Warriors blowout loss on Christmas. So you did that game as well, and then after that,
and Steph's numbers on Christmas haven't been great.
Overall, no, never good. So. We'll see if he can break that trend when the Warriors need it against LeBron James and the Lakers, another team struggling right now. But I was supposed to go for the Bay Area News Group down to Phoenix a few years ago when the Warriors played on Christmas Day. I was originally scheduled. Yeah, exactly. Otto Porter, big game. People forget Otto Porter breakout game on Christmas Day. So maybe Dennis Schroeder can have his breakout game for the Warriors against the Lakers on Christmas at Chase Center. But I was supposed to go. Something happened. There was some sort of a travel mishap, and I ended up skipping that one. But I was at Christmas Day in 2017 when the Warriors hosted the Cavs on Christmas Day, beat them 99-92 over at Oracle Arena. That was my one experience covering the Warriors on Christmas Day. So I feel like I got a good one.
That is a good one. No, that is a good one. In the midst of the Warriors Cavs rivalry with LeBron and KD and all of that. No, that was a good one. But yeah, I was trying to think. So last year they were in Denver, trying to go back through it. Last year in Denver. So 2 years ago they would have been home. Did they play Memphis?
They did. They hosted. It was the Grizzlies' first Christmas Day game. They arrived on the NBA stage that year.
Yep. Now that makes sense. And then before that was that was the Phoenix.
That was the Phoenix trip. Yep.
The championship season they were in Phoenix, so that was December of 21. And then in 20 they played. It was right as the season started again. That was the no fans in the building, but we're going to start the season the week before Christmas and run all the way into July. And they play, and it was at Milwaukee. Okay. They're all coming back.
99 lost the Bucks.
How about the 15-50 team, though, beating the Rockets 5 years ago?
15-50 beating the Rockets on Christmas. Your favorite Christmas Day memory? You seem fired up about that one.
No, they were awful. That was an awful team.
Yeah.
And that was in the midst of, they won like 4 or 5 in a row at home, actually. They won 15 games total, and I think they won 4 straight home games, if not mistaken, like right around Christmas there. But no, that was an awful team. I'm trying to think.
There were some guys getting minutes on that roster that, you look back, that was a team.
Oh my God! I mean, you want to go down a rabbit hole, and we don't have to do it here, but I'm going to do it just for grins. Because I know the Warriors had the long winning streak against the Rockets that started. The Rockets beat them later that year in Chase. But I just happened to pull up the box score just for fun. Warriors beat the Rockets 5 years ago tomorrow on Christmas, 116-104. They were 8-24 with the win. So the win improved them to 8-24 en route to 15-50. So they were 8-24 and then
7-25.
Yeah,
7-26. Yeah.
Yeah, real even split there.
Consistency was the hallmark of that team.
Yeah, so here were the starters on Christmas. You ready for this?
Oh yeah.
The starters on that Christmas win. D'Angelo Russell. Mm-hmm. D'Angelo Russell had 20 now, and all 5 Warriors starters were in double figures in this win.
As I would have guessed.
Over the Rockets, and this was James Harden, Russell Westbrook led Rockets team. D'Angelo Russell, Damian Lee had 22 to lead the Warriors. Lead the Warriors 22. Glenn Robinson III. Glenn Robinson III had 18 in that game. Draymond Green, he was a man possessed that day. Draymond Green, 20 points. He wasn't going to lose to the Rockets on Christmas. 20 points, 11 boards, 3 assists, and a block for Draymond Green. And the starting center for the Golden State Warriors, he was a game-high plus 29. One guess.
I can't guess. If it's not Looney, I have no idea.
Willie Cauley-Stein.
Willie Cauley-Stein. Yeah.
4-month cameo as a member of the Golden State Warriors before he would be traded at the deadline. Others who played in that game for Golden State, I know we're up against it. Sorry, Silver.
I don't think the Silvers care.
Alec Burks, Kai Bowman, Marquise Chris. Remember him?
I do.
Jacob Evans, Eric Paschall, and Amari Spellman. You know who did not play in that game? This got a DNP coach's decision on a 15-50 team that was 8-24.
Yeah.
Jordan Poole got a did not play coach's decision.
That's good.
As a rookie.
Yeah, that's amazing. Now the Silvers are walking into the studio. Now they're heated with me. So enough reliving Christmas Day led by Willie Cauley-Stein. That's our Christmas gift.
What a squad.
Yeah, what a squad indeed.
What a squad.
There he is.
Led by GR3.
JD, thank you so much. Have a Merry Christmas. Happy holidays. Thanks to all of our listeners. Raph behind the glass, appreciate you. Jacob in studio helping out behind the scenes as well. JD, thank you, and we will sign off here. I want to remind you that this change is sponsored by Speedy Oil Change and Auto Service. Full service, total trust. You're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station.
Great Greg Papa.
Touchdown! San Francisco!
Greg Silver.
Not going to call it must win. I don't like using the term, but is it a gotta win? As in, season might as well be over.
This is Papa and Silver on KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM. The Sports Leader.
The layup there. He is an NBA player. There's two. The red guys line up, get their hands on the seams. Steph Curry's first field goal is the three with 40 ticks left in the third to make it a 6-point game. And get three to Pajemski 5. JK's got 19 off the bench to lead the Warriors. I like Pajemski just breaking the paint. Halliburton holding on Schroeder. Shot clock down to 7. Halliburton in the lane, kick it back out. Turner, big three on the way, got it. Miles Turner buries a three. The Warriors 8 and 10 in these clutch games, and it is the offense. The defense gives them a chance to win. Putting the ball in the basket has proven to be problematic. They shoot and bring on the Lakers on Christmas. So the beginning of the homestand, this one goes Indiana's way. 111-105 the final.
All right, welcome in. Happy Merry Christmas Eve to everybody out there. It is the Papa and Silver show, only it is Silver and Silver today. We did do this once, kind of, back on July 18th. It was a really neutral opinion for everybody. There was no strong opinions whatsoever. Nobody said they loved it. Nobody said they hated it. And so they thought, well, because it was so non-controversial, we're going to do this again. That was kind of the show we did, though, because at the time, I was Greg Silver of Dubs OT here producing at KNBR, and you were Michael Silver of the San Francisco Chronicle. Since then, it is now Greg Silver, producer / co-host of Papa and Silver, and with Greg Papa out today, we have The Athletic's Mike Silver filling in. So, Merry Christmas Eve. This is what it's all about. Good time with the family, and if you're out on the roads out there, hope you're enjoying your last-minute Christmas errands or travel to go and see some family and friends. And good to be with my own family today.
I mean, I am, in fact, your papa, as if you want to get technical. So, yeah, no, great to be with you. We had a great family interaction, extended family last night here in San Francisco, and got to crash on your futon. And, I've been trying to do back exercises ever since to, recover. And we're going to end up back at the home where you grew up. So great day.
Yeah. How was the futon, by the way? I didn't get a full official review.
It was not the most comfortable sleep I've ever had, but, I've also had to crash in your bed when you were like 2 years old because you refused to go to sleep unless I stayed. That was probably worse.
Yeah, that makes sense. Well, we're going to have a full show ahead of us today. Still the 10 to 2 hours. Greg Papa has earned his time off away from the show. We got Jacob helping out behind the glass today. Raph did great work on the morning show. He'll be in the studio. And we got some good guests that we'll tease right now. Starting a little unconventional, although not unconventional whatsoever for you. Charmin Smith, the head coach of the California Golden Bears women's basketball team. As you're doing your best, Greg Papa, by showcasing the hat on the stream. You can catch us on YouTube at KNBR 104.5 and twitch.tv/thesportsleader. She'll be joining us shortly, coming up at 10:30. We'll have Marcus Thompson joining us at 10:50.
Yes.
Shortly after, your colleague at The Athletic, who was on site, and we'll talk about the Warriors game with him as they fall 111-105, and then we'll get into football a little bit later. We'll have a back-to-back in the 12 o'clock hour. It is going to be the controversial host of NFL Red Zone, Andrew Siciliano of the DirecTV Sunday Ticket One, will join us at 12:15, and then right after, we'll do our weekly hit with Dante Whitner to talk about the 49ers. There's a lot we can mix in there, too. We're going to have Silver Linings Playlist at 1:15. We're going to have Sounds of Silver at 1:30. We're going to talk about college football and college football rules, or does it, is what the segment's going to be called, I guess. And kind of just get your thoughts on covering the 49ers in a disappointing season, covering the NFL at large, which you have done more since you joined The Athletic back in, what was that, October?
It was in October. Sounds of Silver, that's when I get to pick, or Silver Linings, I get to pick a song.
Yeah, we'll see about that. Might let Jacob do it. We'll resolve the dispute and just have Jacob do it.
I just hope the greatest of all Christmas songs somehow gets played by Jacob today.
Yeah, well, I think we'll have no problem playing our good Christmas music today. 808 KNBR, the number, if you would like to chime in on the phone lines at any point during the show. That's 415-808-5627. And let's start by just kind of talking about the Warriors. We mentioned we had some family stuff last night, so it was on in the background. Did a little bit of a deep dive after the fact. 111-105. And the fun fact coming out of this one, besides Steph Curry struggling to shoot the ball, Jonathan Kuminga playing very well off the bench, is that the Pacers, of all teams, are the only undefeated team in the building of Chase Center. They're now 6-0.
The Pacers?
The Pacers.
Who knew?
Yeah, so Miles Turner is a name that Greg Papa and I have talked about good amount on the show. Papa loves the idea of the stretch five that could shoot. It could allow Kuminga to play the three. Any deal at this point to get a player of that caliber feels like Kuminga would have to be included in a package. So maybe all these trade scenarios are a little bit of a, we don't want to extrapolate too much, and we'll get more into it with Marcus Thompson at 10:50. But the bottom line is Miles Turner showed with his dagger three, about 8 seconds left, exactly why the Warriors would want a player like Miles Turner. And Kuminga played well last night. But the bottom line with these Warriors is that the inconsistency overall, especially on the offensive side of the ball, has just been a lot to overcome the last 2.5 seasons. Year after the championship, it was they couldn't win a game on the road. Then the year following that, last year, it was too many blown leads at the end of games, and it was kind of very Steph Curry dependent. Klay Thompson had some moments, but was very visibly frustrated and also couldn't deliver at the rate he was used to doing. And then this year, it's a little bit of a younger roster. I do think they're better than last year. They play better defense. Andrew Wiggins is a much better version of himself, but it's very inconsistent. And when Steph shoots 2 of 13, he didn't make a field goal till 40 seconds left in the third quarter.
They might be better than last year, but are they better in the last 2 or 3 minutes of a close game than they were last year? Because even though Klay was not what he'd been, he's still Klay Thompson and could knock down, big shots. Ideally, Dennis Schroeder gives them something they didn't have as he eases in, but I don't know. It feels to me like maybe they need to take one big swing, and we've been saying that, as Steph reaches the twilight of his career. What that is, I will be very interested to hear you and Marcus riff on as we get into that segment.
Oh, wait, you're not leading all the interviews?
I mean, I'll step in as needed. Just let me know.
All right. Wow. What a change of pace from Greg Papa. He's always ready to go. In all honesty, hope Papa's having a great start to his holiday break. Still going to be doing the 49ers, and we'll probably link up at Levi's December 30th when they play the Detroit Lions, the 49ers, that is. They are now eliminated. We'll get into the Niners a little bit later with Dante Whitner. We can talk about that. We'll talk some NFL awards to this point. It's not officially closed the season, but we are very, very close to that point, and there's a lot to get into. The playoff picture starting to separate a little bit. It is Papa and Silver with 2 silvers. So what does that make this? Just 1 Greg, 3 Mikes this time? Yeah, something like that. More coming up on the other side. We'll get into the Warriors falling to the Indiana Pacers. It's KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
San Francisco, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, San Francisco's sports leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
The Warriors lose another tight one at home against the Pacers. Steve Kerr a little salty after the game when asked about Jonathan Kuminga. You can find that clip and more on KNBR.com and the all-new KNBR app. Also, check us out on YouTube, because who doesn't love YouTube? Merry Christmas.
Dub Nation, wherever you are around the globe, stream Gold-Blooded Radio 24/7, 365 on KNBR.com. This is the sports leader.
Two of their backup bigs are injured. I was upset.
Oh, how did Kuminga do that? Draymond threw a lob. Kuminga was fouled, and while he was being fouled, he just put his hand up to tip that home. This was amazing.
Yeah, pretty cool play from Jonathan Kuminga in the first half yesterday. Draymond Green throws him a lob. Kuminga gets fouled on the jump and just uses his athleticism, reaching up, tips it in for the and one. And Jonathan Kuminga, 6 of 9 from the line last night. En route to 26 points on 9 of 16 shooting, played almost 30 minutes of game time. 8 rebounds was a very encouraging stat for me as well. And Jonathan Kuminga, as has been the case for the better part of the last 3 years, is a big talking point. Merry Christmas Eve to everybody. It's Silver and Silver. Mike Silver filling in for Greg Papa. This time of the year is all about family. So here we are. I was maybe not blackmailed by Mike Holler for this to happen. But before we get into all of that, we're going to hear from the coach of the Golden State Warriors, Steve Kerr, coming up. And that is obviously a good longtime friend of yours. I have not gotten the chance to talk to him much about this year's team and everything, but I know your focus is on the NFL. And so the reason I like starting Warriors today is I want to ask you what your perception is of the Warriors from kind of this hybrid perspective of somebody who covers sports on a professional level, but you don't have to cover the Warriors in the same way that you do the NFL. There's still a little bit of that interest and fandom in there, and you can maybe resonate with some of the fan frustration of this team having Steph Curry in the twilight of his career. He's going to be 37 in March, but the last 2 years, more or less, they look like a team that's on the border of playoffs, and when it comes to close games in the fourth quarter, they really struggle to finish it out.
Yeah, and now that I'm at The Athletic and not a Chronicle columnist, I can just go back to being, a Steve Kerr Warrior fan, and I have many reasons for that. I did grow up a Warrior fan in L.A. with Laker fans surrounding me like Steve Kerr, and eventually I won the argument. It just took a while. But, yeah.
It was all you.
I can't be super objective about them when my good friend is their coach. And look, I'm really, really proud of him in a lot of ways, including the coaching, and I haven't taken it for granted. That last championship was one of the coolest things, I've seen them accomplish, him accomplish. It was an incredible thing. It probably, spoiled people even further and raised expectations that they would keep that going when that was maybe that group's last run. But then you have Steph, who is once in a lifetime, obviously, and, maybe not minute to minute in his prime, but still able to elevate at an incredible level, which the world saw this summer. Again, I know, Greg, for me, that French announcer's call of the gold medal flurry at the end in French, but translated where he says the devil Curry is
the devil named Curry is hurting us.
Yeah, it's one of the, but that's, and I think a lot of non-Warrior fans, anecdotally kind of experience that and we're like, oh, so this is what it's like when it's not going against you. Like, this is pretty cool. I mean, I remember when you were younger, I got excited watching the Kobe team with young LeBron, and they were in a pretty tight game in the gold medal game, and then it was kind of like, oh, Kobe can just take over the game. It was like, I didn't know what that's like as someone who, wasn't a Laker fan during all that era. So, yeah, you want Steph to be in as competitive a situation as possible while he's still doing this, while he's still Steph, and hopefully while he, finishes his career here, which, if he doesn't, that would be criminal. And I know Steve is great at problem solving and making it work in a lot of different ways. So I got excited early this season by what they were doing, how it looked, the energy. You told me about DeAnthony Melton and how as a two-way guy that could really help things.
I was so right for 6 games.
I mean, he's been very valuable. He should be in the MVP conversation.
Oh, man.
Yeah, you would understand it better than I would, but I guess I would say this, one, you don't have to be a super plugged in person to go, yeah, it's hard at the end of games when everybody's all over Steph and they don't really have a second guy who can make you pay. And I know the Schroeder trade was kind of with that in mind.
And it's fresh. It's still fresh, the Dennis Schroeder trade.
Yeah.
I'm not taking the sample size of what we've gotten off of Dennis Schroeder and looking at it like, oh, well, he can't be the 1B.
Sure. Sure. Although, I come from a different era where small guys, it's harder for them to impose their will. Like in my era, you would want Kareem doing it. And if Kareem couldn't do it, maybe like, a big Magic who couldn't be guarded by point guards. But yeah, so there's that. And then, there's just the whole, they've tried to do the two timeline thing or inject it with youth at various points. Wiseman obviously being the Trey Lance equivalent, but that didn't work. We've seen Kuminga and Pajemski and Trace Jackson Davis and Moody all flash at times, and in some cases more than that. But it's not. It doesn't give you the consistency that kind of you're looking for, and it just. It's a harder model. And then the last thing is when you have a player like Draymond Green, let alone GP2 and some of the other people, Looney, who are really good at something but not as good at on the scoring side, it does present some limitations. And so if you have Draymond playing the 4 and you have a 5 who's not a scorer, again, from afar, it just looks harder, especially at the end of the game.
Struggles to play the 3 because he's mostly a 4.
Right, and you said Wiggins has been better, which is really good. So, I don't know. I'm not greedy. This has been an incredible run, but I do want to see Steph finish with relevant games as much as possible. And I also believe in my friend, and I know how ultra competitive he is, and I know that if there's a way to figure it out, he will find it.
Well, let's hear from Steve Kerr, because the big talking point of the last couple of days has been Jonathan Kuminga. And Kerr and Kuminga have had very much a push-pull, tug-of-war kind of relationship. I think there have been times where Steve has gone a little bit too far with it in terms of the tough love. He's still only 22 years old. I also think there are times where Kuminga has stirred the pot a little bit too unnecessarily, leaked things through his agent, made a lot of noise, and gotten really upset when he's not focused on just winning basketball. I will give Jonathan Kuminga a lot of credit before people come down my road on this. I think since it all hit the fan last year, and there was the whole Jonathan Kuminga has lost faith in Steve Kerr, he has responded and matured in great ways. And last night was another example of that. He responded in a really good way to coming off the bench again and just doing what he does well. Pre-game, Steve Kerr, and this is a little bit of a longer cut. We'll go cut C here. He says, I'm not going to stop coaching Kuminga, but the last 2 games, his decision-making has been poor. He's getting on the young guys, Kuminga, Pajemski, and this is something that's not new. Here's what he said pre-game yesterday.
Well, obviously he's great. He's elite at the rim. He's elite getting fouled. So we want him attacking the rim. We want him following the help and playing out of the dunker and getting behind the play more often. And then, as I said, there's a time and place for every shot. And if it's the middle of the shot clock, it's not a great shot. If it's end of the shot clock and we've been trying to get a better shot and nothing's there, he's one of the few guys who's capable of creating an open look for himself. So it's really it's a simple message, but it's not always a message that for any player that is easily seen or so we talk about it every day. Drive and kick, penetrate with the idea of moving the ball on. We've spent the last 3 days of practice with the whole team working on that concept: drive and kick, drive and kick, drive and kick. So it's different for every player in terms of what they see, what they recognize. But we're working with our guys. We're working with JK. I think he's got so much potential, and he's shown a lot since he's been here. He's gotten a lot better, but I'm not going to stop coaching him. I got to keep coaching him. The last 2 games, his field goal attempts, his decision making has been poor, and that needs to improve.
And to Jonathan Kuminga's credit, it did improve. And to Steve Kerr's credit, he was honest about it. I think we are very much past the sugarcoating phase of everything. And the Warriors are, by the way, 8th in the Western Conference standings in a really tight West. Couple of games go their way in terms of around the league and for the Warriors, and they're 5th. Like, this is not the time to be freaking out about the standings and the numbers, but this is now making me wonder a little bit. With even the game Kuminga had last night, is the Band-Aid going to get ripped off at some point? Is he going to get dealt? And Kuminga was great last night. I think he responded in a really excellent way. I also think if you're Steve Kerr, it's hard to adjust your system to a player like Kuminga whose strength is ISO when your system is Steph Curry and you're trying to win with Steph Curry.
And it's one thing when you adjust it for Kevin Durant, who's one of the greatest players I've ever seen. So you just go, yeah, he's going to have to take over sometimes. But yeah, look, it's the responsible thing to do from a franchise perspective is see if Kuminga and Podziemski can become what you think, take some lumps, probably trade Steph, which I would never do, and look to the future. But selfishly, I would like to see them get LeBron James or Jimmy Butler or something, and whatever. If Kuminga becomes a star later for someone else, oh well. I love Podziemski, but come on, selfishly, I want to see them take one big swing, and if you miss, it sets you back and it sucks. But if you don't miss, oh man, maybe that would be, epic. And look, I remember Bill Walsh and Eddie DeBartolo. Eddie DeBartolo had been a Steeler fan in Youngstown. They always looked at the Steelers of the 70s trying to hang on to that dynasty, and they let all those guys get old, and it set them back, years and years and years by doing that. And Bill Walsh was always cut a guy a year too early rather than a year too late, and that helped the 49ers have that incredible 2-decade run. I get all that, but I also know, I wish Joe Montana could have stayed longer. I get why he couldn't.
Yeah.
And I want Steph to have one more big playoff run. It would be amazing.
I understand the argument from both points of view. I also will just say, for his sake, he was 9 years old when the Warriors won that championship in 1975 and lived through a lot of years where they were wildly irrelevant. And now they're the highest valued franchise in the NBA because of a lot of different pieces, but mainly one player who's still there.
Yeah.
So we'll go ahead and take a break now. We can get back to the Warriors when we talk to Marcus Thompson, but I do want to make sure we give our fair time to Charmin Smith.
Yes.
For your California Golden Bears, number 21 in the country.
21 with a bullet. Let's go.
ACC. We'll talk about that next. It is Silver and Silver filling in for Papa here on the Sports Leader.
KNBR heads, fill your feed by following the sports leader on Facebook. This is KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
How about the handles on Zara King? And you should have seen Ashley Jones sitting at the table seeing that move.
Behind the back, between the legs, from behind the back. Oh, little English on the finish, on the layup. Oh, and the finish, right? Not the $1 million move with the 5-cent finish. You want the finish, and she gave it to us.
That is Kyrie Irving-esque. That's how nasty that was.
I don't know, man. It was in the bag. I had to pull it out. Instinct. Like, I came down, and she reached, but I was usually cross in front of that. I don't usually go between.
Well done by Jacob with a little Mariah Carey and a highlight from freshman guard Zara King with the handles. That's right. We're doing a little bit of an unconventional Christmas Eve segment here, talking college hoops. The California Golden Bears women's basketball team is off to a red-hot 13-1 start. 1-0 in the conference. They've won 7 in a row. And enough of me telling you what's up, because here to join us on the UMA guest line is the head coach of the program. That is the great Charmin Smith, who joins us. And Merry Christmas Eve, Charmin. How are you?
Hey, I'm doing great. Thanks for having me, and happy holidays to you.
Absolutely. You as well.
Hi, Charm.
What's up? What's up, Mike?
How are you? How does it feel to be the head coach of a ranked team that is 13-1, 1-0 in the ACC, and hopefully about to attract big crowds at Haas Pavilion?
You know what's the coolest part is that I'm like, oh, I get to be on this show. Like, this is so cool. We've arrived.
Well, I'll tell you.
No,
Go ahead, Charlie.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
No.
I'm super proud of the team. You know, this is what we envisioned. This is what I've been telling recruits we were going to do. This is what I've been telling fans we were going to do. And my message to the team right now is like, you know, we haven't done anything yet. Like, we're ranked in December. That's not what we really care about, but we're on the right track.
I love it. And so I'm, now joined by my son, Greg, who was raised right as a huge women's hoops fan, and specifically a Golden Bear women's hoops fan. And so we're stoked to be, experiencing this renaissance. And I know you've worked really, really hard to build it back up. This seems like a really, really cool bunch. The Splash Sisters are getting a lot of attention. We saw Zara King's ridiculous move that was just referenced. But what has your recruiting philosophy changed in terms of the type of personality and kid you're trying to get here? And how would you describe this team personality wise?
I think this is a team that just really cares about one goal, and that's the team goal, and they really care about each other, and they really believe in me and believe that we can do it here at Cal, and so the message hasn't changed. It's about come here, build a legacy, put your name on something special, and we've just found the right ones to buy into that message. And you were along for the ride when we did it with Lindsay Gottlieb in 2013, and we just got another group that feels similar. They're bought in. All they care about is winning, and it's working out well for us.
So, Charmin, there's a lot of numbers and facts I can rattle off about this team. We've heard about the Splash Sisters, Ioana Krimili and Lulu Twydale. The amount of games they've had with 3+ triples is, top of the country. And, you've moved up to 21 in the AP poll, and all that's big. But what is the product that fans and listeners who might not be following this team quite as much until the later parts of the season, what are you advertising when people come out to Haas Pavilion to the East Bay to watch some hoops?
Yeah, I mean, we can score the freaking basketball. We really can. And it's a high-octane offense. I was watching the Warriors last night, and I think Steph was like 2 for 12. I'm like, come on, man. Like, we got people that can shoot over here, And I know that the Bay, you like that style. You got to come see us. And, we love Steph. And every time we make a half-court shot, they're like, yeah, that's they're bringing out the Steph Curry magic. It's a fun, exciting game with really passionate women who play basketball the right way and play for one another. And I'm just really excited for our team.
Well, I'm sure they can defend as well because I remember you as a player, and I know how important being an all-court player was to you, and how big defense was in your career. You played for a coach that is one of the greatest coaches in any sport that I've ever seen, in Tara Vanderveer. Obviously, you guys have done battle against each other. She stepped away after, just an incredible run. How do you put her career in perspective, and how important was she, just in your overall development?
Yeah, I mean, Tara, in my opinion, is the greatest in how she coached the game and her strategy, X's and O's, adjustments that she made. She's pretty special. I love that I learned from her. And, it's crazy that she's not doing it anymore. It was just a really odd experience playing against Stanford and not looking over there and seeing her. But, you think about all the lives that she's impacted and how many people are coaching that, come from that other school that I guess we might not want to mention. It's super special. She's been there for me as a mentor. And, I called her before we headed to Palm Springs, because if there's one thing we have a turnover issue that we're working on. And I called her up. I was like, Tara, what can I do? And being able to make that phone call and have her answer, know that she'd be there for me, is a cool feeling.
I mean, first of all, so for people who don't know, Charmin was an incredible Stanford great, as was Mark Madsen, the Cal men's coach. Troy Taylor, the Stanford football coach, was a Cal 4-year starter at quarterback. So it's all, Andrei Stojakovic is now with the Bear. It's all jumbled up. And I do think, I've gone on this rant, as we were in existential crisis mode, both schools. We stuck together. We have a lot in common. I feel actually really bonded with my rival in a way that I never have. But, it is interesting to hear, I know you have completely bought into the culture, at your former rival and and bleed blue and gold. That must have just been a surreal scene for you to play Stanford at Haas and just really look like you guys just showed your best selves in that moment.
Yeah, I told the team all week that it really was the first time where I could just say, hey, you don't have to be superhero. You don't have to be extraordinary. You just have to be the best version of yourself. And they were extremely confident. And, we felt good winning that game. And people say, act like you've done it before and all that. And I tell them, no, I said, enjoy this moment, celebrate this moment, because, life's short. You don't, nothing's promised tomorrow. And to get my first win as a head coach and some of the players' first one ever over Stanford, I'm not going to pretend that that's not a huge accomplishment.
Talking to Charmin Smith here, I want to ask you about some of your players and personalities in just a moment. But first, I want to get into the whole conference realignment, because the last time I spoke to you before broadcasting one of your games, we were talking about the gauntlet of the Pac-12. It's like women's softball and women's basketball, just the two brutal sports for that conference. And the ACC is not an easy basketball conference by any means. There's a lot more travel, but what was it about playing in the Pac-12 that do you think has prepared you for the new challenges of a new conference?
Oh, you mentioned it. I mean, it was a gauntlet. I mean, every night, whether it was Utah, Colorado, both being ranked, UCLA, USC, Oregon and Oregon State being really good. It was just, 7 or 8 teams that were NCAA tournament teams and a team with 12 total teams, and then everyone else was still good. You had Washington upsetting Stanford here and there. You had us with upsets over teams here and there. So there was no weak Wilma, so to speak, as we say, in that conference. Every game was going to be a battle. And I think in other conferences, they may have more talent at the top, but those bottom teams, South Carolina, I haven't seen them upset by somebody, in the lower half of the SEC. And so that was the difference really with the Pac-12. And it's prepared us well for this ACC conference that is loaded with great teams.
Yeah, and you will have a lot of challenges. I see that you're 5-1 against teams that made the tourney last year, so you've already had some some great tests. I guess you'll get to play against Louisville and Jada Curry, who had a great 2 years for you before she left. We're in a whole new world, Charm, with the portal and NIL and all that. You've had to navigate it just like every other, major college coach, good and bad. What's your philosophy in terms of, the portal and how it can help and how you retain players on your end?
Yeah, we're doing our best to retain the people that we need here to win games, and then we're going to be super aggressive. We need bigs in the portal this spring, and it's just part of the game now. You have to be ready for people to walk, and you've got to be ready to grab people and acclimate them into your system really quickly. Right? We have 9 newcomers this year, 4 of them being from the portal, and it's worked out well. My biggest lesson was I can't worry about it. Like I want people that want to play for me and love being a part of this program, love being in the Bay Area, love being at Cal. And when we have that, we can be really successful and win games. And, those that don't really want to be here, then I got to be okay with letting them go. I think that's the biggest lesson that I've learned, and not trying to twist myself or morph myself into something different to try to please people.
Okay, that's like a polite way of the Mike Tomlin quote. We want volunteers, not hostages, which, I hear you. Okay, so since I did that, Greg, indulge me for a sec. Charm, Mike McCarthy just had a really impressive win for a Cowboys team that had been eliminated from the playoffs, and he and Jerry Jones were hugging it out in the locker room, and now there's all this like, hey, Mike McCarthy should come back talk. Greg Charmin is a devout Cowboy fan. How do you see the Cowboys season, and how would you map out their immediate future, Charm?
Oh, I know you're putting me on the spot, but I'm really mad at my Cowboys. I think it was a really disappointing season. I expect greatness. I fell in love with the Cowboys when I was a little kid, and it was Tony Dorsett, and it was Super Bowls and deep runs into the playoffs. So I'm just not used to this. I know people say it's been happening for over a decade, but I'm still not used to it. We need to win. So whatever it takes, Jerry, figure it out, get it done. But I need us to be winners again. And, I love Micah Parsons. I love CD. I just want us to be great.
Yeah, unfortunately, the 49ers don't have much bragging rights over the Cowboys for this season as far as that gone. But just kind of focusing back on your team for a moment, I think college sports, what makes it so fascinating is that at the professional level, we focus on the athlete and not as much the person. And it makes sense in the way of they get paid a lot of money. They do this round the clock. It is their full-time job. Being a student athlete's a little bit different, and you've got some great stories and a lot of players who come from very different places, very different circumstances. What is it about some of the personalities you have that have made this group able to gel and bond together and play winning basketball so far?
They're just a really inclusive group. Like you mentioned, the differences. I mean, I've got people from all over the world, from different types of backgrounds, and different ethnicities, like everything, and they just love each other. And they embrace their differences, and they learn from each other. And that's how you. Okay, cool. Like they're just a special group, and it's really cool to see how they celebrate one another. Lulu mentioned it in the press conference the other day. Like, we don't care who scores the points, we just want to win, and we care about each other off the court. This is a group where rooming on the road isn't an issue. I can put them with anyone, and it feels good when you have a group that's that locked in on the things that really make your culture strong.
Basketball's changed so much. So you and I come from earlier eras where, you never would pull out of a fast break opportunity to jack up a three, let alone kick it back out, et cetera, et cetera. Greg, watching Greg play growing up, he had some coaches who really liked them to jack up threes, like in a systemic way that I didn't always understand I'm going to be honest, I didn't always understand the strategy, but Greg could shoot it, so that was cool. Charm, have you had any moments where you're like, no, oh, great shot? Like, do you tell them not to jack up certain threes, or are they so good at it now that you just go with it?
Yeah, we just had a film session after our Fordham game where I showed them the threes in transition, and we came out hot against Fordham. We're up 13-2. I think Yo had 2 threes. And then I showed them later, they've made a run, and now it's 26-23, and we're still jacking the same shots. And I'm like, you see Michelle wide open right there under the basket, right? You have the green light, like it's neon green for Yo and for Lou and for Martha. It is so green. Kayla, I mean, they're shooting over 40% from three. I gotta let them shoot.
Wow.
Some of our people can't finish that well under the rim. So it's we shoot open threes in transition, and there needs to be some awareness of like time and score, and like maybe we've missed the last few possessions, and if Michelle's got somebody buried under the basket, that's a 70% shot right there, and we got to look for those.
Well, if Michelle starts throwing down dunks in game, I think that's the high percentage thing, because I know she can do it in practice. Last one for you, Charmin. I want to ask about just kind of a fun fact on the team. You guys have been practicing Muay Thai for the last 8 years, and you've had 3 amateur fights on it. Talk about what went into that decision in practice and how it's kind of helped out the team. I'm very curious about this.
Yeah, so I started doing Muay Thai, like you said, about 8 or 9 years ago, and it was just something I stumbled upon when I needed some outside activities, and it's been great for me. I found a really good coach. Coach Jay really pushes me, and it's helped me remember what it's like to be my athletes and to come in and be tired and not motivated and remember what it takes to get for someone to get you motivated in those situations, to be in a situation where you're uncomfortable again. All of those things are great lessons for me, and I think they've made me a better coach. And then I brought the team in, usually in the off season. We have Coach Jay put them through a workout, and it's really, really hard. If you've ever done boxing or any form of, the martial arts, it's really exhausting on your body. So just to let them see, like, I'm still working hard just like you guys are. I'm still pushing myself outside of my comfort zone. I'm not going to tell you to do things that I'm not doing myself. And I think it's helped me with the respect of my players, knowing that I still get after it too.
Well, all I can say as a fan of the program is that my team is ranked 21 with a bullet. Our coach is really, really smart, and our coach can beat up your coach in Muay Thai and probably on the street if she had to.
Yeah, hopefully not. Hopefully we don't have to go there.
Yeah, let's not go there.
It's a competitive world.
Hey, Charmin, thanks so much for your time. Happy holidays to you and your entire team. And I can't wait to go out to Haas, check this out in person, and also get to check out the Golden State Valkyries when they come into town. It's a good time to have a successful women's basketball program in the Bay Area. So happy holidays again, and really appreciate you stopping by.
Yeah, thank you. I have my season tickets for Valkyries, so I will be there. And you guys, please come to Haas, see this team. It's a fun team to watch.
You know I'm coming. Be careful what you wish for. And I would also say that to the now ACC refs who don't know me as well. Be careful what you wish for. I'll keep it clean, but I may advocate for the side I love.
We love it.
Thank you, Charmin.
All right, thank you. Go Bears.
Go Bears.
Go Bears indeed. That is Charmin Smith, head coach of the number 21 ranked California Golden Bears women's basketball team. And from one team in the Bay Area to another we go. Splash Sisters to Splash Buddies? Marcus Thompson next on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Niner D lineman Yurda Gross-Matos was on with Carrie and JD this morning to talk about the gross loss against the Dolphins and if the Niners can show some signs of life in the next 2 games. You can find that interview and more on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Listen to the sports leader anywhere, anytime. Download the all-new KNBR app. We are your proud home of 49ers football. KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
So Tua will kneel it out, and the Niners will lose the game here in Miami. Final score is Miami 29, the 49ers 17.
So the Warriors 8 in 10 of these clutch games, and it is the offense. The defense gives them a chance to win. Putting the ball in the basket has proven to be problematic.
Oh, I like the song, but I don't like the losses, and that's what we're dealing with here. As I tell you that you're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station, as we move on to hour number 2. We haven't even said hello yet to our third member of the team, but I have to tell you that Marcus Thompson was supposed to be on, and we have now pushed that back to 11:50, so a last-minute audible. It is Papa and Silver with my Papa Silver filling in today, Mike Silver, Greg Silver taking you up to 2 o'clock, and Jacob Violante spinning the tunes behind the glass. Merry Christmas Eve to you, by the way. You're doing a great job. It's always a good vibe, and what song is this?
This is Queen. Thank God It's Christmas. The one Freddie Mercury, the immortal.
Yeah, so I knew it was Queen,
What a great song.
Yeah, I don't think I've heard this one.
It's a good one, man.
Jacob has the best hair in radio.
Well, so I had a whole thing when it was Walter in one day that our show collectively had the best hair of the three. Murph and Marcus was a close second. Murph has been growing out his holiday beard for like a year. Young Tony's, got like very average like me hair. And then Marcus has a really good head of hair. For us, though, we had Walter, we have Greg, and then we have me. And then when Jacob filled in for Walter at the end of last week, I said, well, now it's a blowout. We have clinched it. It is like trading for Jimmy Butler or something like that. No, I know that's a very controversial topic. And one more thought on the Warriors. And in lieu of Marcus Thompson, who will now join us at the bottom of the hour.
Trading for George Kittle, kind of.
Yeah, it's like trading for George Kittle. One more thought on the Warriors is we didn't get to this because I wanted to get to Charmin Smith on time, and she was great. Loved having her on. But this is cut B from postgame last night. Steve Kerr was a little flabbergasted on if his message to Kuminga was well received after his 26-point performance. Steve has not had the most patience at the podium, and I say that with a lot of love this year. But here's what he had to say on that matter.
What are we talking about? Like, if there's 82 games, there's all kinds of stuff happens. I coach, and so I say stuff, and I say stuff to all the guys. And JK was great tonight. Played a fantastic game. So, not about a message or anything. It's all part of the season.
I kind of get it. I kind of get the being short, and I think the Bay Area media, especially those who cover the Warriors and been in that room before, do an awesome job. So I don't think it was wrong to ask that question by any means, but I can also understand Steve getting a little tired of the give and take, constant Kuminga talk. It's sort of the opposite of Moses Moody in the sense that Moody is in year 4. He got an extension, albeit a much smaller one, 3 for $39. But Kuminga also has a much bigger upside, and when he has games like last night, you think, oh, that's a potential future franchise piece. I just don't think it's going to be a franchise piece or a top 2 or 3 piece on a contending team at this point in Steph Curry's career with the way they play this style of basketball. So it's not anything against him necessarily, but there has been a little bit of oil and water effect for 2-3 years now.
See, I just read that as Steve scoffing at the notion that he has some like grand message, that one quote or one speech had some incredible significance relative to all the other things he imparts to his team. That kind of reminded me of Kyle. Like, someone will come in and ask Kyle about some big sweeping thing, and Kyle will be like, dude, I'm just trying to win this game. In that case, very sincere. So I thought it was just more that he, Steve's really good about making fun of himself and the conventions of sports. We've been doing that since long before he was a professional, but I think message is what triggered him.
Let's go from one Bay Area coach who has gotten some criticism over the last couple of years to another that has gotten a lot of criticism over the last 8 months, and that is Kyle Shanahan of the 49ers. We didn't get very deep into the 49ers yesterday, Papa and I, because of the passing of Ricky Henderson, and we had so many guests that we were really lucky to have get on and talk about that, and people who were present for moments where I wasn't even alive. It was a really good chance to listen and just let the show breathe. And as we celebrated the life of Ricky Henderson, who left us way too soon, both number 24s in the Bay Area in the year 2024, between Willie Mays and Ricky Henderson leaving, it's just a brutal end to the year, and not to mention everything that's happened to baseball in Oakland. It really, really stinks. So we didn't get too deep into Niners talk, but I think having you here today is a good chance to do that because my co-host knows so much about this team inside and out. But you do it in a very different way, and you covered this team solely with the San Francisco Chronicle for a couple of seasons and now still heavily focus on them while doing national work with The Athletic. And you wrote a column after the Rams game that deserved and did get a good handful of attention. And yes, the 49ers have had a lot of bad luck. They have had injuries, which are a part of the game. They have had off-the-field tragedies with Trent Williams and Charvarius Ward. They had incidents like Ricky Pearsall, which thankfully was not as tragic as it could have been, but absolutely set him back his rookie year in the context of football. And yet you still say the head coach of the 49ers bears a good amount of responsibility for what's amounted to a 6-9 season and probably going to be 6-10 when they play the Detroit Lions. That's beside the point. They're missing the playoffs after being inches within a Lombardi trophy.
Yeah, well, one of the cool things about Kyle is that he keeps it real, and I know somewhat how he feels about this because we've talked about it in broad terms, which is when you win, people are going to deservedly praise you as a coach, and when you don't, you're going to get pummeled, and that's the job. And so by his philosophy and definition, he has not had a great year. I thought in that Rams game, it kind of crystallized, some of the things that have gone on where it's fair to look at the coach. First of all, he's an incredible offensive strategist, right? That's one of the things highlighted in my book, The Why is Everything, which, by the way, late Christmas gift, you could still go to a bookstore, go get The Why is Everything for the reader in your life or football fan. And so he's great at it. But in a game they absolutely had to have against the Rams, they scored 6 points. They did not get to the red zone, in fact. So, yeah, there are mitigating factors, but that's on him. You would say defensively all season, Kyle knew what he was doing when he got rid of Steve Wilks as his defensive coordinator after one season. Steve Wilks was a very accomplished defensive coordinator who had come from outside his system. They had some bumps along the way. In their most important game, the Super Bowl, they shut down Patrick Mahomes and the Chiefs for most of the game. And Kyle said, I still want to make a change. I know it, to himself, he's going, I know that looks like I'm scapegoating him. I know it's not going to be popular, but I'm doing what I think is best, and I'm bringing in a guy who's never done it in Nick Sorensen. Well, again, mitigating factors, but the defense has not been good enough this season, and special teams have been a disaster. And that's with a coach, Brian Schneider, who was a great special teams coach when he coached for Pete Carroll, a coach who really values special teams, whereas Kyle has said publicly many a time, essentially, I just want special teams not to screw it up, which is a much different way of looking at it. That goes back to Kyle. And then finally, you had a player in that game quit, which is crazy. That doesn't happen very often in the NFL. Devondre Campbell, well, Kyle helps pick the players. He's in charge of locker room vibe. There are people who have told me and other people they kind of saw this thing festering and coming over the course of the season, and certainly leading up to it. Nick Bosa even said pregame he felt like something was wrong. Charvarius Ward told me this has been building, and in a must-win game, you had a player tap out. That's bad luck, but that's also on the head coach. by Kyle's standards. So if you put all that together, it's hard not to say this one's on Kyle and this season's on Kyle. And listen, he's been one of the best coaches, in the world since 2019. They've come really, really close. They've had a group of guys who play really hard and together. It just started to feel like from the time Greenlaw tore his Achilles in the Super Bowl, and then Wilkes got fired, and then all the stuff in the offseason started happening. It just started feeling like something was not like it had been before, and this, like, it's kind of unraveling, and that's in fact what happened.
So, crazy stat that John Curley passed along, and you actually found this morning as well. This comes from Albert Breer. The 49ers in the last 22 seasons, so going all the way back to 2003, have either made it to the NFC Championship or further, which has been 7 times, or just missed the playoffs straight up, which has been the other 15. And so we've gotten a lot of all or nothing. Now, the big caveat to all of this is, okay, but how many Super Bowl trophies? The answer is 0. We know that. Kyle Shanahan, let's go under the assumption, and let's do a little Brock talk here to wrap up the segment. A chalk talk on Brock. Under the assumption that Brock Purdy is going to get paid, look, Brock Purdy has not had a great year this year. He has shown his limitations. Most of the team has not had as good of a year as last year. There are a few exceptions. If you're talking about maybe Demo Lenore, George Kittle, a couple others off the top of my head. I mean, even Jake Moody, worse. So the reason I want to bring up Brock is I think the notion that he needs a bunch of weapons to be really good, I laugh at a little bit in the sense of there's probably 3 quarterbacks in Allen, Mahomes, Lamar who could take a really bad situation and make the team very competitive because of how freakish and talented and athletic they are. Even Joe Burrow, who is probably right on that cusp, or a Justin Herbert.
Hey, if they beat the Broncos, you may have to start talking about Joe Burrow because they might be going into the playoffs as a dangerous team.
Sure. But let's say Joe Burrow and Justin Herbert, 2 supremely talented QBs who have been in some very talented situations, have also lost a lot of games when it's come to poor coaching, bad offensive line, defense that can't get it done for them, and such. And so I look at Brock Purdy and I think, well, yeah, the case with most guys who get paid eventually is that they need a lot of help around them. I mean, Jared Goff is kind of the supreme example of this. His first year in Detroit, I don't think he was as bad of a quarterback as that showed, but he had a terrible roster and Dan Campbell in his first year. Then they get Amon-Ra St. Brown emerging, Penei Sewell gets drafted. It's like, okay, they're a little bit better. And now you look at what they have offensively, weapons-wise, and it's like, well, Jared Goff's amazing because he's got so much going for him around him. So with Brock Purdy, assuming that he does end up getting paid an extension of whatever dollar amount, how does Kyle Shanahan go and sort of maybe reinvent some of his own philosophy and also look at the roster that's going to be out there for the next year?
Well, I would say this. We've talked about this for a while now. Purdy's going to get paid, and it's going to change the cap, and they're not going to be able to pay as many guys, and they're going to have to make some hard decisions. You started to see it this year when they thought about trading Ayuk, thought about trading Debo, drafted Pearsall. That's all looking ahead. I don't think it's just that. I want to reframe this because they have cover now. If they had... by the way, go big or go home. Gone to the championship game again, because we know they can't go to the first 2 rounds of the playoffs. They'd have to at least get to the championship game if they made the postseason based on this weird rule of the last 22 years. But, if they had come close but not won again, it would have been a little bit of a gray area. But if they had either won the Super Bowl, which we don't have to worry about, or this had happened, I think it gives you cover to really do a hard reset and look at what you are. And it's not just age, but some guys have just played a lot of hard snaps, the Debos of the world, and you're starting to see wear and tear. Even Kittle, who it's hard to think about this team without Kittle, and he's having a great year, which does not surprise me. There will be conversations where they go, should we have this model now where we're paying our tight end this much and he's that special, or do we see him as declining or leveling off or beat up. So you're going to have a lot of hard discussions, and they're going to rebuild this team, and you're going to pay Purdy. They paid Bosa. Warner's still paid. Diamador Lenore earned that deal that he got. But I think beyond them, you will pay a left tackle, whether you keep paying Trent Williams at his advanced age, coming off this injury, depending on what he wants, or go get another one. You'll pay a left tackle, and you paid McCaffrey. Other than that, I think you are looking at every single guy and going, should we get younger? Should we get faster? Should we get cheaper? And so that's Kyle Juszczyk. That's Javon Hargrave. That's Drake Greenlaw, unfortunately, because I think Kyle Shanahan and I would agree that you got to have him on the team. We love that guy, and he showed enough in that, 2+ quarters stint back against the Rams.
He's a hard guy not to love here in the Bay Area.
Yeah, so I'm hoping they figure out a way to do that. But, everybody else, the safeties, Charvarius Ward probably leaves in free agency because you're already paying Lenore. They're going to be looking at everything and maybe reshaping a lot of this team. And that might not be a bad thing, but it might be, it might take a little while to create whatever that next thing is. And you're betting that Purdy can function at a high level through it. Obviously what he did his first year and a half was crazy, culminating in last year, almost winning a Super Bowl. This year, he has not had as good of a year. And yeah, he's better when he has the best weapons in the league, like most people would be. But, you're betting on Purdy elevating and continuing to elevate. And I think that's a good bet. I'm not just interested in what they pay him. Everybody's fixated on, is it going to be $60 million? Like, whatever. It's only Jed should really be fixated on that, and the cap people. But I'm more interested in structure and can you get out of it, and when and how brutally. Because if it goes the way they think it's going to go, it'll be great and you'll be happy you're paying them and you'll build something new. But if it doesn't, when can you get out and at what cost?
Pop and Silver with Silver and Silver filling in today. One fill-in. I don't want to say I'm filling in. Come on, man. I got to figure out how many shows I've done with Papa now. I think it's about 22, 23. That's a conversation for a different day. Mike Silver, Greg Silver, Jacob Violante hanging out with you all the way up until 3 o'clock. And next segment, good stuff on the Niners, but I also want to get into the NFL at large because for the first time in your long career of covering the NFL, you have something, a vote.
Shout out Josh Dubow of Associated Press, who helped bring to their attention that I have probably served the longest on a national level in the NFL without actually having votes for these awards, or a Hall of Fame vote, by the way. So I think I whined about it one day sitting next to him, and he actually helped make it happen, that I am now a voter. So I'm really excited. I'm taking it really seriously. And I know you have some very serious opinions about these awards. I just wish my other son, your brother Robbie, could somehow join us, because I feel like his sarcastic way of looking at the league would come in really handy right now.
It would be very Assad if I did not give you my humor. Dropping an inside joke there.
Who is America?
Let's go. NFL awards. Season not quite done yet, but we're kind of doing this for Derek because he's looking at us like, I want to hear this. Coming up next, it's Papa and Silver here on the Sports Leader.
Santa Rosa. Shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Santa Rosa's Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Giants fans, you love him. Mike Krukow was on with Carrie and JD this morning to talk about the unfortunate passing of A's legend, Ricky Henderson. You can find that interview and more on KNBR.com and the KNBR app.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Why am I getting like Metallica, Unforgiven 3, beginning piano orchestra vibes morphed into a Christmas song? Jacob, who's this one?
The one and only Trans-Siberian Orchestra.
Oh, right. You were bringing this up.
Dope.
You're bringing this up before the show. Okay, I'm with it. I'm with it now.
If it's trans, it's me, baby.
In this market, it works. All right. Before the break, we teased the fact that I got to stop talking to Jacob. It's just going to break my attention every time.
This is really good.
It is good. This is really good.
Kind of got a little ELO vibes
Yeah?
for you old rockers like me.
I still think Metallica, Unforgiven 3 kind of worked with the beginning.
Yeah.
Let's talk NFL awards.
San Francisco band.
You've got to vote this time around, and people love to get caught up in the awards. There's the whole treat the awards like it's the Heisman Trophy. You have a bad game in December, you're done. Then there's also just the old-fashioned way. You're the best player on the team with the most wins. And I think MVP has been predominantly a quarterback award. Adrian Peterson, the last non-quarterback. I think Derrick Henry absolutely could have won an MVP during his height of a time. And we got the music bed going. Nice. So I guess MVP, I think I know who you're going to say for this one because I know where you've been geographically. You saw a guy that doesn't have an all that impressive supporting cast in terms of weapons put up 90 points in 2 weeks on the road. His name's Josh Allen.
Yeah, and in one of those games, Amari Cooper didn't even have a catch, but like 11 other dudes did. Okay, first of all, I'm taking this really seriously. I'm not deciding after, week 16. I'm going to let this play out. I was very loud about Adrian Peterson in 2012. I was like, if a quarterback's going to not win it, this would be the time, and he did, barely. I always talk about 1987. It was a strike year, so Jerry Rice only played 12 games of the 15 because of the strike. The NFL record for touchdown receptions going into that season was 18. He had 22 in 12 games for the number one seed. We won't talk about what happened in the playoffs against the Vikings, but the number one seed, 22 touchdown catches, shattering a record in 12 games. Was he the most valuable player of the league? Nope. Was his quarterback Joe Montana? Also nope. John Elway won it. Amazing player, but come on. So, yes, it is a quarterback award, and for that reason, you know how I feel about Derrick Henry, one of the greatest players I've ever seen, and I would, if Derrick Henry was having Saquon Barkley's season, I probably wouldn't be able to control myself. I would already have just said he's the MVP. Saquon Barkley, though, is very much in the conversation, in my opinion. I obviously have Lamar in that conversation. It's crazy. He just threw his fourth interception. And Jared Goff, look at that Lions season. Look at what he's doing. I saw him live against Josh Allen. He's pretty amazing. Those are kind of the four circulating in my mind right now. Who's your sarcastic MVP?
Well, my MVP, and for real right now, I'd probably go Josh Allen to this point, but I think all those other names you mentioned, I have no problem with. Saquon Barkley, absolutely. Derrick Henry probably will not get it just in terms of not having the Saquon Barkley numbers and a little bit of a more down stretch, but he's amazing. Lamar, pretty much deserving of the conversation every year at this point. And Jared Goff, the transformation from his trading away from the Rams to now what the Lions are, it's really impressive. I would say my alternate MVP in the alternate universe, got to go with the guy that took the Cleveland Browns over the top of the cliff. That's Deshaun Watson. I know he's injured. I'm not saying people should have cheered at the injury, but it was a good day for Twitter. And Twitter does not have a lot of good days. It really doesn't. O.J. Simpson's death was a funny day for Twitter.
This turned dark, man.
Real, I'm just saying.
I was thinking maybe Will Levis.
He's had a lot of funny turnovers. Yeah.
He's he's a comedic dream.
Deshaun Watson took the coach of the year, Kevin Stefanski, and turned that team into eliminated week 3. Like, I'm sorry. I don't necessarily, whatever. I didn't cheer for the injury, but the memes were funny. That's all I'm going to say.
Should we move on to Offensive Player of the Year? Because I have some thoughts on this.
Yeah, get me out of that. Who's your Offensive Player of the Year, and why do I have a feeling we might be doing some repetition?
Well, here's the thing. I am not a believer that the MVP, because the word valuables in it, is different if your MVP plays offense than the Offensive Player of the Year. I think it's a redundancy. What it's become is best guy who isn't a quarterback. Like, I don't need that. I look at the stats for that. If I vote for Josh Allen for MVP, for example, I'm not going to not vote for him for Offensive Player of the Year. That's my statement in my first year. I will vote for who I think the best offensive player this year was, which also will probably be who I pick for MVP.
I like that. I actually get behind that philosophy. I put Saquon Barkley down, which I know kind of goes entirely against what you just said because he's been the best non-quarterback. But it's more, if Saquon Barkley is not to win the MVP, he's got to get some recognition for what he's done. The Eagles, by the way, seem like a train wreck the first month of the year. Every time Nick Sirianni does anything worth a headline, it seems like they are on the verge of crumbling. Meanwhile, they just kept winning all the way up until this game when Devontae Smith couldn't catch that third down and Jaden Daniels threw 5 touchdowns. Saquon Barkley, the year he's had is ridiculous.
There's still train wreck potential, I promise. Who's your sarcastic Offensive Player of the Year?
Well, I got to go all the way to the state of Georgia and talk about 2 players on the same team. The player who did not play last week in Kirk Cousins and is going to be owed some money come March 16th. And then the player who made the new Kirk Cousins look bad, Kyle Pitts. At what point, and I'm not even just talking about fantasy, at what point is the Kyle Pitts might not be that revolutionary conversation on the table? I am rooting for Kyle Pitts to do well, but this is year 4 now.
Yeah, I'm gonna say Kyle Pitts did not revolutionize football. Might not even get a second contract that's that big. I'm gonna go. I think Deontay Johnson here is a guy you got to think about.
Wow.
He's now on his 4th team. That's an 8th of the league in one season. Let's keep an eye on Texans Deontay Johnson with 2 games remaining.
So we're going Steelers, Panthers, Ravens, Texans. So he's actually batted .750 on this.
He's playing 3-dimensional chess. Everybody else is playing checkers.
Up next, the Chiefs.
Defensive Player of the Year.
Let's do Defensive Player of the Year, take a break, and come back with awards part 2. Defensive Player of the Year is tough. I don't feel super strongly about this one. I do love, and it pains me to say this now that we're the 49ers land, Jared Verse on the Rams. I mean, the Rams having been a good team over the last couple years.
That's rookie. You think he's for Player of the Year?
Oh, I see. Well, he's probably not Depoy.
Yeah.
But he's definitely in that conversation. I know you like your guy Nick Bonito without a C.
Nick Bonito.
I probably go mainstream and go TJ Watt here because I do think that at some point we can't be always giving Mike Tomlin the credit for his lack of losing seasons. The Steelers' identity is their defense. They have won double-digit games. They still could very well win the AFC North. And right now, I think they have the AFC North in grasp.
Well,
they're tied with the Ravens.
Yeah, the Ravens have kind of the inside track, but they play Christmas.
Long story short is he's the best player on a team that is defined by their defense and will be in the playoffs.
Kind of love that Bronco defense. I mentioned Bonito. I also love Pat Surtain. Covered his dad. Love his dad. So I'm kind of thinking about them. Do you have an alternate DMVP, DPOY?
Well, it's kind of tough.
I got one.
Yeah, just say it. I know who it is.
Devondre Campbell has got to be in that conversation, man. What a year.
The funny Devondre Campbell thing, we got a text on the Golden State Lumber and Building Materials text line. I gave Papa props for his me Angelo comments. He said there's Angelo for D'Angelo Russell, which is the one who doesn't play defense. And then on offense, it's me, Angelo. Someone comes in with the text line immediately, me Vondre Campbell. That was pretty good. So, yeah, we'll leave it at that. We'll take a break right now. Come back. We'll talk Executive of the Year. That should be good.
You've heard of a Will linebacker, right? The Mike, the Will, the Sam. He's a won't.
Yeah, on that note, we'll get out of here. We'll talk executive and we'll talk coach coming up next. It's Papa and Silver, only here on the Sports Leader.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
Caleb Williams out of the shotgun. 3rd and long. Time is moving. Gotta go under 10 seconds now. Oh my goodness. Back to Williams. He's ready to throw. He'll throw it down the middle of the field. Incomplete at the horn. The game is over. The Bears won't even get to 4th down. They leave Detroit with a timeout in their pocket. And the Lions, for the first time since 16, have won on Thanksgiving. 23-20 the final score. How in the world can that happen? It's the Bears.
Well played.
Wow. And Jacob, I think, knows where we might be going. It's NFL Awards Part 2. Papa and Silver. Happy Christmas Eve to everybody out there. If you are in for some good humor and sarcasm and then 3 guests back to back to back, this is your place to be. And if not, that's totally okay. This is a day where people can celebrate in a lot of different ways and find a lot of different hobbies. So we're having a good time here at The Sports Leader. Is what it's all about with the family. I'm with my KNBR family. I'm also with my biological father right next to me, Mike Silver of The Athletic. We're doing NFL awards, and we had some good nominations to this point. Still 2 weeks to play. We also had some honorable mentions, which might have had a touch of sarcasm in there. Let's pick up at Coach of the Year, because I think that this is a year in which there are some seriously strong contenders, and I will not have an official answer until week 18 is done and over with. But Mr. Vote Guy, where are you going right now?
So you think when we said Devondre Campbell for Defensive Player of the Year, that was sarcasm?
Yes, I do.
Okay, just checking. Where are we now? Which award?
Coach of the Year.
Wow. Okay, so I wrote a column a few weeks ago saying Mike Tomlin was my leading contender. He had made the Russell Wilson switch. Apparently, he was the only guy in that building who wanted to do it. It paid off. He's never won the award. So I'm still very much in the Mike Tomlin camp, but I'm also looking at Kevin O'Connell and Matt LaFleur, among others. There have been, Dan Quinn. There have been some great ones, but Kevin O'Connell has the Vikings at 13-2. They could be the number 1 seed quietly. They just got to beat the Packers and the Lions, but still. And then Matt LaFleur, he's basically won 3 games with Malik Willis at quarterback. I can't say enough about the job he's done. Of course, in my book, The Why is Everything, available wherever books are sold. Merry Christmas, Happy Hanukkah. Matt LaFleur featured prominently, but right now I'm in the Tomlin, O'Connell, LaFleur zone with 2 games to go.
Yeah, so we had a short list, Papa and I, a couple of weeks ago, and I don't even know if I had Kevin O'Connell in that short list. I think that would be my vote to this point. He's done it twice now. I think that his first year when the Vikings won all those 1-score games and went 13-4 and lost in the playoffs, I wasn't terribly shocked by that playoff outcome, losing to Daniel Jones and the Giants, by the way. But this year it feels different. Sam Darnold has played great. He's also had some games where he's looked like the Sam Darnold of old, a little reckless at times. And I got to say, Kevin O'Connell has done nothing but an awesome job in his time in Minnesota and probably gets my nod to this point. I know Dan Campbell doesn't manage either side of the ball, and that's an important kind of qualifier Coach of the Year. But to think about the culture turnaround
for sure
for the Lions and what are they 13-2? It's kind of impossible to not give him some consideration there. Matt LaFleur has done a great job. Jordan Love, even when he was playing, wasn't right for a lot of the year, and he plays in a tough division. I also think there are kind of second-tier guys like Jim Harbaugh, Sean Payton, Dan Quinn that have done a nice job turning their teams around. And Mike Tomlin is a really fascinating one to me because he has been one of the best coaches for a long, long time in this league. Doesn't always get a lot of credit. I know Steeler fans are frustrated by the constant being a low-end playoff team, but hasn't really made a Super Bowl push in some time. I mean, that guy, just as a personality manager, too, and now he's got another high-maintenance star player, George Pickens. Kind of hard not to give him some respect there.
Who's your alt universe coach of the year?
It's hard not to give the nod to Matt Eberflus as he just came in with that highlight Jacob did for what happened on Thanksgiving. I mean, there are a lot of players that we could give a good laugh to, but that was a ridiculous national television mistake, and I was not surprised that the Bears, who have never fired a coach midseason, made the change the next day.
Yeah, he was like Austin Powers for those 20 years. He was completely frozen in that moment. It kind of symbolized his entire coaching tenure. If we were going to script a show, a streaming show or a movie or something, and we kind of wanted this, like, you know, struggling coach who kind of seemed clueless out there, we would probably name that coach Eberflus. I'm just saying.
Yeah, I mean, his name did kind of fit it. And look, I don't root for people to lose their jobs in such a cutthroat business, but it is a results-oriented business, and I think Matt Eberflus has to protect his rookie quarterback in that clock management situation. He was rough in one-score games, and sometimes it happens. Let's wrap it up here with a little executive of the year conversation before we get to Marcus Thompson. Some good candidates here. I want to hear from you first.
For the second year in a row, I'm feeling like Brian Gutekunst of the Green Bay Packers, who I have certainly been hard on over the years at various times. A lot of what he's doing is proven to be right. And if you look at this last offseason, they went and got Xavier McKinney. He has a bunch of interceptions. You wanted him to get one more last night for fantasy purposes.
Yeah, nobody cares about my fantasy team.
Worked out for you. And he brought in Josh Jacobs. You know, though Aaron Jones is still really good, that kind of, you know, bolstered their offensive identity a little bit. So I feel like Goody's my top guy. You know, you mentioned Eberflus. I don't want to make it sound like he was the only issue in Chicago. Team president Kevin Warren, after they fired him, came out and said, this will be the most sought after of all the head coaching jobs in the cycle. And I'm like, are you leaving? Is the ownership stepping down? Like, dude, what are you talking about? It will not be. That is an endemic problem. And so I would kind of throw Chris Ballard of the Colts, another alt-universe executive of the year. You got a sarcastic one?
Well, I'll go real, and I think the entire NFC North, or those three, I should say, are all in consideration. We talked about good divisions, and you said sometimes I look at good divisions and I think, well, did they play bad divisions? I think it's both, dude. I think that the NFC North played the NFC West, who we know is not all that impressive for this year, and they played the AFC South, who has an underwhelming Houston Texans team as their division winner. But still, I look at these three teams, what the Packers did to get even better over the offseason young. Josh Jacobs should be in that conversation for like offensive player of the year type. I don't think he's going to win it, but he has been that impactful, probably the team offensive MVP for sure. I think Brad Holmes deserves a lot of credit for what they've built in Detroit.
Definitely.
And to go and get Sam Darnold, we don't know what J.J. McCarthy is going to be, but they had insurance, and the Vikings are freaking 13-2, dude. Like, they might be home field in the playoffs. So I think it's kind of impossible to ignore all three of those teams. Sarcastic one, Joe Shane. I mean, kind of goes without saying with the New York Giants. Let Xavier McKinney go. Let Saquon Barkley go. How'd that work out for you? And then not going to harp on young people because I'm a young person who's been getting harped on for the last month. But because you wrote a column about it, Brick Johnson.
Wow. Okay. See, this is getting some traction. That Jets expose that Diana Rossini and Zach Rosenblatt and I wrote for The Athletic a few days ago, talked about Woody Johnson rejecting the Jerry Jeudy trade because he didn't think Jerry Jeudy's Madden rating was high enough, and the accompanying influence of his teenage son's Brick, who is a college freshman, and Jack Johnson Brick Johnson. He is named after former Jets tackle DeBrickashaw Ferguson, but it's an aggressive name choice. Aaron Rodgers made a joke about it yesterday. So, I think that's about as happy as I could be to hear that you read one of my articles. That's really cool.
Yeah, that's right. I read an article. That was the real Christmas gift I gave right there. We'll keep this thing going, and we got back-to-back guests. The rescheduled Marcus Thompson segment coming up next. Then we got Andrew Siciliano, and then we got Dante Whitner before a more goofy
loaded
1 o'clock hour. It's Papa and Silver, only here on the Sports Leader.
Now, it's the man who's as good on the mic as he is with the pen. It's Marcus Thompson of The Athletic with Papa and Silver on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
And get 3 off the Podziemski 5. JK's got 19 off the bench to lead the Warriors.
What are we talking about? Like, if there's 82 games, there's all kinds of stuff happens. I coach, and so I say stuff to all the guys. And JK was great tonight. Played a fantastic game. So, not about a message or anything. It's all part of the season.
Well, that was one of 82 games as the Warriors fall 111-105 to the Indiana Pacers at home. Jonathan Kuminga off the bench with 26 points. You heard one of his highlights right there to get him up to 19. And here to help us break it down is The Athletics, Marcus Thompson. It's an athletic day here on The Sports Leader. He joins us courtesy of the Yuma guest line. Marcus, appreciate you spending time with us on Christmas Eve. And how are you?
I'm alive. That's good. How are you?
Also alive, yeah.
I'm just so excited that I get to work at the same place as Marcus. It's the best.
Marcus, let me ask you this, because Jonathan Kuminga has been the talking point, as has surfaced over the course of a few different Warrior seasons, and it feels weird to ask this question after he had such a good game, but we're coming up on the year anniversary tomorrow of when you had an interview with him, and he kind of kept it real about his lack of minutes and not closing the game at Denver on Christmas. Does this whole thing at this point just feel like it's a Band-Aid waiting to come off?
It does have that kind of vibe, right? Like, it's just crazy that it's year 4 and it's not settled. Or maybe it is settled, and, like, the reality of that it's settled is not settling with us. Maybe this is who he is. And you're watching all these other players who can, go and get 30, get unlimited shots, and he's still, in and out of the mix. Yeah, it definitely feels like this has been going on for a long time. And with a player who's a top 10 pick, like, this should be solved by now. But also, it's a unique situation. Like, not everybody gets drafted to play with one of the greatest players of all time.
Yeah.
So it's 2 of them, actually, if you throw in Draymond. So it's a very unique situation for a unique player, and it feels a little bit exhaustive how long this has been going on.
Yeah, and every time I see you, I'm like, so can they go get someone to help Steph, especially at the end of games? But and this is that's not specific to this year. It's been a long time, and so now I have you in front of many, many listeners. Can they go get somebody to help Steph?
Not right now. It's unlikely. They can get somebody to go help Steph. The question is, what will it cost? Like, they can go get Jimmy Butler. They just have to mortgage their future on a 35-year-old with injury issues who wants like $200 million. So yeah, you can do it.
I'm sold.
Yeah, you want to. So that the most difficult part is, like, if it doesn't work, then it's really bad because now you don't have any future assets. So imagine you give up all your stuff for a guy, and then he ends up hurt. Now you don't even have a Kuminga and a Wiggins, to keep you somewhat competitive, or to build on for the future. So it's a risky play. Their best bet is just staying alive, like stay in the mix. So come February, when things start falling apart and some player wants out or whatever, they can be like, hey, I'm the Huckleberry. Like, that's the best hope. Otherwise, all of the talent in the league is either like crazy old or crazy young, right? Mm-hmm. So the old ones, you don't want to, like, there's a risk to get them, and the young ones, nobody's giving up. And the other option are like guys who are not that, but maybe could be that and probably making too much money to be that. So it's just a weird time to be in this position. There aren't that many options. They need kind of a miracle. I wouldn't say a Christmas miracle, maybe a Valentine's miracle, maybe a Black History Month miracle.
Yes.
Stay alive till February. You feel me? That's what all I got to do.
Yes.
Talking to Marcus Thompson here as I tell you that you're listening to KNBR AM and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station. 2 hours down, 2 to go here on a Christmas Eve with Papa and Silver. Silver filling in today for Greg Papa. And we had you on a couple of weeks ago, and you put it in the terms of Mike Dunleavy not very interested in getting fleeced on a deal. Would there be a point where Steph just comes to him and goes, look, I don't want to end my career as a play-in or non-competitive team outside the playoff bracket because I'm tired of the guy next to me talking about his book. You're very keyed in to Steph Curry as you wrote your book, Golden, The Miraculous Rise of Steph Curry.
I just don't think, number one, like, he's never done that. So you just know that kind of like emergency button won't be pressed. I think the emergency button that would be pressed would be retirement. Like, yo, I'm out. But
I like that better.
He's just not that kind of guy. Like, if you give Steph a good explanation and he's in the conversation, like, he knows what's real. He knows what the options are. So if you're telling him you could get this guy and you won't go get him because of whatever, then that's a problem. But I don't think that's what happens. I think they're more like, what about this guy? What about that guy? And then let's go try to get him and then don't get him. So to me, like when Steph signed that contract extension, he basically said, we got 3 years. So I'll be patient. Like I'll go through this process with you. And the question is, are there steps to getting better, right? Like if they weren't able to use them now, what will they get in February? Let's just see how it looks. And then what happens in the offseason? I think he's made that commitment to just be patient. You got 3 years to win a title, right? And as long as they're moving towards that, I think it's fine. But I don't even think Steph is the big issue. I think Joe Lacob is going to be the big issue. What happens when if they miss the playoffs 2 years in a row? Like in this expensive building, they're not getting any revenue, and they're like falling behind their former paces in elite franchise. Like I think Joe's gonna be the one. Like, hey, Mike, quit playing, do something, and then that may be where you get the issue.
What about the other way? Like if we think back to the summer when you were like stuck on the track and Steph and LeBron were together leading the nation to glory. And the Lakers feel to me kind of like in the same situation as the Warriors. Like it's not really there, but it could be, but it isn't. Like how many minutes a game, first of all, would you tolerate Bronny on the court if the Warriors could get LeBron? And secondly, could the Warriors get LeBron?
I think it's possible. I think it's definitely in play.
Wow.
It was pretty close last year. Like that stuff doesn't get out unless somebody wants it out. And if they want it out, that means it's possible. It's just going to be tough. There's only one way it could go. And for the record, like, I don't know. I think you could throw Bronny out there and play some defense. Like, he's an athlete.
Give me the number of minutes you would tolerate if you were the Warriors, like, to get LeBron. But Bronny's got to...
Me? Like, as in Marcus Thompson?
Yeah.
Put him out there for 48. It's an incredible story. I care about the story, yeah. The question is how much Steve can tolerate. I don't know about that.
How much, yeah, if you were Steve, how much could you tolerate?
Listen, Bronny would come and Steve wouldn't play him.
So walk me through it, like, as someone who's more on the outside, like, what would it look like if LeBron said, yeah, I'd like to go play with Steph, and the Lakers were like, okay, what would have to happen to make that happen?
The Lakers would have to get something that makes them feel okay with giving up their ticket seller, right? They need another star.
Right.
So that's what makes it tough. So it probably would have to be some type of 3-team deal. Yeah. But, like, Jeannie Buss is not – she's smart, right? So she's like, listen – like, we got to sell out this place, and LeBron is a draw, one of the top draws in the league. Only Steph is comparable. So then the question becomes, how do they finish out the year? What do they do next year? So to me, it would only make sense for the Lakers to even consider it if it's a 3-team deal. They can get somebody else.
Jimmy Butler, hello, Oh, Jimmy Butler.
I don't know. LeBron might be more durable than all of them.
They got Anthony Davis. I mean, come on. It's not that. It's not destitute.
Can you imagine replacing Bron and AD with Jimmy Butler and AD? Like, jeez.
So, Marcus.
Crypto orthopedic center after that.
Marcus, I want to pivot from basketball for just a moment because yesterday a big focus on our show was the passing of Ricky Henderson, which came way too soon. And you, as an Oakland native, are one of the best voices who could possibly talk about this. And so I just wanted to get your general thoughts on Ricky Henderson, his impact on you as a fan growing up and getting into sports, the city of baseball, and just all of it.
Oakland Tech High.
Well, I will save some of this for my Ricky Henderson column that drops tomorrow on The Athletic on his birthday, Christmas Day.
Yeah.
But, there are 3 legends to come out of, I'm going to say 4. All right, I'll give you 5 legends to come out of Oakland Tech. John Brody. I don't know if he's a legend, but it's just a good name.
Pretty good. Pretty good.
Yeah, pretty good. Kurt Flood.
Ooh. Seismic.
Ricky Henderson, Marshawn Lynch, and Marcus Thompson. That's the big 5, baby. That's how we roll.
I would agree. As a former member of the faculty, I would definitely agree.
And I will say that there have been multiple times throughout my childhood where I, like many Oakland youth, claimed Ricky Henderson was my cousin. So that's what Ricky was. He was everybody's cousin. He was he was just swag personified at a time where like swag wasn't so popular, but it was getting there. Now you see everybody celebrating after every first down and just what they call a hot dogging. But Ricky made it like he was a pioneer on this element because he was so good he could flex it. And to me, that was kind of the big legacy of Ricky Henderson. It's like, man, if you got it, flaunt it. And that's a lesson that gave a lot of confidence to a lot of people who needed confidence.
I'm going to tell you the 3 Palisades High legends from my graduating class.
Woo.
My graduating class of 1983. The 3 Palisades High legends would be Steve Kerr, Tone Loke.
Tone Loke.
Yes.
That's where the wild thing started? Was that Pacific Palisades High?
That is exactly where it started. Anthony Terrell Smith. And you know who I'm going to say is the 3rd because I'm on with you. And I will also proclaim myself a legend just because Marcus did it.
It's not Cam Tucker, the fictional football coach from Modern Family?
Not a class of 83. We did have Christy Brinkley at Pali High, among others. But, yeah, Marcus, listen, man, I covered Ricky, and I just going to be honest, I didn't like baseball vibe ever. I thought we were just hanging out in their space. I didn't think people were nice. It was hard to vibe. But, Ricky made it really good on a young reporter. He just smiled and had fun with it. And I know he was a serious guy about a lot of stuff and sometimes, got crossed up with people. But for me, it was fun to talk to Ricky. It was fun to watch him play, and he made that journalism interaction feel pretty good.
One of my favorite assignments, one of my first ones when I was at the Contra Times where they were showing me, hey, man, we believe you might be pretty good. So they sent me out to Newark when he played for the Newark Bears.
Whoa.
And yeah, remember that? And up until then, my only experience with a superstar baseball player was Barry Bonds.
Yikes.
So I go to Ricky fully expecting, this is Ricky Henderson, right? Fully expecting him to be along those lines of, kind of a diva. Man, he was cool. I told him I went to Oakland Tech. He was like, what? Then we started talking about Oakland Tech, and it was over. He was it was the complete opposite of the reputation he had of being a little bit ornery and kind of a hot dog. He was the coolest person. Then when you get to know him, you're like, oh, man, you could see Ricky all around the town. He just one of the people. He was great that way. I agree. I agree 1,000%. I'm not the biggest. I love the game of baseball. Covering baseball is just not as appealing, right? Just the time you spend and the environment is just not that attractive. But Ricky was fun, and some players do make it like that. Ricky was one of them people who made you feel like you were covering a superstar Bonds had that vibe too, but just in a different kind of way. But yeah, Ricky, man, that's the homie perennially to everybody.
Love Ricky.
Marcus, we really appreciate your time coming on with Christmas Eve. Happy holidays to you and your family. Can't wait to catch up at some point soon at Chase Center or any Warriors-related event, and we'll talk to you on the radio pretty soon as well when Papa comes back for the new year. So appreciate it.
All right, have a good one, fellas.
Thank you, man.
Oh, look at this emotional, touching moment, father and son. Oh,
it's so nice.
Yeah, just don't call me Bronny. I'm kidding. I'm kidding. I like Bronny. Seems like a good kid. I like Bronny.
You saying you only get minutes because of your dad? Wow, that's deep.
No, I'm not, but a lot of other people in the Bay Area might.
I think I'm only getting minutes because of my son at this stage, sadly.
That's actually how it works, actually. That's actually what it is.
Yeah, how about my co-host is nepotism today? Can we flip it around? Jeez, all right.
All right.
Have a good one, Marcus.
Peace.
Oh,
yeah. It's Marcus is a funny guy. Love that man.
The best. And my joke about Oakland Tech faculty that's another story.
Yeah.
But I did volunteer in their journalism class, and the year that the star student turned out to be unbelievable at sports journalism.
From one guest to the next, Andrew Siciliano will join us on the other side. It's Papa and Silver on KNBR 104.5 and 680, the sports leader.
Sunnyvale, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Sunnyvale's sports leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
Talking some lady hoop on the leader. Cal women's basketball coach Charmin Smith was on with Silver and Silver today to talk about their hot start to the season, culminating in a top 25 ranking. You can find that interview and more on KNBR.com and the all-new KNBR app.
It sound right, boy.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Wherever you roam, throughout your home, listen to the sports leader on your smart speaker. We are KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM.
Showing the pressure. Here it comes in the back. Jordan Lewis got there. Mayfield pitches it forward. Somehow he got it to White. Rashawn White gets a gain out of that. The ball taken away by the Cowboys. White was on the way down and Deron Bland took it away. Incredible.
Little Sunday night football between the Bucs and the Cowboys. Cowboys go on to pull the upset at home. And here to help us talk all things NFL is a longtime employee of NFL Network. He was the voice of DirecTV NFL Red Zone. He is now the play-by-play voice for Cleveland Browns Radio Network and does some appearances on Big Ten football for NBC. What I'm trying to say is this guy kind of does it all, and we're welcoming him on the UMA guest line on Christmas Eve. It is Andrew Siciliano. We really appreciate your time.
Happy Hanukkah to both of you Silvers. What an honor this is.
You know, Greg is like you.
I'll give a half thank you. I think your mic's off, dude.
Oh,
yeah.
Greg is. Hey, I just started broadcasting. Greg is like you, Andrew. He is half of a member of the tribe in question. So, hopefully, like you, he is an incredible blend. And I just want to come out and say it's such a thrill to have Andrew on because he is the greatest red zone broadcaster of all time, and that is unequivocal.
You are way too kind. I appreciate the kind words from both of you. Greg, I appreciate the reading of the Wikipedia page as well. Greatly appreciate that. And as for the red zone, I don't know who's the best or who's the worst. I know we were the first, however, and we will always have that. So,
well, it's funny because I went to NFL Network in 2013, and Andrew, you and I knew each other forever, right? Back to the Van Earl Wright era and, way back when. But
I remember a Kanye concert at the beach in Jacksonville in like 03, where I don't know how I got home, but yes.
I remember whoever I was with we were many drinks in, and whoever I was with kept calling him Van. And at one point, he just looked at him and he said, Van Earl, it's Van Earl. And I was like, wow, I need to get away from this table. This is not trending well. But yeah, so I get hired in 2013 at NFL Network. And so, Greg, you were at that time 14 and your younger brother was 11. And I would say, oh, yeah, I was hanging out with Michael Irvin or, I kept mentioning all these stars. And then they're like, You met Andrew Siciliano. They were fanboyed out to the max. It was amazing.
Well, I mean, the honor was mine, not theirs. The pleasure was mine, not theirs. We had a great run at DirecTV. We did it for 18 years. And talk about getting old, Silver. We are now to the point where I have had multiple players come up to me saying, quote unquote, I grew up watching you. And
wow.
Please stop. It's embarrassing. It's flattering, but it also means we're really old.
We are really old. My moment like that really hit me was at the Combine some years back. I was standing at Kilroy's, which, as you know, is always a wholesome decision late at night. And this guy comes up to me and he says, hey, you're Mike Silver. And I go, yeah. And he goes, hey, I'm the offensive coordinator of the Washington Redskins. I'm Sean McVay. And I just look at him and I go, I covered your grandpa on my first beat. Now that's sobering.
Look, we could keep one-upping each other, but can I do another one?
Yes.
Last year, I'm on a call for NBC, and we're doing Ohio State Purdue. Nice. And I'm on a Zoom with Marvin Harrison Jr. He was obviously then with the Buckeyes, and we're talking stuff over about the challenges of the Ryan Walters defense, whatever the heck it was at Ross-Ade Stadium that day. And I said, hey, Marvin, you're going to think I'm a creepy old man, but I was in college with your dad.
Yes.
On student radio called your dad's touchdowns.
Wow. So Greg Silver, Andrew, like your co-host Greg Papa, is a proud graduate of Syracuse. We put a bet on that Cal-Syracuse game, Andrew, by the way, that I was ready to concede to Greg, I think about 3 minutes in, and then it degenerated. But obviously like an esteemed sports broadcasting mecca. Andrew, did you know in college that you wanted to do this as a career?
I guess yes and no. I kind of I was a bad second baseman, and I figured the only way to do anything in sports was maybe to be a sports writer. And I wrote for the student newspaper in high school. I had a vague idea. I kind of wanted to do this as a career, and went to Syracuse as a print journalism major. And then I started doing radio as a freshman, and I kind of just went down that path and got a few breaks and never looked back. So I guess I had an idea that it was the general direction I wanted to go in, but no, I've had a lot of breaks, and I am lucky to be here. It's that time of the year where we sit here and be thankful and raise a glass and say, hey, how did we get here? It's another one of those for me.
Talking to Andrew Siciliano here during this lovely window we have in between Festivus and the start of Hanukkah. And Andrew, on that note of becoming the radio voice for the Cleveland Browns, first of all, congratulations. Very cool opportunity. And secondly, I want to ask you, both having grown up with you as the DirecTV Red Zone voice and face that I watched every single Sunday, and then also now co-hosting full-time with our play-by-play voice of the San Francisco 49ers, Greg Papa. What's that transition been like to you to go from focusing on all teams for 7 hours in the day to now locking super hard into one team whose season has not been the most optimistic at times?
I tell you what, Greg, the hardest thing for me is figuring out and really having a depth of knowledge with all the other games, right? So it used to be I was in a studio and I would pace in front of a wall of monitors for 7 hours screaming and yelling and pointing and gesticulating and seeing, most importantly, everything in every game. So when I came into work at NFL Network on Monday and would sit there and talk to your dad, I would have the ability to go, oh, my God, did you see when the official threw the flag and then he tripped and fell on his face in the third quarter of that game in Seattle yesterday? And he probably, he might have seen it, but most people go, oh, my God, no, what happened? Well, that game went to 2% of America. Nobody saw it, but I saw it, right? And we had, for 18 years, the ability to come to work on Monday morning and know everything that happened. Now I'm at one game. Right? And I'm loving that one game. I love my job. But very often it's like I'm going to the airport afterwards, or I'm going back to the hotel, or I'm grabbing dinner, wherever it is, whatever my travel is taking, or however it's taking me. And I'm like, I'm playing catch up. and I could see the score, and I could see a couple of highlights, and I could turn on the network or ESPN or the NBC pregame, and I could get a feel for it, but I didn't see it, right? And it's catching up and feeling like you know everything that has been the most difficult thing for me. I was the luckiest guy in the world because for not only 18 years into the red zone, but for 13 or 14 of those 18, I overlapped at NFL Network as well. So my Monday through Friday job was the best prep possible for my Sunday job because I talked all 32 all week. But then my Sunday job was the best prep for my Monday through Friday because I saw everything and it was easy. It was a layup come Monday.
Well, if you had to focus on one team, I'm really glad it's that one because Andrew really, really has cared about the Browns for a long time. And imagine like when Hugh Jackson was the coach and I had to like try to translate to Andrew what was going on in that building. And I think he wanted to strangle me and Hugh. He was not alone. But, you also are very, very tapped into the Los Angeles Rams, especially since their return, very close ties to that team. So I want to ask you, Andrew, because I was doing some research before the show. There is a clinching scenario this weekend for the Rams that involves them winning against the Cardinals and then getting 3.5 or more wins from the following 6 teams, including the Cleveland Browns, who play the Dolphins. You've also got Cincinnati against Denver, Washington against Atlanta, the Niners against Detroit. We might want to cross that one off. Buffalo against the Jets, Minnesota against Green Bay. Does that bring you like a little bit of crossover pride?
I think it's awesome because I don't know, honestly, like you and I have been getting these clinching scenarios, these emails for years. I don't know that I've ever seen this one. Like there are guys like Joe Ferreira who used to do tie-breaking for the league who has a Twitter feed that, those of us kind of know, we could always lean on Joe because he's doing the app weeks in advance where he will put stuff like this out there where, look at this game and that game and this game could swing a point differential and so on and so forth. But I don't know that I've ever seen the league type it out like this. It's like a prefix menu. Like, which of these items on the menu do you want? And one of them, if you only get half of it, in other words, if you get a tie, you're okay. I think it's awesome. What it means, look, the easy way here is that the Rams can do this without getting to Week 18 where the Seahawks come to L.A. So there's a scenario in which, because they can't be a wild card. Neither the Rams nor the Seahawks can be the wild card. You got to win the division. So I think it's great. They get their victory. If they get their victory over the Cardinals, and the Cardinals have both left tackle and right tackle out, so that doesn't help, then they get a couple of other things, and they are done by Week 18, which nobody saw coming. But for the second straight year, Sean McVay has a mid-season turnaround, and they're on a roll.
I kind of want it to go to Week 18 because I kind of want to go to L.A. for that game selfishly and have it mean something. But okay, let's go back to the Browns for a second. I was there when Myles Garrett was drafted partly because of my close ties to the former coach, and what a wild week that was. Laura Chapnick and I took it at an Indians game, our great producer.
I saw her last week.
Yeah, spent a bunch of time in that whole week. But, I followed Myles really closely. In fact, I sat next to his father on the way, I think, home from the combine that year, and have kept in touch with him. So I've marveled at, his talent was incredible, but his growth has really, really been a sight to behold. Obviously won the Defensive Player of the Year last year. This year, that was really cool, that mano-a-mano TJ Watt game where he was just like, no, I'm going to take over and show you that I'm actually the greatest edge. I saw something where Myles kind of wants to feel like he knows the direction going forward. Obviously, Deshaun Watson and his contract are one of the many questions facing them as they go into the next year. Do you see, how do you see kind of all that playing out with Myles, with Kevin Stefanski, Andrew Berry, Deshaun Watson? What are we looking at for the Browns in 2025?
I would say a couple of things. Number one, Mr. Garrett, Lawrence Garrett, is awesome.
Yes,
love that guy. We took in all took in a Guardians Yankees ALCS game back in October.
Nice.
He is hysterical.
Love him.
Miles is 22, but Mr. Garrett's hysterical. Anyway, that said, Miles kind of like raised some eyebrows on Friday because all year, all season, he has repeatedly said, look, I'm a Brown for life. I started my career here. I want to finish my career here. He kind of gets the same questions every week. Miles does one media thing a week. He does Friday with the locals. And as the season, as the losses have stacked up, they kind of keep asking him the same question every week. And last week was the first week in which he gave a different answer, which is, hey, I'd love to know what we're doing in the offseason. I don't necessarily want to be here for a rebuild, and I would love to win. I don't want to say it's much ado about nothing, because it's certainly something. I would step back and kind of go like, well, no bleep. Everybody wants to win. Nobody wants to do a rebuild. I mean, of course. There isn't anyone who's going to go, no. Let's wait 3 or 4 more years. I'm cool. No, nobody wants that. He was just, I think, being honest. This idea that they have to sit him down and convince him or get his okay for all off-season plans, I don't think that's the case. Now, he is your most valuable asset. You can get multiple ones from Myles Garrett. Nobody wants to trade Myles Garrett. Myles doesn't want to get traded. But I think Myles is like every other Browns fan, and that is, man, I don't know what next year is going to look like. Can you read me in? I think the quote Aaron Rodgers, the future is a beautiful mystery. But I don't know what that future is going to look like. Right now, they're picking 5th. If they lose to the Dolphins and they lose Week 18 to the Ravens, who may have something to play for, then there's a good share. They're guaranteed to be in the top 5. They could be as high as 3. They could be taking a quarterback. I could see a quick turnaround. I could see a long turnaround. I don't know, and he doesn't know, but he would love to know, like every other Browns fan with him.
Andrew, we really appreciate the time stopping by today. I hate that we got to go so soon. I like to joke.
Give long-winded answers.
No. Don't worry.
Your dad.
I was going to
say, but I will say this. Not only is Andrew the greatest red zone broadcaster of all time, I will say that publicly, but the other guy who does red zone, his tee-ups make Andrew and I sound succinct. They're legendary in length.
I have so many things to say, but I'm going to be concise and say happy holidays.
Oh, Andrew, we appreciate the time coming by on Christmas Eve, and happy Hanukkah to you, my friend.
Right back at you, boys. Peace and love to the family and everyone listening. Here's to a good 2025.
Thank you so much.
Go to work. Andrew Siciliano and Adam Sandler all at once. That is Andrew Siciliano, the voice of the Cleveland Browns, formerly NFL Network, did NFL Red Zone for a long time. And on that lovely note, we're going to keep this party moving and go to our third back-to-back-to-back guest, Dante Whitner next, joining us. It's Papa and Silver on Christmas Eve, only here on The Sports Leader. We do it every week, and that is catch up with our good friend Dante Whitner, one of the hardest hitting safeties we have ever seen, and former safety of the 49ers, now NBC Sports Bay Area analyst, and he joins us on the UMA guest line. Dante, really appreciate you taking the time today on a Christmas Eve, and happy holidays to you and your family.
Happy holidays, guys. No problem. I always look forward to this.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah. And, it's been harder to look forward to football this holiday season when we see what has transpired with the 49ers, but lost to Miami. They were eliminated officially going into kickoff. They lose, fall to 6-9. And you said something a few weeks back about this Niners team in the tone of maybe a little bit of a roster overhaul. And I want to get a little bit into that to start this interview because Brock Purdy's likely going to get paid. They can't be paying a bunch of guys premium when your quarterback is making money, and he was on the greatest value deal relative to the market that we've probably ever seen in the NFL. And so there are going to be a lot of changes needed. So I guess I'll just start with what you like from the young players that are on the team. Sure, there's going to be some people walking out the door. Maybe there are going to be trades. Who do you like as of right now that is young and think can make an impact starting 2025?
Well, I think Renardo Green has earned a starting spot. Malik Mustafa has earned a starting spot. On the offensive side of the ball, I would say Dominic Pooney, and that would probably be it. I think Ricky Pearsall, he has to, develop a lot more. We saw the two penalties that he had that cost the 49ers in his pass game, and that's just not being locked in, focused, not being around the team enough to handle those critical moments. Also, I think that when you think about the 49ers in drafting and the misses that they've had, Trey Lance, when you look at Reuben Foster, when you look at all of those guys, Solomon Thomas, a lot of those guys that were supposed to be cornerstone guys and be with the team for 8 to 10 years, they didn't pan out. And then there were countless amounts of second and fourth rounders that didn't pan out. So when you look at this 49ers roster as of right now, or even going into the season, it was really top heavy. When you have George Kittle, you don't have anybody behind him. You have Fred Warner and you have Dre Greenlaw when he's healthy, but you don't really have anybody behind him. The safety position as well. Yeah, you had Jair Brown filling in for Talanoa Hufanga, but he didn't play up to that level. So they had a lot of top-heavy roster, and they were trying to integrate a lot of these rookies to really do a rebuild, but also keep championship aspirations at the same time, which fell through. So I feel like this 2025 NFL draft is going to be a make or break. You have to hit on pretty much all of them. With the amount that you're going to have to pay Brock Purdy, you're not going to be able to allocate a lot of money to free agency. You're going to have to draft some guys that are ready to play. You're going to have to bring some guys in on some low deals that are ready to play to get back to that championship level and get back to the playoffs. So this NFL draft this year for the 49ers is the most critical.
It's such a great point. I think football, you know better than anyone. Life comes at you fast, and guys play, and teams need to get younger and faster sometimes. And we know about cheaper because that's the cap reality. But maybe they've aged out of this era to some degree. You've obviously got your cornerstones that you're going to keep and build around. Then I think of a guy like Greenlaw, who's just so wrapped in their identity, and that's probably my favorite guy to watch. What he did against the Rams for those 2+ quarters was so eye-popping and so important. I had kind of thought, well, maybe they'll get him cheap on a 1-year prove-it deal because of the injury, but maybe he showed enough against the Rams that someone else is going to want to pay him. How would you, if you were building that team, Dante, approach getting Greenlaw back after the season?
Well, we saw how the defense looked for the majority of the year when he wasn't on the field. And in just those small sample sizes, we saw the energy, the effort, the physicality, and the ability to make up for deficiencies on the defensive line. And I think that for the 49ers, who's really not going to have that much money in free agency to allocate after you pay Brock Purdy and you have to pay Deebo Samuel if he's going to be around, and Kittle and Trent Williams and all these other guys, I think that having Greenlaw back and Talanoa Hufanga pretty much solidifies your defense. We've seen the impact that they've had in the past 2 weeks, and you need that going forward. So, you're not going to get Dre Greenlaw on the 1-year deal. Somebody else is going to pick him up and pay him top dollar. Going into next year, he should be 100% healthy and ready to make a immediate impact.
So, Dante, I think that what was really interesting is at the time the Brandon Ayuk deal finally got signed, after that whole saga, the understanding was, well, Deebo Samuel's probably gone next year. They paid Brandon Ayuk big money. Then Brandon Ayuk is not performing well to start the season. He has an ACL tear. He's out for the year. And then a lot of eyes are on Deebo. I don't like this notion of too little too late, even though they're eliminated from the playoffs, because you know very well as a football player yourself that you're putting your life and body on the line every week. So for these locker rooms, there is absolutely a lot to play for. Now, they're not going to be playing in January, but Deebo Samuel finally had a game that looked like old Deebo this last week in Miami. I thought that touchdown run was really impressive to just keep going. It was sort of this run with attitude element that we hadn't seen much of this year. And I know you spoke positively about Deebo Samuel and believing he can return to his best form in 2025. What are your thoughts on Deebo and what he has left to play for, and if he should be a big priority when there might be some other roster overhauls?
Well, you're always playing for, just the eye in the sky. It really doesn't lie. And that's a number one phrase that we use. When you take the football field as a football player, you can say whatever you want, but when you watch the film, we can tell if the sky is blue or if it's red, right? And with Deebo Samuel, we've seen the type of plays that he's accustomed to making. All-pro player, anomaly in the things that he can do, playing the wide receiver, a returner, and a running back. But to be able to prove it to yourself and instill that fear in the opposition and keep that competitive edge in nature, you have to do it on a continuous basis. And we've seen games this year where he had lulls, where he didn't look as explosive. Some of it was guys around him in the screen game and in the RPO game, and when they hand the ball off to him, sometimes it was guys not executing and allowing free runners, allowing guys to escape and make tackles in the open field. Last week, we saw a concerted effort from Deebo Samuel to really show everybody that he still has it. And I feel like it is a little late, but with the way that he played last week, if he can duplicate that versus Detroit this weekend and Arizona, then the 49ers have to make some tough decisions. And we know if Deebo goes into the offseason, he's fully dedicated to his offseason plan, and he loses a little weight, he gets that step back, then he could still be an integral part of this offense, and they will probably have to restructure the contract, not telling him to take more money. They've been very creative in the past when they restructure a lot of these top deals. Then Deebo Samuel could potentially be around. So I'm always a Deebo Samuel fan. I understand the element of physicality and what it does to the defense and the inability for defensive backs to want to tackle him, or the ability to match his prowess and physical prowess in the open field.
Yeah, it's so fascinating. They drafted Pearsall in the first round. They paid Jennings something, and obviously Kittle factors into that too. Dante, you've been on teams that have to play for pride. And you're one of those guys who every time I saw you strap it on, you were maximum effort, and it showed. You've also been on teams where it can get a little, frustrating in the locker room when they're not performing. We heard Bosa say that he kind of saw the Devondre Campbell thing coming before the game. Mooney Ward told me that this has kind of been festering. This locker room's had so many proud players who are great leaders that have kind of self-policed this stuff over the years. Are you surprised it came to that point with Devondre Campbell in that game against the Rams where he literally didn't go into the game?
Well, no, I wasn't surprised because he didn't have anything really invested in the 49ers. When you think about the players that are fully invested over the years, the Fred Warners, Bosa's, Greenlaws, right? Those type of guys, Deebo Samuel, guys that have been through the tops of the tops with the 49ers, almost winning the Super Bowl, to, a season where they didn't get back to the playoffs after making it into a Super Bowl. So guys that have been fully invested. So when it comes to guys like Devondre Campbell, who comes in with his own intentions then you never are, surprised when those guys don't turn out as they possibly should have and could have and helped the team. You would never see one of the players that are fully invested in the 49ers for a number of years under Kyle Shanahan quit on the team. So it was almost like he was a double agent.
Couple more minutes here with Dante Whitner. And Dante, I don't know if you have started looking at some of the film for the Detroit Lions, who the 49ers will face on December 30th. But if I see any kind of silver lining here for an offense that has really struggled, a lot of eyes on Brock Purdy, and they just can't seem to quite get it right, well, Detroit's probably going to score a lot of points at Levi's Stadium. So I'm just going to assume that's the case. But on the other side of the ball, they have been decimated defensively. Does that open a window there? And sort of what sort of things from looking at the Lions are you looking for from Brock Purdy and the offense to sort of move the ball and to score effectively?
Well, it's not naturally about X's and O's with the Detroit Lions. They play a physical style of football. They play with all-out effort, and they're very disciplined, and it makes it very difficult to beat them. And when you have an offense coordinator like Ben Johnson, who's not afraid to mix it up, take some chances, take some risk. And by the way, that play last week was awesome, right? Just each and every week, you know that you're going to have to be on the lookout for something that's unscouted, an unscouted look. So it can confuse defenses. And then when they come off the ball, they have a great offensive line. They're just physical at the point of attack, and they just beat you up. And when they have Montgomery and Gibbs, right, speed and lightning, what do they call them, Sonic and Knuckles?
Sonic and Knuckles.
Right? You got Laporte at tight end. You got wide receivers like Jamison Williams, who was at Ohio State. Guys, we have to claim him. Right? He was at Ohio State and then transferred to Alabama, but we still claim our guys that transfer and go on and have success. And then you have guys like St. Brown and those guys. It's just a phenomenal offense. And they had the luck of being able to stay healthy all year. And we didn't even mention Jared Goff and how efficient he's been, how his completion rate is off the chart, how he's like rarely turning the football over except for like 2 games this year where he probably had 9 interceptions in 2 games. But they look like they're on track to represent the NFC and do a really good job. So I think that it can go anyway. It's any given Sunday with the 49ers. They have a bunch of prideful guys, so I know that they'll come out and compete, but it just might be too much. And I know their defensive coordinator. Their defensive coordinator, Aaron Glenn, was in Cleveland with me and Kyle Shanahan. So he understands Kyle's system. He understands the tweaks and the modernization of it. So I think it'll be a really good matchup. But, yeah, the 49ers will have the advantage versus their defense. They'll just be like too many points to try to overcome with the way Detroit can move the football.
Well, as a Cal guy, I will claim Jared Goff. Go Bears forever, and we certainly can't compete with the Buckeyes on that stuff, but I'll take it where I can get it. Dante, you've been on teams that have to play at the end with no playoffs on the line. What do you want to see? Like, what will move you in that game as you look to the future and you look to the pride in that locker room? What are there any things you're looking for that would get you fired up?
Well, actually, guys, I've had some grueling matchups and had to dig deep within myself when I was with the Buffalo Bills. And some of those years where you had Tom Brady and Randy Moss and they were like setting records and they were going for Super Bowls. And then you had Mark Sanchez and the type of running game and defense they had in New York. And Jones, remember Jones? That was in Chicago, and then he went over to New York. I had to tackle these guys, late in the season in Buffalo on hard turf. So it takes a lot. It takes a lot of mental fortitude, right? So what I would like to see from the 49ers is that they just didn't give up. Yeah, you're not going to make it to the playoffs, but you want to finish strong. Momentum is a big thing. The offseason isn't that long in the National Football League, and it's better to go into the offseason knowing that you beat the NFC division champions who's possibly on their way to a Super Bowl, and then another divisional foe in Arizona who beat you this year and embarrassed you at home. It's better to go into the offseason with that momentum than to go into the offseason losing, 7 of the last 8 or something like that, 8 of the last 9. That's a nasty taste. They have to continue to prove to themselves in these last 2 games that they can be physically dominating, especially within the trenches. just prove to themselves that they can win at will, right? The 49ers still have a lot of talent. They're just not executing at a high level on either side of the ball and on special teams. So we'll see how it goes.
Dante, we really appreciate the time you stopping by today on Papa and Silver with a fill-in of Silver and Silver. And happy holidays to you and your family. And any message for the Oregon Ducks out there?
Strap it up. Strap it up, baby. It's for all the marbles, right? That first one. Yeah, they got us the first one. How many did they beat us by? 2 or 3?
Yeah, with one clock mismanagement. And you know what? Ohio State right now favored by 2.5. I know that doesn't mean anything, but it's going to be good.
This is the rare
It's
time.
going to be a great game. The first week, I didn't really enjoy of college football, right? The playoffs, I didn't enjoy it. But this week, I think it's going to be very interesting.
It'll be a great game. Yeah, this may be the rare time where I'm like, go Buckeyes. That's how I feel about the Ducks as a former Pac-12 rival. So there you go.
Yes, on.
Dante, we appreciate it, and we'll talk again soon.
All right, I'll talk to you guys soon. Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas.
Merry Christmas. That is the great Dante Whitner. And his Ohio State Buckeyes play Oregon in the Rose Bowl at 2 o'clock Pacific time on New Year's Day.
We have some thoughts on college football.
I think we do. Should we do that next?
I think we should.
I think we shall. Papa and Silver, college football talk up next on the Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
The Warriors with another tough loss last night, this time to the Indiana Pacers. Steph Curry and Steve Kerr both talked about that loss. You can find those clips on KNBR.com and the all-new KNBR app.
Papa and Silver now continues live from the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix. Progressive jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. 1-800-GAMBLER.
That one sets up the Buckeyes 1st and 10 at the 22-yard line of Tennessee. Howard's going to take a shot toward the end zone for Smith. Perfect throw. Great catch over the right shoulder. Touchdown, Ohio State. 22-yard toss from Will Howard to Jeremiah Smith. His second touchdown grab of the night, and Ohio State has built the lead to 17.
And that's for our guy, Dante Whitner, who was just on with us. You're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus Media station, as we go on to our last hour here before we hand it off to Dirty Work with Walter and Depop today. Yeah, Walter's like, I cannot do your show again. Now you're bringing in another silver. I'm out. I'm tapping out to the holidays. I said, you know what? I get it. It's okay. And Jacob's been awesome today. And I'll tell you also that this segment of Papa and Silver is sponsored by Amici's East Coast Pizzeria. When you want the best pizza in town, Amici's delivers. So college football, 12-team playoff. It's expanded. We got 3 of those semifinals on New Year's Day. New Year's Eve will be Penn State versus Ashton Genty and Boise State. And then we have Georgia versus Notre Dame, the Rose Bowl between Ohio State and Oregon, and then the big one in our office, Jack Loader's Sun Devils of Arizona State versus Derek Papa's Texas Longhorns. So we got to do a little college football thing, and we got to have a little bit of some foolery on the show, like we did with our NFL awards. And we had to after, what was this, back in, what was the NC State game? October? Mike? That's right.
I think
Mike needs a mic.
I think it was in October. So listen, I know you think this is like going to be fun. I'm dead serious. Just as I was in the stands at Memorial Stadium with you and the other Greg, our close friend Greg Haywood, sitting in our season seats, knowing that Cal was going to somehow let this big lead against North Carolina State slip away. But I think I just kind of at some point I just mentioned that college football is kind of a trash game rules-wise, and you guys were like, huh? And then it turned into a rant that carried on throughout the game, and
because we couldn't bear to watch the actual train wreck that was coming.
I'm serious about this though, and I want to do a whole separate thing on the playoff and the way people process it, but let's just stick to the game itself, how it differs from the NFL game, and why I think there are some issues.
So just to tee it up for the people, this is your Festivus one day late airing of the grievances for rules of college football and ones that the NFL does better.
Yeah, and there are some that college does better too. I have a list of those too, but when I say college football is a trash game sometimes, it's not just strategy or the way it plays out or the way these coaches are treated like kings and their fiefdoms and all that. I'm talking about the actual what happens on the field, and I'd like to start with the hash marks.
Oh, good one.
So, like in an NFL game, the hash marks are all tight, like kind of aligned with the goalposts. I think it's 18 feet, 6 inches apart. In the college game, they're 40 feet apart, and that's better than it was when I was in college when they were like pretty much on each sideline. And it really affects strategy, especially field goal kicking. If those angles look weird to you, especially in person, that's because they are. You can't really line up a kick like you can in the NFL to, make it easy for your kicker. I remember in college, Joe Kapp was the Cal coach, the late great Joe Kapp, and he was also his own play caller. He was running the option to the short side of the field, and we couldn't figure out why. And it really was a short side of the field back then, even relative to now. So that's the first issue.
Yeah, 40 feet apart in college, so it's more than double the distance, 18 and a half feet for the NFL.
Hash marks are terrible. Another obvious one is if you go down and haven't been touched, you're just down. Like you could be breaking away on like a easy touchdown and you trip and you could just get up and score. Nope, not in the college game. We talked about that when Dan Campbell decided not to kick a go-ahead field goal Which game was that?
Packers game Thursday night, yeah.
So he goes for it on fourth down. Jared Goff falls, but manages on the ground to hand the ball off, and they make it, and Dan Campbell gets away with it, and the Lions win. But we were all, I think you and Greg Haywood and I all said, well, if that was Cal, that would have happened, and he would have actually been down.
Yeah, that was Haywood's light bulb moment of, oh, you really are a next generation sicko.
Yeah, right.
Yeah.
Poor kid. The targeting rule in college football is it's well intended, but it's ridiculous. We see players get kicked out. So if it happens in the second half, they have to miss the first half of the next game. The intent isn't factored in. I think that's an overreaction. The 1 foot catch thing, I think, is kind of cheap.
So let me ask you this one. I did a flag football league with my friends in high school. We played against a bunch of adults, and we were just the Gen Z squad. And the rule for that one was 1 foot inbounds, except in the end zone, it had to be 2.
That sounds like a stupid splitting of the difference. I think it should be 2. Receivers are so good now. I hated the force out rule when refs were allowed to play God and decide if a guy would have been in. You can push guys out, so maybe the 1 foot would be a trade-off, but I'm sorry. I think you got to get 2 feet in. The pass interference rule, I really don't like in college. Some think it's better than the pros because, it's so easy to get a DPI in these long passes. But I would counter by saying, oh, this fast receiver got behind me. The quarterback threw the ball. He's probably going to catch it. Think I'll tackle him. And that's a 15-yard penalty.
Yeah.
That's kind of like the equivalent in the World Cup we saw when Asamoah Gyan was denied a game-winning goal because Suarez caught the ball off the line, and the penalty is just a PK.
Look at you ripping off 2010 sports trauma in the World Cup in South Africa. How about that?
That was big.
Shout out Kevin Prince Boateng.
Missed field goals don't go back to the spot of the kick. They go back to the line of scrimmage, so that's 8 fewer yards of risk than in the NFL.
I don't know if I have a strong opinion on that one. I would just like consistency.
Okay, I got a couple of biggies before the big one. If your helmet comes off, even if it's just like kind of an equipment malfunction, you have to miss the next play. Like, that's how Cal's going to be denied, or, it won't be a Rose Bowl anymore, but like a conference title. Their star player's helmet's going to malfunction and come off. He'll have to miss the next play, and that'll decide the game.
Also, good luck running that one by Dre Greenlaw or Aaron Donald or Cam Hayward.
Don't like that rule. Sacks count as negative rushing yardage in the individual stats. So, like, Michael Vick in college was like the greatest running quarterback anyone's ever seen, but would lose like an extra 35 yards off his total because somehow a sack is a rushing attempt. That's like the most trash rule. Okay, here is my biggest beef with college football relative to the NFL, and it has been for a long time.
Let's hear it.
The replay rule. First of all, what is it? Like, I never know when they're going to do a booth review, whether they're going to stop the game, whether they should, whether it applies, whether it doesn't, how long the delay is going to be. All I know is it will screw over my Cal Golden Bears. The only team, I believe, in history to have 3 touchdowns called back on one drive at home in a rivalry game and still never score on that drive. That happened against Stanford. All I know is, like, when Cal does something and I'm really happy, no matter what, even if it's right before the ball's about to be snapped, there will be a booth review that could hurt me. And conversely, when I need a game to slow down because a replay review could help the team I love, it doesn't happen. I never know why. I did Google this. Apparently, it's all booth review at the discretion of the booth, except each coach gets 1 challenge per game.
Jacob, do you have any added context? Because you do a lot of work in college sports.
So I do. The reviews are insane in college sports. The refs are always looking at something, and they even have the old school monitor where they go like underneath the hood. they don't make any decisions, okay? They're radioed in from the CIA or wherever
they're
it is.
They're looking at the Buffalo Wild Wings.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's madness. And that's why college games are so damn long.
Right. That and the clock stopping on first downs, which I don't hate, by the way, because it gives it fuels comeback attempts. I have a few other, but yeah, no, thank you, Jacob. The college replay situation, it is laughable, maddening, and of course, as a fan of my Cal Bears, I always think it's against me, partly because things tend to be that way.
I appreciate you acknowledging the meltdown factor and just assuming the worst, because I have now morphed into that kind of fan. And when it comes to like the Warriors, the 49ers, or the Giants, or no longer the A's, it's like, well, with this job, I kind of had to detach some of the irrational from it. And then especially now being in this role, you got to look at things from a much more well-rounded perspective. Right. Cal, I still look at it, and I didn't even go to Cal.
And I'm not like Jim Harbaugh and the Niners, who would be screaming about a call and a perceived injustice when I was up by like 28 points. I say this not only because I'm a fan who has a skewed perspective, but also my team loses a lot of really important games in multiple sports. So I think it's like, okay, anyway, in the interest of equal time, here I have lists of rules I don't hate and ones I don't really care about.
Yeah.
The overtime rule, I think, I don't like it, but it's better than the NFL overtime rule, which if it takes me like 20 minutes to explain, which the NFL overtime rule does, especially in the postseason, and if like Kyle Shanahan hasn't told his team about it before the Super Bowl, which didn't impact the game, but I can see why you wouldn't even want to deal with it, that's a bad rule. So I'll give college the overtime rule. I like the clock stopping on the first downs. It's now only in the last 2 minutes of each half because it keeps hope alive. The 2-minute warning is better, and now there's a 2-minute timeout in college football, which is good. The fact that they can't call it the 2-minute warning, I have mixed feelings about. One, it's a dumb NFL trademark thing. Like, what are they going to trademark touchdown? Like, that's stupid. Two, we don't really need to warn coaches anymore that there's 2 minutes left in a game in 2024. So, and then the ones I don't really care about, there's no illegal contact in college football. So, like, you can mess with the receiver all the way down the field past the 5 yards physically, as long as you're not holding them or as long as the ball is not in the air. Once the ball is in the air, then it's PI. There's a smaller ball with stripes on it that's easier to catch, receivers say, than the bigger ball without the optics of the
Jamar
stripes.
Chase.
And the 2-point conversion, I don't know if a lot of people know this, it's from the 3 and not the 2, which is the NFL rule. So college football coaches who won't decide a game with a 2-point conversion are actually less gutless than NFL coaches because it's a yard back. It's 50% harder on paper in the NFL game. So those are all the differences. Now, the way that fans perceive it and the playoff and all that, I feel like that's a whole segment in and of itself, and I don't want to do that rant right now unless you tell me to.
Yeah, we'll probably pass on that because we'll do Silver Linings playlist, and then we'll do Sounds of Silver, and then we'll hand it off to Dirty Work with Walter, Depop, and Tim. And very well done, though, and I appreciate.
Well, I mean, are we passing? Because I would like to do that one rant before I get out of here, since I just have one rant about the playoff.
Go ahead.
Okay. In the NFL, if there's a lopsided playoff game, like let's say Packers-Cowboys last year, fans are like, oh, man, that was a blowout. I thought it would be close. I wonder if they should fire the losing coach. That's really concerning that the Cowboys got blown out in the first round. In college football, if there's a blowout in the playoffs, it's that team should never have been in the playoff. And further, an SEC team should have been in. My athletic colleague, Chris Vaniti, had a great tweet this morning when I woke up after a really restful sleep on your futon.
Offered you an air mattress.
I saw a tweet, and it was something to the effect of, man, the NFC North is a great division. Should the Bears be in the playoff, the Chicago Bears? And that's like kind of getting at like college football. It's like, it's all about like, my conference is better, or this team should have been in. They would beat this team. Whereas in the NFL, you don't have that. It's not like man, should the 49ers be in the playoffs? No, because we have a system. We all agree on a system. And even now that college football has gone from no teams in a playoff, we just vote, to 2 teams play it off, but we argue over who they are, to 4 teams play it off, but we argue. Okay, now there's 12. It's a little closer to like the NCAA basketball tournament. But even after the 12 are decided, it's like, that team should have been seeded high. My team should have been in. There should be more. Everyone knows Alabama would beat, Boise State. No, we don't. We let 12 teams in. We played it off. And by the way, I think conference champions should get the byes, or why have a conference?
I love the rant. I love the desire for a system and for clarity, and I don't think I need to add anything further to that discussion. Thank you, though, for bringing us the light on college football. It was quite an entertaining segment.
And yet I torture myself as a Cal fan every year, every day, every portal move, every just emotional mood swing. I still torture myself.
If anyone out there was not into the last 15 minutes, just know that I, as a family member in the season of giving, needed to let him have that cathartic experience. Silver Linings playlist on the other side, then Sounds of Silver, and then we'll hand it off to Dirty Work. It's Papa and Silver with the Silvers on the Sports Leader.
Broadmoor, shout out to you for supporting KNBR, Broadmoor's Sports Leader.
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
The Athletics' Marcus Thompson was on Silver and Silver earlier today to talk about the Warriors, what they should do at the trade deadline, before the trade deadline, with Kuminga, without Kuminga. Is LeBron James an option? You can find that podcast and more on KNBR.com, the all-new KNBR app.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Do yourself a favor. Download the KNBR app on your smartphone. You'll be glad you did. This is KNBR 104.5 FM and 680 AM. Silver Linings Playlist with Greg Papa and Greg Silver.
No Papa today, but we have another Silver, and that is Silver Linings Playlist time, as we often do, around the 1:15 hour. And look, sometimes it just falls into your lap. It's an easy one. I knew you were going to want to hear it. It is your favorite Christmas song, and I'm sorry I couldn't give you Father Hanukkah, but I gave you Father Christmas by the Kinks.
Thank you so much. Now I see why Jacob was holding out on me. So listen, I could go on and on and on about how great the Kinks are and how they're the lost, giant of classic rock and roll. Ray Davies, one of the greatest songwriters of all time. Dave Davis with the harmony and the guitar. Mick Avery on the drums. But the lyrics are what set the Kinks apart. And this is such a great approach to Christmas because they're talking from the perspective of the poor kids. And they're saying, don't give us toys. Give us money. We're poor. Save all the toys for the little rich boys. It's a really cool way to go into Christmas because we hear about giving and charity, but in our culture, of course, Western culture, because they're English, so much of it's about excess and, spoiling the ones you love with gifts you may or may not be able to use. If you're poor, you would rather just have the money. And it's just nice to hear someone sticking up for the poor, which is a lost art in today's society, and giving us that perspective. Thank you, Ray.
Ray Davies, of course. Kinks are amazing. And I guess on that note, to just be a little serious and stop the goofiness for a second, I'm not going to tell anyone how to spend their Christmas, how to feel on their Christmas, but this is an important time of year where I think to just try to have a little bit more compassion in you, be a good people to the people around you. And whether that's helping someone that's less fortunate or just calling up your friends who you have been meaning to talk for a while or just putting down the phone for an extra 15 minutes, which I know is really hard, especially here in our line of work with the radio and the constant stream of news. We all just do the best we can, but just showing a little compassion and grace is important. And it is fun to have a show with my father. I know that we made a lot of jokes and, we did this once on July 18th, but I mean, to also spend Christmas Eve, quote unquote, working, I can't look at this job as really real work in the first place to think about what people like my mom and your wife do for work and what so many people around this building have as even second jobs sometimes or people's relatives. And there's a lot of important work out there. So whatever it is you do, however you spend your Christmas, even if you don't celebrate Christmas, a good time of year to just take your foot off the gas, not be so charged up, get whatever the Twitter we all have in us out of us, and to just enjoy getting to be with one another. I mean, I know it's cliche. I know that's what it's talked about, but that really is what it all boils down to.
Yeah, and I am a little charged up. I blame caffeine, but got to be performance ready here, especially, with such a high pressure situation. being here with my son. And my wife and I are very lucky. We have 3 great kids. We love them all. We have a lot of great friends and family members. Some of them are struggling and going through some stuff. And I know a lot of people listening, deal with things that they have to confront. So just trying to send good vibes out there. Hasn't been my favorite last couple months on the global front, but let's hope that our better selves emerge.
Yeah, I think that's really well said. And I know that here at KNBR, we've had some changes around this time of year, 2 years in a row. And I understand that me getting to fill the shoes of John Lund is something that is challenging for a lot of people to embrace. It's like I said on the first show, radio is a very personal business. I think John is one of the best and most intelligent to ever do it that I've been around, even in that short time. So if John, you're out there listening, and Danny Dunn, people that were on this show for years, I recognize the hard work you do. I think about you both every day at this job. And as grateful as I am to be here, I understand that there's been a lot of changes that were difficult. And, for those of you who are listening every day and maybe listen to me and Papa, obviously there's a lot of work to do when you have someone with the knowledge and acumen of Greg Papa sitting by your side. But if you are listening, I appreciate you giving me a chance. I try to ignore the outside noise as much as possible and just work as hard as I can to create an enjoyable product, because the show is not about me. It's about the people who listen and are invested. So, and on that note, just to close out the segment, also a big fat Merry Christmas and thank you to the people here at KNBR, because whether you feel some type of way about corporate or how the station has changed, the people in this building who are still here and have adjusted to the changes are all amazing people and great people to work with. I'm talking about Jacob today. I'm talking about Walter on our show. I'm talking about Tim, Derek, Raph, Ryan McCarthy, the Kyles, all 3 of them. Cole, I am probably going to miss some people too, Mike Holler, but it is a really tight-knit group, and that's what's made some of these changes hard. But the people who do the work here in this building, I can promise you, we all feel the weight of what's happened, and I think I'm very lucky to still have people to come to work with every single day that I know put a lot of heart into it.
Shout out to my man Murph and Marcus, and of course Tom Tolbert, who has been putting up with me since we were in college, different colleges, but another great broadcaster who I look forward to see what's next with.
We'll do some Sounds of Silver on the other side. There was something I learned about you in terms of covering the NFL that you actually don't really know about, and we'll tease exactly what that is with Sounds on the other side.
Terrifying.
Papa and Silver with the Silvers here on the Sports Leader.
Every single interview from every single show. Hear them on demand at knbr.com/podcasts. We are the sports leader. Sounds of Silver with Greg Papa and Greg Silver.
All right, so Sounds of Silver. Some days it's good, some days it's great. I think this is going to lean closer to the side of great. It's Papa and Silver. Papa off for Christmas Eve, so I got my family coming in, Mike Silver, the senior NFL writer for The Athletic at that. And this is crazy. The reason I show your job title there is not so I can sound like a D-bag. It's so that I can illustrate how funny what we're about to do is, in the sense that you cover the NFL nationally. You have done it for a long time. And if this doesn't tell you how irrelevant some teams are, like the Carolina Panthers, I don't know what will, because Jacob and I are riffing on Xavier Legette's accent, his thick, deep South Carolina accent, before the show. And you're like, what are you talking about? He has never heard Xavier Legette speak. I was like, we are not going to play any sound. He just has to hear it fresh. This is Xavier Legette back in October talking about being allergic to seafood and starting to eat vegetables like asparagus.
Just hope they got some good food. I'm a picky eater, so I just hope they got something I can eat.
They have good chocolate.
I don't eat candy like this.
Well, what are your no-goes? You say you're a picky eater. What are your no-goes?
Yeah, I don't eat seafood. I don't eat like peppers and onions and all that. I don't really eat vegetables like this.
What? So you eat like pizza?
Yeah, and like I just started eating asparagus. I eat like string beans and green peas. But that's it.
Do they have to be cooked in bacon grease? Do they have to be cooked in bacon grease?
No. That ain't like that.
Pasta?
Yeah, I eat some pasta.
Okay.
Yeah, I eat some pasta.
Chicken, steak, all the regular stuff.
Yeah.
No seafood though?
No, I'm allergic.
Oh, okay. Well, we'll give you that one.
So after Kerry Crowley spends the holiday with his family, he's actually going to go to Arkansas. And he told us when we got in around 9 o'clock, yeah, I'm not going to hear anything close to that intense of a Southern accent when I go to Arkansas.
Okay, let's break this down for a second. First of all, he's right about asparagus.
Like I just started eating asparagus.
Yeah, he's right about it. It's never worth it. Oh, he said he started eating it. Never worth it, like to me. And I think everyone knows what that means.
Yes.
You know who does not eat vegetables, period, swears by it, and has had a pretty good, healthy life? The great Al Michaels.
Yes.
Does not. I've been out to dinner with him. He will order a steak, and then he's just like, nope, don't eat vegetables.
That's pretty remarkable, man.
It really is.
Especially when we're in a time of year where I've accepted it's just not going to be the healthiest. You're going to have a lot of food that's in front of you. And then January is going to come, and I'm not going to try to do like a full-blown Australian toilet, wink to the chapter. I'm not going to try to do that and just completely upend my life and go full crazy fitness, but like there's going to be some mindfulness when it comes to making healthier choices, getting a little more exercise as I adjust into the routine here. And and by the way, speaking of food and Xavier Legette, let's play another one because not only does this guy have a very thick accent, he is funny as S. He was on the St. Brown Brothers podcast and talked about eating raccoon, which is a common thing down south. But he talks about Thanksgiving, eating raccoon, and the combination of that lifestyle plus his accent was just cracking me up.
Okay.
Well, y'all probably seen that video when I tell them folks I eat raccoon. Like a raccoon that you see in the trash can. I hunt it, I kill it, I skin them, cook them, eat them.
So when's the last time you had a raccoon?
Thanksgiving. Now my cousins, all my people them hunting and all that. So my cousins them they killed it. They called me like, yeah, we got that coon. We get that coon. Yeah.
That sounds crazy. We got that coon.
Yes.
Wait, what does it taste like?
It got its own taste. You know, everybody try to say stuff taste like cheese. But that coon got its own taste though.
What was that last part?
Everybody says stuff tries to taste like chicken or chicken, but raccoon has its own taste.
And didn't the St. Browns grow up in Germany?
Yeah, so they talk about Germany.
They're like, what? Like, it'd be bad enough, like, if you grew up in California like me, this sounds like a different world, but, like, they grew up in a different continent. They're like what?
I'll have time to play you more Xavier Legette over the holidays, well beyond this show. But he also talked about going to Germany and how everybody came back skinnier because the food was so bad and nobody wanted to eat. Like, this guy is a content machine. And actually, Pardon My Take, a podcast you appeared on, they were hilarious early in the season. And they said their biggest problem with Bryce Young is that by the Panthers being so bad, they're robbed of getting Xavier Legette's accent.
Has he been on Pardon My Take yet?
I don't think so.
I might have to beat those guys to the punch and go hang out with them in the offseason. I will not eat raccoon unless I have a lot of South Carolina beverages, maybe. But I don't think I'll eat asparagus either.
So anyway, you learned something new today, which was Xavier Legette, South Carolina through and through. Now he's in North Carolina.
Do you think you mentioned full-blown Australian toilet earlier? That's from my book, The Why Is Everything. Can still get it before Christmas or Hanukkah. Do you think Lulu Twydale, one of the Splash Sisters for the Cal women's basketball team, that's her favorite chapter in the book?
Oh, well, you're really coming full circle with our show. I'm going to just abstain from that question and say that's up to her to answer. We do have a couple more cuts, though.
She is Australian, though.
Well, yeah, of course, but I don't want to talk about her toilet preferences.
No, I'm saying because the chapter has Australia in the title. I'm just trying to sell books and also sell the fact that the Cal Bears are number 21 in the country under Charmin Smith. Go out to Haas Pavilion and check them out.
All right, well, we do have two more cuts that are not related to Xavier Legette, and I had to think about what could I do as a fun little Christmas gag. I mean, we talk about giving and presents, and I could give you some money, Ray Davies, Father Christmas, but I was like, I want to get authorities to weigh in on the matter of Mike Silver filling in on a guest show. So I reached out to someone who is an amazing Bay Area figure. He's actually been mentioned on today's show. He is someone with one of the great senses of humor, and I think he knows you very well. He also would have a similar mindset to how college sports are looked at. So this is part one of the critical education of Mike Silver from some guy named Greg.
Oh, boy.
Hello, sports fans. I give you 15 critical moments in the UC Berkeley education of Mike Silver. Number one, you're an alcoholic.
Wow.
Number two, let's do some bromo. Number three, kid comes in here as an 180-pound freshman, and by the time he's a senior, his head looks like a BB on a boxcar. Number four, you gotta admit. Number five, how little you know about me. Number six, it was bigger than a bread box. so it must have been a chair. Number 7. Is this Mike Silver? This is Jim Dante.
So that's part 1. And we have a few more to go. But this is 15 moments in the critical UC Berkeley education of Mike Silver. I told you a little bit earlier, you mentioned your friend Greg, and you said he's going to be a celebrity by the time you keep doing more shows. I said he might be a celebrity by the end of the day.
Oh, my Lord. Those are stories that not only can I not really elaborate on over 50,000 watts, I don't even want you and your grown siblings to know. We went hard. We worked hard. We played hard. One of those, the Jim Dante reference, was an incredible prank. I'm a big prank guy that got played on me that led me to believe that I was maybe getting kicked out of the dorms. And I actually had to put on a nice shirt and show up for an appointment at the housing office, fearing that I was going to be evicted from the dorms during my freshman year, and frantically, was imploring them to find my appointment because I'd gotten this message, and it turned out no appointment existed. And when I got back to my dorm to tell Greg Haywood about it, he kept me on the hook for a while, and then he said, "Wait, who called you from the housing office? It wasn't Jim Dante, was it?" Which was the name they used. And they got me. But it was still a win because I didn't get kicked out of the dorm, so I'll take it.
Well, look, we do not have to have you elaborate on the stories. I mean, this is your gift after all, but I must ask you, should we continue with part 2?
I'm mortified, but I can't imagine it being as bad as part 1, so let's go.
Let's go.
Number 8. Friend. You can't arrest him. They hit him. Cop. Yes, I can. Friend. You're such a Cop. Click. Number 9. But I'm not in the East. Number 10. You can't leave because we're putting you in jail. Number 11. I will call you. Number 12. Coach Schembechler be messing with my head. Number 13. I will tear your head off and in it. Number 14. Sam the man is a nice guy. He's a really nice guy. I mean, he's a really, really nice guy. Number 15. This is not okay. And as a bonus, you have mail.
Your reaction?
Oh, God, that is so comprehensively, it's a lot.
Would you like to take one of those last 9 and give context that could, be appropriate for over the air?
Yeah, I would, and I'm trying to think how I want to tackle these. So help me out here. We had the rip your head off. Yeah, we're not going to do that.
That was kind of self-explanatory.
Okay, well, let's start with the first one. Friend. Who do you think the friend was? I was the person maybe in a bad situation already. Who was the friend who decided that he would test the theory that one cannot get thrown in jail simply for calling a law enforcement officer a word that starts with a D and has 4 letters?
I don't know who the friend was. You tell me.
Might have been the person who also was narrating or providing the example. So I would admire the culpability there. Yeah, listen, man, we had a great Cal experience. Had a lot of memorable moments, a lot of growth, and very proud of that individual's growth, because were some of those situations to happen now, he would be in a much more coherent state in terms of how to deal with them.
So, no was a little unconventional. I know a lot of the listeners might be like, yeah, what was that? But the bottom line is, at the end of the day, you got someone out there who's one of the great Bay Area legends taking time on a Christmas Eve to contribute to your Hanukkah holiday.
Yeah, and I do appreciate that. As you know, your mom and I met at Cal. Another close.
Yeah, why do you think I was raised in a cult?
Yeah, right. Your sister went there. She's a hapless member of the cult, unfortunately for her. I think when she hears that a player's entered the portal, no matter how much pleasure that player may have provided in recent times, her first words are not a bear. She's a savage.
Let's go ahead and take our last break. We'll close things up on the other side. We'll say thank you to everybody. Maybe we'll get Walter and Derek to come in here and wreak havoc for 5 minutes.
Yes. Dirty.
And Silver transitioning over to dirty work here on the Sports Leader.
Friend, you're such a
Now, from the O'Donnell Financial Group Sports Desk. Learn more at odfigroup.com. O'Donnell Financial Group, because planning is a process, not a product.
The best red zone announcer of all time, Andrew Siciliano, was on with Silver and Silver earlier to talk about the NFL, talk about NFL MVP awards, talk about the Cleveland Browns. If you care about the Cleveland Browns, you can find that podcast and more on KNBR.com, the all-new KNBR app.
Stones have a song called Dirty Work.
Since we're the sports leader, it only makes sense that you should follow. Find us on Twitter at KNBR. For once again, we are the sports leader.
Yeah. That's right. We're celebrating the holidays all around, and Adam Sandler is he's raising a glass, rather, for all the Hanukkah celebrating folks out there.
L'chaim.
That's right. And that voice you hear right there is Depop from
Mazel
Dirty
tov.
Work.
What's going on, boys?
So we got Derek here, and then we've got Walter, who jumped ship for the day.
I did. No regrets. No regrets at all. Yeah.
It's got to be awesome, right?
Loving it. What?
You look dirtier.
I do. I came in
dirty work.
I came in dripped in dirtiness.
Whoa, easy.
Today.
That's Hermione's job to be dripping.
Jeez.
Good Lord here.
Okay, so aside from whatever dirty stuff's going on, what do you have on tap for the show today?
Well, we're going to talk a little Warriors, talk a little Niners, talk a little Giants.
Wow.
I mean, we're really going outside the box here. We're going to talk some Christmas movies. We're going to talk, Walter wants to play a little game of our confidence scores.
Yeah.
We'll do that of the three teams.
We'll do that at 2:50. Just pretty much just topics, right? What's going to happen?
Is Cal women's basketball one of those three teams?
It could be.
Tune in, Mike.
Tune in at 2:50, and you'll find out.
We'll be tuning in as we drive back and talk about how great each of us was on the show. Man, I was really good. No, but I was amazing. No, I was great.
I thought you were especially great today. So I have some questions for you, sir.
Thank you.
I read your article with you and Diana Rossini about Woody Johnson and him nixing the Jerry Jeudy trade because of low Madden scores. Is that by far the craziest thing you've heard an owner doing as far as not wanting a player?
That's a great question. I've heard some crazy stories about owners being influenced by stuff that I would, everyone says we should pick that guy. Let's pick him. But the personnel people and the coach think they should pick something. No. We have to pick that guy. Madden rating is probably maybe owners have made decisions that they haven't enunciated in quite that way. But the fact that Woody Johnson said it out loud and then told his GM, no, you can't do that, to the point where the GM then explained to the Broncos it's off because of this.
Wow.
That's big. Bud Adams, the late owner of the Titans, who had been the Houston Oilers owner before he moved them, essentially told Jeff Fisher and Floyd Reese, you got to draft Vince Young.
Yeah, I heard about that one.
And that was part of a spite war because, he thought Vince Young would be a star in Houston if he went there. So he wanted to steal from Houston one more thing.
Gotcha.
The former Texas star.
So, question for Walter real quick as we kind of make our way around this rectangle. So, you have a lot of babysitting
or a
to
square.
do.
I was going to say a circle, but go ahead.
Oh, easy there.
It's a circle. It's a circle of trust.
Yeah, Don't go outside the circle. Sorry.
And silver.
Well, just considering the babysitting that you have to do on a daily basis between two Gregs and, everybody else in life, probably everyone else at the station too. I'd like to think I'm, medium maintenance. It's not true. Doing the practice squad with Derek on those podcasts.
Oh, yeah.
How has that prepared you for the challenges that you're about to face?
I guess we'll find out in a few minutes. But, dude, practice squad is always fun. I've finally been elevated to the starting lineup or to the starting roster. So it was a lot of fun.
Made it on the 53, baby.
yeah, finally.
No, you're not a standard game day elevation. You're actually on the roster.
Yeah. I'm on the roster. Yeah, I'm on the.
You got to get one of those necklaces that say NFL in case you're at a bar and in case some woman doesn't know that you're in the league.
There you go.
Yeah, that's good.
Walter needs that necklace.
Yes, we'll craft something out there in the bullpen.
All right.
They say it don't mean a thing if you ain't got that bling.
Oh, that's true.
I believe they say.
That is what the scholars say.
So the last thing I'll address before we sign off and let you two be with our good friend Tim.
Yeah, let us be.
That's what I'm doing.
All right. Get to it, Greg. Let's go.
If Texas beats Arizona State.
Oh, yeah.
So what's officially on the table now is Jack Loader, Arizona State Sun Devil alum, has to keep his takes to himself for a month.
Is that happening? Is that legit?
We are trying to come up with a good bet.
That'd be a Christmas miracle.
That seems severe.
Christmas miracle right there.
It's very severe for Jack Loader, but come on. I mean, that kid can shut the hell up for a month.
So why not Austin
Kenny, I don't
Scott?
know.
and
Sounds
Kenny
like
Crowley?
someone thinks the Longhorns are going to win. What do
I'm
you have
confident.
to do? What do you have to do if they lose?
That's a great question. Jack Loader has not given me back what he wants me to do. So I don't know yet. I mean, I could grow my hair out for a month and see how that goes. That was part of our bet with Tim Webb for fantasy. I'm very confident in the Longhorns. I'm not really big on I'm not conflicted, but you know my backstory? I went to ASU for a semester.
Oh.
Yeah. And then left to go to Austin Community College for a little while, then went to Texas.
This one's personal.
Oh, yeah.
You're a portal guy, aren't you?
I'm a portal guy.
Ricky Pearsall, Jaden Daniels, Derek Papa, all left Arizona State for greener pastures.
There you go. And I'm not a fan of who's my guy, the white running back, Scattaboo?
Yeah.
Yeah, I don't see it.
I have an idea. The iconic scene from Ted 2, which I'm sure had U of A fingerprints on it, where they talk about Arizona State. You can't play it on the air, but you might want to watch. Just Google Ted 2 Arizona State.
Okay.
Pregame, right before the game.
I vaguely remember it. Yeah, I vaguely remember that. I know all the Simpsons references where it's like Ned Flanders is like, oh my God, everyone's going to heaven. And he sees Homer Simpson and he's like, how did Homer get here? Well, I guess heaven's easier to get into than Arizona State.
Yeah, that's, I think Ted said something to the effect of, did you call it ASU or did you just call it HPVU? and it degenerates from there. Steve Kerr went to Arizona, so I've kind of been on the anti-Sun Devil bandwagon since
my sister
college.
went to Arizona too. Tommy T went to Arizona, so yeah.
Greg's girlfriend, one of the great U of A fans. Both parents are Wildcats. So
Two geniuses, as Steve Kerr said.
Yeah, that is true. Greg, when Greg and Heidi, were early in their relationship earlier.
Glad we're just broadcasting this on 50,000 watts.
Yes, of course.
Shout out your girlfriend.
Yeah. They were at our house watching Arizona in the NCAA tournament, and Steve had texted me about something, and I said, by the way, Greg's girlfriend Heidi is here. She grew up in Tucson. Both her parents went to Arizona, and he texted right back. Ask her how it feels to have two parents who are geniuses.
There you go.
On that note, we're going to get on out of here.
It wasn't that embarrassing, Greg. I mean,
it was good. It was a good story.
No,
Your
just
dad-
I'm just more like, does anyone care?
Yeah, but it could be worse than that.
It's a rivalry thing.
Yeah.
We're trying to trash talk the Sun Devils, and Jack Loader facing the I don't know what this means because I think I met Jack once and he was a nice kid, but facing the possibility
You haven't met him enough.
that he cannot give his takes for a month in the workplace. Apparently, that's a big bet. So I want to know. Yeah, it's got to be better than growing the hair out. Maybe you have to rock the Sun Devil sweatshirt you put away back in the day or something.
Oh, that'd be hard to find. I'm open for anything because I feel really confident. I feel confident in a Texas victory. But when we get in this game on New Year's Eve, it feels like it's just too spaced out here.
Yeah. I stopped watching college football on December 16th. When did Cal play? The 18th.
Oh yeah.
So I don't know.
I'm sorry, Mike.
Hey, listen, we're just grateful it went past the end of November.
You and I will talk about it more when you and I have our own show together.
Which will probably be called Papa and Silver.
Yeah.
Sorry.
Makes more sense.
Sorry, other
the two
Papa
Gregs.
It's all right. We're working on a rebrand here anyway. Appreciate you. Appreciate Jacob. And Merry Christmas to you two. Have a great show.
Happy Hanukkah, Greg.
Dude. Thank you, Jacob. Have a great show, guys. It's about to get
dirty.
Dirty work starts now. You're listening to KNBR and KNBR FM San Francisco, the sports leader, a Cumulus media station.
Okay. The fun's over.
They've done the dirty work of the radio business.
Anybody messes this thing up for me tonight is through.
Engineering, board operating, and producing.
Not only are you fired, your life is over.
And now they have the microphone. What could go wrong?
Nobody messes up. You understand me? Don't mess up.
Adam Copeland.
You wanted some sort of hard-hitting Bob Lee journalism. You came to the wrong place.
Derek Papa.
Oh, boy. Okay.
It's getting hot. Is it getting hot, sir?
That's even worse.
How are we feeling? It's getting hot.
Oh, boy.
And Tim Webb.
Mankini. Yes or no?
59.
We know this, Tim.
It's a dirty job, but someone's got to do it.
Ridiculous. Completely ridiculous.
Welcome to Dirty Work. KNBR 104.5 and 680. The sports leader.
How's it hanging? That's right. I'm in the air chair today. Enjoy your time off, Copes. Now the show gets really good.
That was very maniacal of you.
Well, it's going to be a maniacal show today.
I look forward to it.
What's going on, everybody? Derek Papa, Walter Ikabalseta, and Tim Webb with me today. What's going on, fellas? Merry early Christmas and happy early Hanukkah to all my Hebrews and Shebrews out there.
Yeah, Merry Christmas to you, man. Appreciate the opportunity to be sitting in the two-chair, your chair that you call home when Coates is here.
It might be stinky and warm.
It is a little warm. It is a little,
but that's just from Mike
swampy.
Silver.
Yeah, swampy from Mike Silver. But no, man, I'm really excited to do the show with you. We got 2.5 hours up to the Hawaii Bowl.
Yes.
Some college football later today.
We got our San Jose Spartans squaring off against who they playing?
USF Bulls, not to be confused with the Dons.
Oh.
South Florida.
Oh, South Florida. Okay. Yes. I wonder if our guy Mark Spears made it out there. Because he was talking about he is a San Jose State alum.
Yeah.
And he was talking about whether he was going to make the trip to Hawaii before he goes to Chase Center for the Lakers and Warriors tipping off tomorrow.
Oh, that'd be a hell of a trip.
Yeah. Would you, if you had the quiche, would you pull off that trip?
Go out to Hawaii and then come back to Chase Center? I'd probably blow off Christmas Day and just stay in Hawaii. Why would I come back?
Oh, so you do a Christmas with the Cranks?
Yeah, I'd do that.
By the way, we are going to do a Christmas movie draft coming up at 3:50. And me, Tim, and Walter are going to do like an NFL-style draft of our favorite Christmas movies and see who comes up with the best roster.
How many movies are we picking? Have we decided yet?
Not yet. This is kind of a fly-by-night kind of thing.
We'll figure it out.
Operation today. Tim, what's a good amount of movies we should pick today? Probably 5 each?
I'd say at least 4. Okay. That'll give us 12.
I was going to say, we go 15 deep. That's a lot of Christmas movies.
Whoa, 15 deep, eh?
Hey, now.
Easy. That's the type of show we're going to have today.
Dirty work, baby.
And Tim came back from last night watching a screening of the greatest Christmas movie of all time, Die Hard.
Yeah, it was incredible. Guess what my first pick's going to be? And if either of you take it, I quit the segment.
No. I think that Walter, since he's a guest, should get the first pick.
Oh, thank you.
If I'm going to make the order, it should be Walter 1, Tim 2, me 3, and then we'll go snake style.
All right. Go snake style?
Yeah, snake style.
I like that. I like it. So Die Hard. I was hoping that you were going to say that he went to go watch Wicked. Has that not been in effect yet?
Well, Copes is not here, and he had to dictate every little thing about that bet we did between me and Tim. I was
a third party because he had nothing to do with it.
I know.
He had nothing to do with it whatsoever. It's just you guys.
Yeah, this show today is just gonna be ripping on Copes. Yeah, this show is gonna be ripping on Copes for 2.5 hours a day. But no, Tim, since you lost the bet, I leave it up to you, sir, because I was the one that was really against going to see Wicked twice. I just couldn't fathom me sitting in the theater for a movie I don't want to see twice. Like, if it was one time, I'm like, all right, I mean, this is not my cup of tea. I'll just let it go. But then, like, to go through it all over again, like, that just sounds like the ultimate hell. Now, staying 28 hours at the studio, at my, the old radio station I used to work at, I used to do, like, I'm not going back home to Danville, so I'll spend the night here. I've done that before. But I do leave it up to Tim. Tim lost the bet, and I think it's only fair that Tim gets to decide what his punishment should be. Should it be to go to a double bill of Wicked or to do 28 hours in the studio?
It's just from a sheer time standpoint. I mean, I could be miserable for 6 hours or 6.5 if you count previews. 28 is...
Yeah, but think about show content, though, because then you couldn't film yourself during the movie.
Yeah, but you're asking me what my choice is versus what's good for the show and the content. So.
Okay, so by all means, Tim, what would you like to do?
I mean, we'll TBD this because I've had ideas on both ends, but personally, I would have rather done the Wicked one unless you involve me having to dress up or put face paint on, in which case I would opt into the studio, which we always look like clowns. So
yes.
Well, that has to be part of it if he goes to watch Wicked. I will put in my 2 cents. I'll do my best Copes impression on this situation. Tim needs to dress up to go watch Wicked. I think that has to be
so he's got to do green face.
Yeah.
Is that allowed in this climate?
I think so. Yeah.
Okay.
He has to do it.
All right. Well,
do you imagine?
We'll double check that. Before we get this thing started, I know that you are a huge baseball fan, Walter, and you didn't get a chance to talk about it on your show yesterday, but you did talk about it on your podcast, Passion for the Pastime, which all of you should check out. I talked about it a lot with Copes yesterday. I want to get your thoughts on the passing of the great Ricky Henderson.
Yeah, I mean, thank you for the shameless plug of my podcast,
Just your
Passion
opinion,
for the Pastime. Go ahead and jump on at YouTube, but
just your opinion, man.
Okay, thank you.
I'm just saying my podcast.
Yeah, thank you. Ricky Henderson, man. I mean, the passing of a legend in the Bay Area, and we've had way too many legends pass this year. I mean, really, really hurt me with losing Willie at the beginning of the year, right before the Rickwood game and all that, all the festivities there. But then this one felt a little bit different because with Willie, he was getting up there in age. We kind of not saw it coming, but it was anticipated, right?
Yeah,
he's getting older, right? So with Ricky, turns 66 tomorrow. You know what I mean? He's such a young man, and just what he meant to baseball, what he meant to the city of Oakland, and just the symbolism of he was there for the last game at the Coliseum. He was there
through the first pitch
to close it out. He was there to close it out, and there won't be another game in Oakland. And unfortunately, to these circumstances, but I think that's the way that it should be. That Coliseum closes with Ricky Henderson, and as you guys were talking about with Brody yesterday, it should be reopened for Ricky to pay respects to quite arguably one of the greatest athletes in Bay Area history.
He is the greatest Oakland athlete of all time. He is the greatest Oakland A of all time. I don't know if you agree with me on this, but I think he is as important to the Oakland A's as Willie Mays was to the Giants.
Oh, without question. And I think that he should have a statue there, but because of the franchise and all that, he should have a statue.
I totally get not having a statue.
Field's named after him.
Yes, it is. Well, Brody brought up changing the area, whatever that place is going to be in the future, to rename it 2400 Ricky Henderson Way.
I would like that, yeah.
And I would like that. I would love it if whoever runs the Coliseum now to open their doors and let's have one more celebration and play a celebration of Ricky Henderson.
Yeah.
And I don't know who needs to allow that, but it just doesn't feel right. I know that they're going to have, I believe, Brody kind of said this may not be true or not, but or finalized, I should say, but there was talk about having a celebration or I guess a funeral for Ricky Henderson at the Paramount Theater in Oakland this Sunday. Yeah. I don't know if that's been finalized yet, but I do think that the Oakland fans, we should open up that ballpark one last time to celebrate the Man of Steel.
Yeah, we know that something is going to be done, or we hope that something is done to pay respects to that legend. But yeah, it has to be at the Coliseum. There can't be, like what Brody was saying. A's fans were devastated to hear the news, and A's fans were trying to figure out, where do we go? What do we do? Because when Willie passed, you had the statue. Everyone knew status quo. You knew where to go. You knew where home was. And unfortunately for A's fans, that's not reality right now. But opening up the Coliseum, I think, is a good show of respect to, like you mentioned, one of the greatest players to ever step foot on that field.
Yep, I agree. So, rest in peace to Ricky Henderson, and we're going to have some fun today. We're going to talk some Warriors coming up next. We'll talk a little bit about the Niners and their disappointing season. I'll talk to you about the Giants taking their sweet time with Corbin Burns, or maybe Corbin Burns taking his sweet time. We'll talk about some holiday movies. Do you guys have any Christmas Eve traditions?
I don't have too many Christmas.
Besides leaving milk and cookies out for Santa.
Yeah, of course. Mainly
100 beers, of course.
Well, there you go.
Yeah, you gotta have the beers. Mainly for me on Christmas Eve, I'm mainly celebrating with my family because we celebrate Christmas Eve more than we do Christmas Day. Making cookies. I told you about that earlier. I was making cookies this morning with my girlfriend at the house. Making cookies, making Rice Krispie treats. Attempted some fudge yesterday. Didn't go well.
Fudge
didn't go well. Yeah, I don't know how you mess up fudge, but.
So were you in the chair of cheer to test all?
Yeah,
these?
I was a taste tester.
This is chair of cheer.
You can see I'm a little bloated today.
This
I was
is
eating a little
not
bit.
pudding.
What was it?
Yeah. For me, on my dad's side, It's a Wonderful Life is on and in the background, but that like I said, I don't count that movie as a Christmas movie.
Yeah.
And then on my mom's side, we're Jewish, so we plan our Chinese food orders for the next day.
Oh, hell yeah.
Yeah.
Nice. Yeah. That's fantastic.
The Silvers know what I'm talking about.
I love that.
Shout out the Jews on Christmas. All right. So we got a nice show today on Dirty Work.
Wow.
It's going to be crazy.
That'd be Dwally.
Hi, Tim. Yeah.
Yeah, we got, Hanukkah in 2 days and Kwanzaa on the same day? Yeah. Yeah, shout out all the other holidays.
Fantastic.
So next up, we'll talk about some Warriors basketball. They lose to the Indiana Pacers last night. Pacers have never lost to the Warriors at the Chase Center.
Let's play some basketball!
Don't you start, Tim. Don't you start.
Sorry.
All right, we'll talk about some more Warriors basketball next. It's Dirty Work with Walter Icabal-Setta and Tim Webb and me, Derry P. on 104.5 680, the sports leader. The Warriors lost to the Indiana Pacers last night, 111-105. Jonathan Kuminga scored 26 points off the bench, and Steve Kerr didn't want to make a big deal of the message he sent to the younger players. Does Jonathan Kuminga have a future with the Warriors? Let us know on the KNBR YouTube chat.
And now, time for the Protect Your Assets with David Hollander Business and Technology Report. Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM, the sports leader.
And get 3 off the Pajemski 5. JK's got 19 off the bench to lead the Warriors.
I like Pajemski just breaking the paint.
Halliburton holding on Schroeder. Shot clock down to 7. Halliburton in the lane. Kick it back out. Turner, big 3 on the way. Got it. Miles Turner buries a 3.
Who doesn't love a good Warriors mashup with the Beach Boys? Don't you love that, Walter?
I love it. I love it. The gift of the Warriors on this Christmas week. Love that.
Yeah, losing. They lose last night to the Indiana Pacers, 111-105. And, I was shocked last night to find out that the Indiana Pacers are 6-0 at the Chase Center. All time.
I was shocked when I read that on the rundown, this beautiful rundown that you laid out for us.
Were you shocked that I had a rundown to begin with?
I was shocked that you had a rundown to begin with.
I'm a very, very prepared man.
You're very professional. I applaud you for that.
Well, thank you.
But yeah, 6-0, man. Like that doesn't seem real, but damn.
Yeah. I mean, sometimes the Warriors just have their struggles against certain teams. I know that, the Warriors usually split the series with the Boston Celtics every year. Mm-hmm. They won in Boston this year, so let's prepare for the Boston Celtics to kick the Warriors' ass at the Chase Center this year.
Will it be worse than the ass kicking that Memphis gave the Warriors a couple
I hope it's better than that. I hope that's the worst loss the Warriors have the entire season.
That was pretty bad.
51 points.
That was pretty bad.
Yeah. That was...
Of the Steve Kerr era. That was like the worst blowout, wasn't it?
You think so?
Wasn't it their point total?
No, they actually had a worse loss last year against the Boston Celtics. That was 52 points.
Oh, wow. All right.
And I for some reason, I thought playoffs are always worse than you think they are. Mm-hmm. But the loss they had against Memphis in the championship run, that game 5, I believe it was, where they lost by 39 points, the whoop that trick thing.
Yes.
Yeah.
They were blaring that this past week when they were
Hustle and Flow, baby. Yeah. We were talking about that earlier today. Yeah, we were. But the Warriors lose last night, and Jonathan Kuminga comes off the bench once again. Draymond Green back in the starting lineup. Jonathan Kuminga actually had a good game. He has 23 points. It was Steph and Curry who had the rough game. I can't even move my mouse on this computer. Okay, yes, we can. Here we go. Now I got the stats in front of me. So, Steph Curry had a rough night, just going, 2 of 13. Yeah. And he says he needs to be better. But Jonathan Kuminga, I mean, we all go to what Steve Kerr said a couple days ago after the win against the Minnesota Timberwolves, where he was like, young guys, give the ball to Steph. That's your job. And, of course, take the open shots when they're there, but don't just take contested jump shots, because then we're going to be a terrible team. And I don't know if Jonathan Kuminga got that message or not, but, Kuminga had a pretty good game last night. Like I said, he scored 23 points, or was it 26? 26. He has 4 assists, 8 rebounds. But when asked if Jonathan Kuminga got the message, Danny Emmerman asked Steve Kerr this, and Steve Kerr didn't seem like he wanted to go with the whole narrative here.
What are we talking about? Like, if there's 82 games, there's all kinds of stuff happens. I coach, and so I say stuff, and I say stuff to all the guys. And JK was great tonight. Played a fantastic game. So, not about a message or anything. It's all part of the season.
I think what Steve is trying to say there is, he played well tonight. Let's see him do it again.
Right.
Like, just because I give the message one time doesn't mean like, oh, he's changed. He's a new man. Like, I think this stems back from almost a year ago on January 5th when Jonathan Kuminga went to The Athletic and said that he lost faith in Steve Kerr's ability to coach him.
Yeah.
And then after that game against the Minnesota Timberwolves where the Warriors win, we had the whole weird thing with Brandon Pajemski going on IG saying, like, I didn't mean what I said when I said I don't play, I don't think, I just go play, which I don't know what the hell that meant. And then he clarified, and everything's fine with pods. But Kuminga then goes to IG and posts a picture of himself, I guess his back with his name on the jersey, and then gives like a peace sign.
Yeah, gave the deuces.
The deuces. So I think Kuminga's making the nice for right now, but I think it's only a matter of time before they deal him. And I think Steve Kerr's tired of his crap. And I said what I said yesterday. I think Kuminga is a really talented basketball player. But I don't think he fits on this basketball team. I don't think he's a complimentary basketball player. I don't think he's going to move the ball like Steve Kerr expects him to. I think that he wants to take a game over himself. Mm-hmm. He's a very talented basketball player, but he gives me Patrick McCaw vibes of how, and Patrick McCaw is nowhere near the player that Jonathan Kuminga is. But Patrick McCaw thought that he was the man for whatever reason on those championship teams and wanted to held out in training camp, which is unheard of in basketball. And then he pretty much ended his career. Like, he got signed by the Toronto Raptors, won 3 championships in a row against the Warriors, but we never heard of him again.
Yeah.
So I think it's only a matter of time before Steve Kerr and Mike Dunleavy and Joe Lacob put their heads together and try to come up with a trade. Now, is that trade for Jimmy Butler? I'm not sure. But I do think it's only a matter of time before Jonathan Kuminga is not on this basketball team anymore.
Yeah, I mean, and what you saw last night, I mean, it was maybe one of his better games in a Warrior uniform, and he drops the 26 points. And how did he do that? He attacked the paint. Like, that's been a coaching point for Steve Kerr and the Warriors, for Jonathan Kuminga. But I think you're going to start seeing more of that, especially if Steph Curry, because we know Steph isn't healthy, right? I mean, he is dealing with that tendonitis in his knees. What is that? Is it also bilateral? Is it bilateral tendonitis that he has, or is it just in the one knee?
It might be bilateral.
I think it's bilateral. Yeah, that word has circulated.
McCaffrey and Steph.
Yeah, dude. I've never heard that word bilateral so much before prior to this year. But we know that Steph Curry is a little bit banged up, right? So
along with Draymond Green a little bit.
Along with Draymond Green. So I think what you're going to start seeing is to up Kuminga's value, because what you saw last night, I mean, teams that are wanting a centerpiece, a player moving forward, that's what Kuminga can be for them. So you're going to start seeing the Warriors maybe lean on Jonathan Kuminga a little bit more to up that trade value, because I'm with you. I mean, I do think that he is going to be on a different team come the trade deadline, hopefully sooner. But, I mean, we'll have to see how much that trade value can go up in the next coming weeks. But Jonathan Kuminga played really great last night. But as you mentioned earlier, he just doesn't fit the system. He doesn't fit the system, and the timeline of things is Jonathan Kuminga can morph into a superstar player. He has a potential there. Don't shake your head at me. He has the potential there to turn into that. But the fact of the matter is that the Warriors don't have that time frame. They have a very short time window with Steph Curry to try to maximize these last few years of the best player in their franchise history.
Yeah, I don't mean to shake my head at you prematurely. I just don't think that Jonathan Kuminga will turn into a superstar with this team. And I don't even know if he's going to turn into a superstar altogether. I think that he's a fine athletic player, but, like, he'll go out and he could go to the Miami Heat if we're going to, entertain the Jimmy Butler trade and score 30 points. Mm-hmm. But is he making his team better around him? I just don't know if he's that type of player. And yeah, so, we think about trade, what trade scenarios are out there. And I saw Bobby Marks had this quote about Jimmy Butler and his trade value, or just trade in general. Mm-hmm. There was growing consensus among the teams I talked to that unless the 6-time All-Star Jimmy Butler becomes a distraction or the Heat receive an offer they cannot turn down, Butler will be on the Heat's roster once the deadline passes. And I've always wondered why. I mean, I understand it's an expiring contract, but the East right now, I mean, no one's running away with it. You got the really dominant teams in the front, the Cleveland Cavaliers, Boston Celtics. But if you go down a little bit, the Miami Heat are the 6th seed right now, 14 and 13. Mm-hmm. And they still can make a run. I mean, they still could compete in that Eastern Conference. Jimmy Butler's older, but I've always wondered why they do want to move off from him. Now, maybe because they already know he's not going to sign back, and it's best to get trade value when you can. But I don't think it's necessarily set in stone that Jimmy Butler will be traded. And I also don't know if he's going to fix this Warriors team. I talk about it with Copes all the time. He's all in on Jimmy Butler. I just don't see Jimmy Butler works very well with the Miami Heat because they kind of are very lackadaisical during the regular season, and then they turn it on for the playoffs. They're always a play-in team or a 7th seed or an 8th seed, and then they make a run. And I think they're kind of tired of that. I think Pat Riley's kind of tired of Jimmy Butler's attitude. I remember last year when, he was like, if I was healthy, we would have beat the Boston Celtics. And then Pat Riley was like, you need to shut the hell up. You weren't even out there. So I get there's some kind of contention there, but like Jimmy Butler would take over games and score 46 points. But I don't know if he really would be that complimentary basketball player in this offense.
Do you need him to be complimentary of Steph, or do you need him to be that game changer, that guy that can take it over, that can alleviate the stress off of Steph?
I think that you need to do both. I think that's what they're hoping for with Dennis Schroeder. And
it hasn't worked out. I mean, it's only 3 games. It's only 3 games. But
I thought that Dieter Kurtenbach made an excellent point the other day when he was talking about when Steve Kerr was saying, I have this message to the younger players. I think that message was also to Dennis Schroeder, who was, like Draymond was saying when he came in, we need to play off of what he does. But the truth is, only for a little while. Right. Dennis Schroeder needs to be complimentary towards Steph Curry, and I've always thought Dennis Schroeder is kind of an ISO player. That's how the Lakers always were when I saw him. The Warriors are all about moving the basketball around, and I love that style of play. And it always angered me that Kevin Durant just couldn't really grasp that. Like he always wanted to be the man, and he played complimentary with playing the pick and roll with Steph, but for the most part, he wanted the ball in his hands to take over a game. So the Warriors have a certain style of basketball they want to play, and I think right now the best trade on the table would be Jimmy Butler, but I don't know if that makes them or catapults them to being a top 5 seed in the Western Conference.
Well, then my question to that is, if it's not Jimmy Butler, then what trade exists out there to put the Warriors in that category of kind of turning things around and being a force in the Western Conference again? Giannis?
But that's not happening.
That's not going to happen.
And Zion's not happening.
I'd love to see that.
And LeBron's not happening.
Why not LeBron? Come on.
Come on, man. Do you really want LeBron on this team?
No, I don't.
Yes.
I
want to kick his ass tomorrow.
Yeah, I've hated LeBron. I've hated LeBron way too much.
I want to put Cole in the James family stocking. Everybody, LeBron, Bronny, his little daughter.
Jesus, Derek,
that's too much. I'm
Calm
sorry.
down.
I apologize. I don't even know her name. But yeah, I want to ruin their Taco Tuesdays. Remember they used to do that as a family?
Yeah. I do Taco Tuesdays.
Yeah,
not today, but I did.
It's Tuesday.
Actually, I actually had tacos yesterday.
Nice.
Speaking of Taco Tuesdays, yeah.
Nice. So yeah, I mean, as far as a trade out there, I don't know. I go back.
There's not a lot of options.
I go back to the Lowry Markkanen trade, but from everything that Marcus Thompson has told me and Copes, it sounds like that was just Danny Ainge being like, "What else you got?" So I don't know if that was really ever feasible. The other options out there, Jimmy Butler and. You want like Cam Johnson from the Brooklyn Nets? I don't really know. So
do you take your shot at Jimmy Butler? Because it sounds like Jimmy Butler is your best and maybe your only realistic option that can be a difference maker. Yeah. You just take that shot because of the years that you have with Steph remaining.
Well, with what I told you that Bobby Marks said, do you think that Jonathan Kuminga and Andrew Wiggins and maybe a draft pick are blowing the pants off of the Miami Heat?
I think that those are also statements that are made in December.
Yeah.
And things can easily change depending on how far they fall out of it or how close they are to the Western or the Eastern Conference. Things can change. I mean, we're talking about this trade proposal on Christmas Eve, right? I mean, come back and talk to me at the end of January and see how they're feeling. But I think that if there is a deal to be had, and you mentioned Wiggins and Kuminga, I mean, why not throw them in that deal? I don't know if that gets it done. You might have to include like some draft pick compensation post Steph Curry, which I mean that's pretty valuable too. So how much do you want to hold on to those? Because that was the whole conversation with Lauri Markkanen in that the expectation was that they wanted post Steph Curry draft picks. So how much you want to hold on to those? How much does that mean for the Warriors moving forward? I mean, that's the big question.
Yep, and we'll see how the urgency there to compete with Steph Curry still on the roster. I mean, we'll talk about it later in the Sound Soiree. He talked to Malika Andrews about his future and how he wants to win before, like he's thinking about the end of his career.
Yeah,
and I totally get it. Like, I understand they have to go all in for Steph, but it has to be the right move. And, I've said this too. Like, me as a Warriors fan, I know that fans don't want to hear this, but I am happy with the 4 championships they won. I would love for them to go all in and get a 5th. But if
you're not getting greedy, I mean,
I'm not, because like you have to think about the past and the Chris Cohan days and We Believe and all that stuff. Like I've seen the crap. Now, like,
me too.
It's been good. It's been good, and if Steph ends his career without another championship, I would feel bad for Steph, but also, I mean, I want to see him pass LeBron, but, we've seen good times.
Speaking of tacos, you remember Free Taco Night?
I do.
At the college?
I remember Free Churro Night when they scored more than 100.
I am not interested in going back to the Von Tego Cummings days. I'm sorry.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, hopefully
it's coming, Tim. It's coming.
All right, let's talk some 49er football coming up next. Big Bob Sura. Let's talk some 49er football next. The season is not done, but they have been officially eliminated from the playoffs. So what's next? What's next for this football team? We'll talk about it next. Dirty Work here on KNBR, the sports leader.
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Brock back, throws a wobbler, intercepted. Got hit as he threw, and Kohu intercepts the ball. Gets up, running back the other way to midfield and out of bounds now. What happened there? Brock got hit. A fluttering ball is stolen by Kadir Kohu, their nickelback. Two under center, offset eye. They chop in goal to the right, and Achan just ran the game out. Will he go in and score? He can run it in for a touchdown. He will. Touchdown, Miami.
If you're watching on the YouTube stream, I'm not dancing at the Niners' misery. I'm just dancing at the Christmas tunes. Bounds of Bali.
Yeah, sing it, Derek.
Yeah, why does my dad always sound like a movie villain when the Niners aren't doing well? What's going on? They're foiled again.
What happened? I didn't see it.
The season's been a crap sandwich, Walt.
Yes,
What
it has.
happened there? Brock got hit.
Ah, those kids.
I've been foiled again.
Foiled by those meddling kids again. He sounds like a Scooby-Doo villain.
I would have got away with it, too,
if it wasn't for that little Devon A. chain.
Which, by the way, watching that game, I wasn't really torn, but watching A-Chain go into the end zone.
Torn?
Yes.
Like Natalie Imbruglia?
No, we're not doing Natalie Imbruglia.
All right, fine, Tim.
But watching him go into the end zone, man, I cashed in on some much needed cash, so that was great.
Oh, nice.
I loved it. I did not want him to go down.
So you were that guy who's like, no, yes.
Yeah, I was like, no, but you can score. Yeah, that's what I was doing. Yeah.
Yeah, me and Coach talked about probably should have kneeled there.
He should have, but I'm not complaining.
Yeah,
the guy was averaging 3.9.
Yeah.
He's had a horrible year. Well, not horrible, but just very underwhelming. I can imagine him going, no. You're not taking this from me. We're winning. I'm going in.
No, that's totally fair. Yeah, when I was watching the game, how Tua was able to get those quick passes off to the running backs, Devon A. Chain and Raheem Mostert, I was like, God, the Niners do miss Christian McCaffrey.
Oh, yeah.
Because, there's so many times this season where Brock has to make a play with his legs, like it's a 3rd and long, and got to use that mobility. And there's even times in this game where I thought he held on the ball way too long and got sacked towards the end there. But it's clear. I mean, we're trying to nitpick what went wrong this season. And the truth is, they just had so many injuries.
So many.
McCaffrey, Ayuk, Bosa missing a couple games with the oblique. I mean,
Hargrave at the beginning of the year.
Well, even now, Hargrave, and it sounds like from what Matt Mayoko told the Gregs that he's done. He's going to be cut.
Oh, really?
Well, that's what I thought he said that a couple weeks ago.
Potentially, I don't know.
Yeah. So yeah, I mean, we can nitpick what went wrong this season and everything. I mean, even their injuries now. You got Trent Williams, who's going to be out for the last 2 games. Jalen Moore, who's going to be out for the last 2 games. Aaron Banks, and possibly Dre Greenlaw. So let me ask you about Dre Greenlaw. He's an interesting case because he's going to be a free agent this offseason. And he's only played in a game and a half. And I understand that fans love him. He is, along with Fred Warner, the heartbeat of that defense. But to give a multi-year deal to a guy off a torn Achilles and now a calf injury, I don't know if you could do that. And I think that Matt Mayoko's in agreement with me. I would give Drake Greenlaw a 1-year deal. And I know that sucks. It's a prove-it deal and everything. And he may have better suitors out there. They're offering more cash. And coaches he knows in D'Amico Ryans with the Texans or Ron Carthon, the GM, formerly with the Niners. Rand Carthon, I should say. With the Tennessee Titans.
The who?
But Titans.
Okay.
Don't you start that on this show. Chill out.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Shout out, Steven. But I just don't feel comfortable. I understand he's a really good player and he really looked good against the Rams. I don't know about giving him a long-term deal. And I don't know about shutting him down the last 2 games. I understand maybe he wants to save himself, but I don't think he's done enough where it's okay, you can chill the last 2 games and then you get a 1-year deal. Maybe he should play. But if he's not feeling, if John Lynch and Kyle Shanahan are we need to save you from yourself, I totally get that. I think you can make an argument for Brock Purdy sitting the last 2 games as well. So before we get to Brock, what do you think about Dre Greenlaw's future with this team?
Well, so my question is, this defense looked like a shell of itself all season long. And if you want to attribute that to the pass rush, if you want to attribute that to Dre Greenlaw not being the second in command with Fred Warner in the middle of the field and kind of being the general that Fred Warner needed, if that's the reason, I guess my question is, how important is Dre Greenlaw to this football team? Because, you can do a 1-year deal, a prove-it deal with the 49ers. He loves being here, but also money talks. And teams are going to want to pay him, regardless of what his injury case is. So if it's a 1-year deal and maybe it's enough with the 49ers and being here with the coaching staff and he loves the guys in the locker room, he loves being alongside Fred Warner, but also money talks as well. Yeah. So if it's going to only be a 1-year offer from the 49ers, I think that you are at risk of losing Dre Greenlaw. So again, the question is, how important is he to this football team? How important is he to that defense? And was him being out all season long, was that a reason for why the football team, the defense, the defensive side of things wasn't clicking on all cylinders at any point this year.
No, I mean, I agree. I think that his absence was felt. I think going into the season, I honestly did not feel like they upgraded at the defensive line position.
No,
I think
absolutely not.
I thought that I understand that they needed to move on from Eric Armstead, but I thought that Leonard Floyd is a very good pass rusher, but he's not a full-time pass rusher opposite Nick Bosa. At this point in his career, he should be a third down specialist coming in. They need to find a younger guy that could play opposite Nick Bosa on the first and second downs, and I think that's what's going to be a priority for John Lynch in the offseason. And then, like, inside, the defensive tackles, the Malik Collins or the Jordan Elliott's, those guys, they're good players. I mean, obviously the loss of Jordan Hargrave was huge. Javon. Javon. Yeah. But yeah, I think they need to plug some holes in the defense. And yeah, as far as Dre Greenlaw, I think that I hear you that they may lose him, but I'm not so sure that Nick Caserio or Rand Carthon would feel the same way about giving Dre Greenlaw a long-term deal. Yeah. Because while, yes, he has flashed when he's healthy, teams are very skeptical when a guy has an injury.
Sure.
So they kind of hesitate to give them a multi-year deal. And you also have to think about what happens with Brock Purdy. So to transition to that, we all know Brock's going to get paid this offseason.
Right.
I think that we can all debate if he's going to get 60 or 65 or 50 or 55. But regardless, he's going to get paid. And this may put a stranglehold on their cap. Now, is that going to come into play this offseason with the cap? That's a question for Mike Silver, actually. I don't know what the ramifications would be. But, yeah, at the end of the day, they are going to pay Brock. And I think that fans out there that say, like, no, let's get somebody else. Go get Kirk Cousins. Go get Aaron Rodgers. You crazy? No. You go with a younger quarterback that can run Kyle's system. Mm-hmm. But you have to wonder, once you pay him, what's going to happen to the rest of the football team? I am on record. I do think that Deebo Samuel will get traded. I don't think they should trade George Kittle, but I want to put that out of the realm of possibilities, and I think it would be bad for the football team. But I don't think they're going to go make drastic changes. Now, considering that Brock Purdy has a payday coming up, you look at who's injured on this offensive line. Trent Williams, your starting left tackle. Jalen Moore, your backup left tackle. Aaron Banks, you're going to have a makeshift offensive line the remaining 2 games. And I wasn't a fan in the preseason when Kyle decided to start Brock Purdy in a preseason game against the New Orleans Saints. But nevertheless, he was out there. Brock, for the betterment of his teammates, should play these last 2 games. Mm-hmm. But I'm sure his agent is probably going to get to John Lynch and Kyle being like, I don't want to screw up this guy's payday in the offseason.
Yeah, I mean, that's a very real possibility. Obviously, anytime that you step foot on the field, you run yourself to get injured, yes. Right? So when you look to Brock Purdy, I am with you. I do want him to go out there because this year wasn't necessarily about, Brock has to go prove it. He has to prove that he's worth $60 million, $65 million, whatever the dollar amount is going to be. He's going to get paid. We know that that's going to happen. That's what the market commands. But this year, for me, just looking at how this all went down, it wasn't so much about the statistics for Brock Purdy.
Yeah.
This year, I think that he proved that he is a leader of this team. And you can't have your leader not show up the last 2 games of the season. And what message does that send to the rest of the roster?
Especially after the Devondre Campbell situation. So I think that Brock Purdy should be out there. He should suit up, and he should want to go out there. He should want to go out there and battle for his guys. And no one's saying that he doesn't want to go out there and he wants to preserve himself to get a paycheck. Right.
Obviously, that's not how Brock Purdy operates. But as we're talking about it, there is risk because you mentioned all those guys on the offensive line. Yeah. Man. It's literally no one on the offensive line that we know that was there at the beginning of the year. So there is a risk. Maybe, they scheme up a certain way to kind of like get them to roll out of the pocket and be like a little bit more, less issue, like for him to get sacked
passes,
or anything.
Yeah. Preventing from injury.
You can protect him in that way because obviously, I mean, Kyle knows you have guys on offensive line that normally aren't starters, right? Yeah. You don't have anybody that resembles offensive line for the NFL on that current team right now. So it's going to be really interesting to see how this goes and plays out. But I fully expect Brock Purdy to be out there to finish out this year.
I do too. I just wonder though if his agent is going to be like, oh boy, you have you have significant guys out right now, and you don't want to see this guy get hurt right before he's going to have to get a new contract. And I don't expect Brock Purdy to say I need to rest these last 2 games of the season. I mean, I feel bad for the guy after every post game. He beats himself up so much after every loss. Like, it's on me. I don't care about the injuries. I could have played better. And he's definitely going to be out there. I don't doubt that for a second. I do just wonder, though, with how many guys are missing on the offensive line and his payday coming up, Brock's not that type of guy. But I wonder if other quarterbacks would do that. Tim, what do you think? Like, I do think that he's going to be there, but I do wonder if, I'm sure his agent is probably making a fuss about it.
I mean, I would expect the game plan to protect him.
Yeah.
So in a way where, like, if they can't run the ball, then it's all going to be quick stuff and vanilla. They don't really have anything to prove on the offensive side of the ball unless there's some players that are trying to get bonuses and whatnot.
Yeah, true.
The idea that you are looking for whatever depth pieces you have on that line, I mean, honestly, we're talking about them going out there and poaching from other teams' practice squads.
Yeah.
To circle back what you were saying about Drake Greenlaw.
Yeah.
Don't you think there's any hesitation for the 49ers at this point to be like, okay, well, we waited, we wanted you to come back all season to get healthy. You are in a contract year. He gets out there and he can't stay healthy in either game. Yeah. Doesn't that give you pause at all?
Yeah, absolutely.
To me, it's like, it was so obvious that when he was not on the field this year, that was a huge part. I mean, just everybody, we were talked about this at length. Anybody that would run any sort of jet sweep would always go to the Devondre Campbell side. Any run game attack, much in the way the Niners always kind of go towards Trent Williams, would go towards the Devondre Campbell side of the ball. Yep. Fred Warner's tackles were way down. Yes, he was hurt a little bit, but he was covering a ton more ground because he was compensating for the Devondre Campbell D. Winters side of the ball. So in that respect, yes, he's wildly important, but does it give you any pause at all to the idea that he played 2 games and he barely played a half?
Absolutely it does. I mean, yeah, that's why I think that maybe a 1-year deal is the most appropriate deal to give him. So we'll talk about that, and we'll talk about more as we talk about some confidence scores about the 49ers' future and other teams' future as well. We go on Warriors and Giants. It's a little game that you want to play, Walter.
All encompassing. We're going to touch all the Bay Area teams.
How confident are you, Derek?
Yeah, how confident are you in the Giants, Warriors, Niners? We'll touch all of it.
All right. We're going to touch it all in the next segment right here on Dirty Work on KNBR, the Sports Leader. The Warriors take on the LA Lakers tomorrow, and KNBR has you covered. Tune into Dubs OT with John Dickinson when the Warrior game goes final. Join the conversation at 415-808-KNBR or the KNBR YouTube chat.
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM, the sports leader.
Oh, yeah. It's Christmas time in Hollis, Queens. Mom's cooking chicken and collard greens.
Hell yeah, dude. This is one of my favorite Christmas songs.
Oh, it's fantastic.
The best.
You know what? Do you know the song that it's covering? The beat? We may need to play a little Backdoor Santa later.
Maybe.
They call me Backdoor Santa. It's a good one.
Okay.
Dirty Work. Minus Adam Copeland today. It's Walter Igabalseta filling in. Tim Webb with me. And I'm Derek Papa. So what are we doing right now, Walter? We're playing a little game of confidence scores?
Yeah, we're going to do confidence scores. If you guys know, if anyone that's in the betting world, I mean, you just kind of, you pick a matchup, right? And you pick which one you're most confident in, and that's the highest number. So we'll do 6.
All right.
We'll go 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. That is also, shout out Young Tony. That is the proper way to do a list.
Young Tone.
Yeah, dude, that's so crazy. But yeah, so we're going to do confidence score. I'm going to give you scenarios. It's not going to be matchups. It's not going to be games or anything like that.
Here we go, yo. What's the scenario?
Yes, for sure. So I'm going to go ahead and pull these things up. I got 6 for each of you.
All right, here we go.
And you slot them in wherever you want them. So
I say I have no confidence in any of this.
All right, so the categories are 49ers get back to the Super Bowl in 2025, and just lay these out and lock them in the vault. Understand what it is. 49ers get back to the Super Bowl in 2025. We'll dissect it. We'll get into it.
Okay.
But that is one option. The second option for the 49ers is Brock Purdy gets the most AAV. He gets the highest quarterback annual salary.
Okay. All right.
Next year. That means going above Dak Prescott.
So 61 to whatever.
It could be 60.5.
Or it could be, Tim.
Damn it, Tim.
Man, I'm sorry I don't have every button ready to go. Here we go.
69.
Thank you, Tim. Thank you, Tim. Jesus. Yeah, just hit me with all of them.
Sorry.
All right, so Brock Purdy getting paid, but makes him the highest paid quarterback in the NFL. 49ers, Super Bowl 2025.
Okay.
Now let's go over to the Warriors. We were talking about it a little bit earlier. Warriors finally make the decision to trade Jonathan Kuminga. Okay, so that is another one. Another Warriors one, and this is just how things are trending for the Warriors, is they avoid the play-in tournament. Meaning that they have to, they would have to get the 6th seed?
Yeah, or 7th seed and lower.
7th seed no, 6th seed. They avoid it all entirely.
I got you.
6 or lower for the Warriors. So that is for the Warriors side of things. And then for the Giants, keep it simple. Okay. They sign Corbin Burns.
Okay.
Or Giants make the postseason in the first season of the Buster Posey era.
All right, okay. I like these options. Tim, you want to go first?
Go ahead if you feel it. Your name's on the marquee.
All right. As far as
you guys have a marquee? I didn't know that.
One day, we may even have a billboard.
Oh, wow.
All right. As far as the thing I'm most confident in,
yeah. So most confident that's what you'd put in the 6th spot.
All right, in the 6th spot, I'm putting Jonathan Kuminga gets traded.
Okay, you got Kuminga getting traded.
All right, and number 5. Getting a little less confident, but still pretty confident. Number 5, I would go with Corbin Burns signing with the Giants.
Ooh, you feel really confident in that one, huh?
I do, and we'll talk about that more next segment.
Yeah, definitely. That's called a tease.
It's a tease, ladies and gentlemen. Because it's down to the Giants or the Toronto Blue Jays. But as things percolate, there might be other teams that could swoop in, but as of right now, I guess Ken Rosenthal is saying that he's not going to sign until after Christmas, and it's down to the Blue Jays and the Giants.
Yep.
So I feel good about that. Okay, I'll say Corbin Burns signs with the Giants at number 5.
All
right, number 4, I'll go with Brock Purdy gets the highest AAV.
Okay.
All right, so there's 3.
How high are you going though? Just to piggyback on this topic. Because we'll talk about it more, but how high do you think he's going to get? You think he's going to 65?
No.
62?
Yeah, I think that it's going to be in the 60 to 62 range.
Is there a chance that it goes lower than 60? Is there a chance that he gets like 58?
there's a chance that could happen. But also, I think that his agent will do his due diligence and say that my client has had more playoff wins than Dak Prescott already. And Dak Prescott just got paid, and he was out the entire season.
Yeah.
Or not the entire season, but most of the season with a torn hamstring.
So it's like week 5, right?
It's been a minute.
Yeah, it's a long time ago.
I think week 6.
I think we were still doing practice squad when that happened.
Shout out our old podcast. So, I think that there's an argument to be made that Brock Purdy gets the most money. There's an argument to be made that maybe he shouldn't get that money based on what he's done this year. But also, if Tua got 53, if Jordan Love got 55, I think it's appropriate to give Brock Purdy a little bit more than those guys.
Yeah.
Okay, so what's left is 3-2-1. So the options are Niners go to the Super Bowl.
Niners go to the Super Bowl.
Warriors avoid the play-in.
Avoid the play-in, and Giants make the
postseason.
And how funny that all of these team accolades are all down, you are not confident in any of these teams in the Bay Area.
All right, I'm going to go. All right, number 3.
Yeah,
I'm going to go with the Giants make the postseason.
Okay, you're more confident in that than the okay.
Number two, I will go with the Niners going back to the Super Bowl. And my number one least confident thing
is... You say that with a smirk, too.
Easy there.
Go ahead.
My number one least confident thing is the Warriors avoiding the play-in tournament because I think that just the West is just too stacked right now. And I don't know if a Jimmy Butler trade or any trade right now can make them not make the play-in. So, and even, the best teams sometimes make the play-in. Like, I thought the Phoenix Suns have a ton of talent, and right now they're a play-in team.
Yeah.
So, I would say, my least confident thing is the Warriors avoid the play-in. So, just to put it in order, least confident thing, Warriors avoid the play-in. Number 2, Niners going back to the Super Bowl. Not very confident in that next year. They could rebuild, but we'll see what happens.
Yeah.
Make some moves. Come back to me in March. Maybe I'll change my opinion. 3, the Giants making the postseason. All right, they got Willie Adames. Let's see what else they do.
All right.
Number 4, what did I put?
Purdy gets paid.
Purdy gets paid? Yeah, I feel pretty good about it. I mean, he's going to get paid. It's the question of he's going to get the highest AAV.
The highest quarterback, yeah.
Yeah, I think he either ties or surpasses Dak. And then 5, I had... What was it? 5 was...
Burns to San Francisco.
Yeah, Burns signs with the San Francisco Giants.
Burn, baby, burn.
Burn, baby, burn.
Yes.
And then the most confident thing I had was that Jonathan Kuminga gets traded. I think in the next month or so, you're going to see that happen.
All right.
All right, Tim.
All right, the most confident thing I have is that the Warriors are going to trade Kuminga. Yeah. That feels almost
it's like writing on the wall.
And even if it wasn't to do with his play's been up and down and consistent and not consistent, kind of just here and there and whatnot. I think they're annoyed. I don't think that this organization loves noise, and there's a lot of noise. And as soon as you start making noise, you're taking away from the focus of what the franchise should be, which is your players that are selling those tickets and keeping that arena full. And once that happens, it's a problem. So I would expect Kuminga to be traded relatively, if not before the deadline, sometime soon. My 5th most confident, I'm going to say that the Niners go back to the Super Bowl.
Wow.
Now, I say that because they're going to get a last place schedule.
Yeah, yes, you're right.
That's true.
And the pieces are relatively still here. So now, how do you reinvent your offense, and how do you play when your defense is healthy? They've been looking a little bit better defensively when they've gotten some of their players back. Will they have all of them back? Who knows? But to me, that seems more like a realistic thing, because really, who do you need to go through to get back there? You need to go through the NFC West, which every year seems to be kind of up and down, but there's no juggernaut team. So the possibility is always going to be there, at least in this current window. Are you better than Philly? Are you better than Detroit? Are you better than Minnesota? That's a coin flip to me. Your team comes back healthy and you get the last place schedule, I can see it happening.
How incredible would that be, 49ers at Levi's for the Super Bowl?
I mean, you guys were around for the last time the Super Bowl committee was here. It was amazing. Imagine having a home team there. Unbelievable.
Incredible.
Absolutely 10 years ago, I want to say.
Yeah.
Exactly 10 years ago, 10 years ago, I should say.
Yeah.
Young Tony wasn't even born.
Yeah, I know. Super Bowl, what's that?
Yeah. What did young Tony learn today? Yeah, Super Bowl.
My 4th most confident is I'm going with Corbin Burns. I think that the Giants will get this done. I'm not necessarily worried about those rumors and the reports about how the Giants might not want to go over $200 million in payroll. Like, it's not – I don't even think that the team is probably looking at it from that standpoint. They're looking at around the the whole atmosphere of what baseball is going on right now. They're saying, okay, we're not the Dodgers. We're not going to even look at them. How can we beat everybody else? And what's going to take another 10 wins for us to get there? And, let's call it what it is. Now you have a Blake Snell hole. He was half the year, but that was pretty good half the year. If you can get a year out of a guy that eats nothing but innings, give me Corbin Burns. That's my
Snell hole, huh?
Yeah, Snell hole. Not a Snellzilla, of course.
Oh, God. Can we all admit now that the nickname was terrible? It
was horrible.
Snellzilla?
Yeah.
Yeah, it was bad.
Yeah. All right.
It's like when Murph tried to call Kyle Haar Handsome Kyle. And all of us just we're like, this is so
that was a thing. That was a thing. I didn't even know that.
Or Sexy Kyle, or Cool Guy, or California Cool Kyle, or whatever he calls him.
There's a reason you didn't hear it, because it went nowhere.
There was no circulation on that at all. Yeah, that's bad.
Shout out Murph. Gracias.
Gracias.
Try to set up my own sound.
I'll meet you at the boathouse.
Third, I'm going to go with Giants making the postseason, and this is a total caveat to them getting Burns. If they get Burns, and I feel better about the way that this team is constructed, I still don't think they're done. I think they're going to try to find a couple of those mid-tier bats to kind of round out this offense a little bit more. But I feel decent about this rotation. And I feel, given the way that the ballpark plays, that you could probably put it together with the bullpen you have. If that means flipping Camilo Doval for something that could be one of those bats, absolutely. I do think that the fact that this is taking a little bit longer is dragging out the inevitable of okay, well, what do we do next? Because it is such a big chunk of change. But I would put that kind of right after the Giants getting Burns. Where it gets a little murky for me is the Purdy average salary. I do think that he is going to get paid, and I think he's going to get paid a ton. I do think that if they said, okay, well, instead of giving you $61 million, we'll give you $58, and we'll do it for 4 years, or we'll do it for 6 years, but we're going to convert a bunch of it into signing bonuses so that we can help out the roster next year. I think Purdy says yes. I don't think that goes, oh, he's taking a big discount. However, anybody that says he's going to take this massive deal, because first of all, he's been on a massive discount for you for 4 years. Really, the idea is you're in a team that is cash rich, which means you can convert salaries into signing bonuses. This is how the Niners have maintained the roster they have, by convincing guys to do this and convincing guys to go for it. So do not be surprised if, Purdy's numbers, the average is huge and it's massive. It's not the very top, and he takes a massive, signing bonus to get through the first 2 years. That's kind of how I see that going. I don't have anything to back that up. This is just me talking louder than everybody else. The least one is Warriors avoiding the playing game. They're a 500 team. Nothing about that team tells me that they are not 500.
Yep.
I love Steph Curry. Everybody loves Steph Curry. It's heresy to say you don't love Steph Curry. You've seen what's happened in the last 2 months. This is what this team is. And tell me you go out and get Jimmy Butler or somebody else, fine. I still see this as kind of a 500 team because they don't have consistent offense and they don't play great defense. And if you don't do either of those, what would you say you do?
Exactly.
So they've got 7 seed written all over them.
Yeah, I'm in agreement on that one. I don't know exactly what a move they can make that catapults them to being a top 5 team in the West. And if you look at the West, the Oklahoma City Thunder, the Rockets, the Memphis Grizzlies, the Dallas Mavericks, the Denver Nuggets, I don't know if the Warriors are catching any of those teams. I mean, they're all kind of meddling right now, but I think I would say maybe the Houston's the one team that they could probably move out of there. But I don't know if there's any concrete move they can make where they're a top 5 team. Walter, what do you say in your own things?
It's my list.
Your list, yes.
Okay, I'll go ahead and do my list. Warriors. I mean, I'm gonna do a young Tony, and I'll put them all the way down at the bottom. That is the least confident thing that I have on this list is the Warriors avoiding the play-in. Do they even make the play-in? That's another question.
That very well could happen.
like I don't even know. So I'm gonna go ahead.
Right now they're the 8th seed at 15 and 13. And they're just above the Spurs, who are 15 and 14, and the Minnesota Timberwolves, who are 14 and 14.
And my thing too is, Steph Curry's playing hurt, and God forbid anything else happen, and he misses time.
Yeah.
Then this team is just in shambles, and that can just derail their whole season.
Absolutely.
Obviously, injuries happen and all that kind of stuff. But let me go back up to the top. You guys have Kuminga, and I do think that is going to happen. I don't have it as 6.
Okay.
I have mine as Corbin Burns coming to San Francisco.
Ooh.
That is what I'm most confident in, because when you look at the Giants and you look at all of the trades that have gone down and all the signings that have happened recently, it's kind of similar to what has happened when they were going after Shohei Ohtani, when they were going after Aaron Judge, right? Is that they were letting all these other guys that they didn't have interest in just get signed up and go to other teams. They are so invested on bringing Corbin Burnes here. I think that it's just a matter of time that it does happen. I don't think it happens before the end of the year. I think that this all coincides with Roki Sasaki and that timetable and him posting, and it ends January 23rd at 5:00 Eastern time. So we'll get into that for sure.
Okay.
But I'm gonna go with Corbin Burnes. That's my number one. My most confident is Corbin Burnes coming.
Got you feeling nice.
Oh, got me feeling nicey, baby. So Corbin Burnes to the Giants, and then I'm going to go with Purdy getting paid. That's going to be my number 5. Purdy getting paid. I do think that he is going to get more than Dak Prescott. I think that everything that he has done just solidifies that. And also, it's the market. I mean, he has to be at or just a little bit above what Dak Prescott got, and I think that Purdy does deserve that. So I'm going to go Purdy, number 5. Number 4, I'm going to go with let's see here. I'm going to go with Kuminga getting traded. That's number 4 right underneath that.
Damn, all right.
Yeah. I'm still confident in it. I do think that happens.
No,
but
it's a little lower than me, Tim.
It's lower, but I think Purdy's getting paid.
Yeah.
I mean, he's going to get paid.
Well, he is, yeah.
He's going to get paid, but what's the number at? I think it's above 60 mil.
All right.
Above Dak Prescott. So Kuminga, number 4. Number 3, I will go with, kind of going back to Tim's, but I've dropped it down a little bit. I'm going to go with the 49ers getting to the Super Bowl because they do have the pieces in place. You still have Kyle Shanahan. They are getting a little bit older, so that's why mine has dropped down a little bit less than Tim. So it's going to be really interesting. I mean, this offseason is going to tell a lot, and the draft too, like how they can kind of keep this roster churning. So I'm going to go with the 49ers in the 3 spot. And number 2, what I'm most least. I can't even see. Number 2, least confident that I'm confident in is the Giants making the postseason.
Okay.
Just because I think Corbin Burnes coming here does help a lot of that with the Giants rotation, but their offense is still sketchy. I mean, there's still a lot of things that need to go right, and there's a lot of pieces on that offense. Elliott Ramos, Tyler Fitzgerald, Jung-Hoo Lee. There's a lot of question marks there, and I just don't know if that's going to live up to the expectations. Hopefully, with Corbin Burnes coming to San Francisco, that rotation sets forward after that.
So if I hear correctly, we're all in agreement that the thing we have the least confidence in is the Warriors avoiding the play-in.
Yeah, I just don't see that. I just don't see that happening. I don't even know if they make the play-in. Like I don't know.
I think they'll make the play-in, but I mean, right now the Phoenix Suns would be out of the playoffs, and I gotta believe they're gonna make it.
Oh, 100%.
So yeah, it's a convoluted Western Conference right now, very competitive. Yeah, I don't think it's a sure thing. But let's talk about the thing that you're most confident in next. You think that Corbin Burnes is coming to the Giants? We'll discuss Dirty Work, KNBR, the sports leader. Are you listening to the radio for Christmas? Damn right you are. Tune in tomorrow as KNBR will have both NFL games with the Chiefs versus the Steelers and the Ravens versus the Texans. Who needs family when you have KNBR? KNBR, we don't have listeners, we have family.
Now back to dirty work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa in the KNBR Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpot Studios. Casino Matrix Progressive Jackpots are here. Where are you? Just drop in. Please play responsibly. Call 1-800-GAMBLER.
Out of all the Christmas songs, is this the most obnoxious one?
No, it's Feliz Navidad. I'm sorry.
No, come on, Tim. That's a personal shot at me. What do you?
I looked you right in the eye. I'm sorry.
He did. He did.
Wow.
You said that with meaning. Jesus,
Good Lord. Tim. I am kind of with Tim on that one, though.
I thought you guys were going to make me feel like home.
I'm kidding. I like the Feliz Navidad song.
Jose Feliciano. Sorry.
No, but like this song, like it's in all the stores.
I've been waiting for Mariah Carey to de-thaw. You guys don't see those
de-thaw?
Yeah, she's thawing out.
No,
the day after Halloween, right?
The day after Halloween, that's what happened.
What is she, Austin Powers or a Demolition Man? She's just frozen?
Yeah, she's frozen until the Christmas season.
Tim, what do you give me for a Demolition Man? You like that one?
It's not bad.
Yeah, it's all right. All right, anyway.
I'm a Wesley guy, you know?
Yeah. All right, so we were
the song is obnoxious. Yeah,
yes,
I will give you that one.
I mean,
I hate it more now, okay? Feliz Navidad is back.
That's the best.
There you go.
That's the best one.
Let's play Feliz Navidad next.
Yes.
With some other songs I want to hear today with some good old Christmas tunes. Okay. And maybe some Hanukkah songs as well, huh? Oh, jeez, Tim. You're just crapping on everybody now.
The arbiter of Christmas.
Yeah,
Sorry,
seriously.
guys.
You're like
No
every
can do.
character. You're like Dan Aykroyd in Christmas from the Cranks. If you're not celebrating Jesus and Christmas, then get the hell out of here. Don't take that clip out of context.
Well, Tim said no, so we're moving on.
Does the song get you in the holiday spirit, though? Like, just speaking about this, no?
I think about J.C. Penney's and Macy's and department stores when I think about this song.
JCPenney.
Yeah. That's where I'm
you think about Mervyn's? Yeah.
Yeah, Mervyn's.
Shout out Mervyn's.
Just being sad in a Kohl's.
You know that Adam Copeland was a baby model for Mervyn's?
No, I did not know that.
He loves dropping that nugget.
Are you serious?
Oh, yeah.
Really?
Yeah, we were doing like something. He was like, yeah, I was a baby model for Mervyn's. I was like, don't you proud of that?
I need pictures.
It's a baby model.
I need to see.
You need to see pictures of Copes as a baby model?
Yeah.
All right,
I need to see that.
creepo.
Come on, bro.
All right.
Don't make it weird, Derek.
That's one of those things you just kind of trust him. You're like, all right, well, that's too weird to make up.
I'll take your word for it. Why would you lie about that? Yeah, I was a baby model. Don't ask me for the pictures. I'm lying about my whole life. All right. So, Corbin Burns, you are very
Hell of a
confident.
transition. Yeah,
you
go ahead.
are very confident that Corbin Burns is going to be a San Francisco Giant.
I am.
And you know your baseball, sir. You know your baseball. If you want to check out Walter and his baseball knowledge, check out Passion for the Pastime, his YouTube page.
Yes, sir.
But, yeah, and the last segment we just did, when you were ranking the things for the three teams, Warriors, Giants, 49ers, in the future, the most confident thing the thing you're most confident in is Corbin Burns signing with the San Francisco Giants.
Yes.
So it's been taking a while. Like, when did they sign Willie Adames? It feels like 3 weeks ago.
Yeah, they signed Willie Adames. Man, I don't remember the date, but yeah, it was quite a while ago. Maybe like 2 weeks ago, two and a half weeks.
It was on a Saturday. Blake Snell, I think it was the day before Thanksgiving or 2 days before Thanksgiving, he left to go to the Dodgers, signed a 5-year, $182 million deal.
Willie Adames signed right before the winter meetings.
Okay.
So it was around December, I think, 10th.
Okay.
Somewhere around
So there's been some time. It's kind of been a lull, but in the recent days, there has been some pitcher moves. Sean Manaea, who was with the Giants, just went back to the Mets, signed a 3-year, $75 million deal. Mm-hmm. And then Walker Buehler signed a 1-year, $21 million deal. Mm-hmm. So what kind of money do you think Corbin Burns is looking at?
Corbin Burns, I mean, just knowing that he's a Scott Boras client, you know he's going to want top of the market, right? So, I mean, it's the question of how high is it going to be? Because, I mean, looking at Sean Manaea, looking at Walker Buehler, okay, but the conversation and the comparison is with Max Fried that signed with the Yankees, made him the highest paid left-hander.
8 years, $218.
8 years, $218. So, are you looking at 8 years? $220? Is that something that you're looking at with Corbin Burns? I think that it's much higher than that. I think that we're kind of looking at the 8-year range, and that's also a whole nother conversation if you're confident and comfortable with giving a pitcher that many years, because we've seen it doesn't pan out. It doesn't usually work out that way, and we all know with Barry Zito and that contract. Yeah. So if you want to look at that, but 8 years is kind of what you're looking at, and the number I'm going to say around 245 is what you're looking at with Corbin Burns.
And you think, for whatever reason now, I mean, maybe it was a Farhan thing, but you think now the Giants will be willing to give that type of contract?
I think that the Giants are willing to put out that kind of contract if it comes from the voice of Buster Posey and he signs off on it.
Okay.
Because I think that there was a lot of hesitation and just the models and the analytics with Farhan, and in the past, he would give the okay and it wouldn't work out. But this is coming from Buster Posey.
Yeah.
And if he wants a guy and if he believes in a guy and he's trying to build a culture, right? I mean, how much during that Willie Adames press conference that we heard during the press conference, after the press conference, everything that Buster Posey has said in the media and in interviews, in that he's trying to build a clubhouse culture. He is trying to rebuild what the Giants were, guys that want to be here. That's what Willie Adames brings to this team, and that's why, I mean, there was also conversation that there might have been a hiccup with Corbin Burns because there may be opt-outs after 2 years, right? That's been circulating, but I don't know how real that is. But that also tells me that Buster Posey, if you want to opt out, you don't want to be a San Francisco Giant. You don't want to be a part of this team and for the long haul. So that's why I think that's why the new thinking of the San Francisco Giants with Buster Posey there, he wants guys that are clubhouse fit and want to be a part of this city and want to be a part of that clubhouse for a long period of time. That's why I think when you look at the dollar amount and when you look at the years and you look at the type of person that Corbin Burns is. I know the stuff is a little different, but the mentality and being a bulldog on the mound, he is very similar to Logan Webb, and I would love to have that on this Giants rotation.
So you and I were talking about during the break, you are confident that Corbin Burns is going to sign, and you're not really worried because of how long it's taking right now. You think it actually correlates to Roki Asaki?
I think it is all tied together, right?
Okay.
I mean, I think that's also a reason why you're starting to see a lot of the starting pitchers come off of the market.
Yeah.
Because they see how invested the Giants are in Corbin Burns. And I know everyone's talking about the Blue Jays, and the Blue Jays have been trying to make a splash. They're kind of the East Coast version of the San Francisco Giants, to where they can't reel in the free agents.
Your AL team.
Yeah, my Jays. We'll get into that. But
either way, Walter wins.
Yeah, either way I win. I mean, is it going to go on my Jays or is it going to go with the Giants? But so when you look at Corbin Burns and on everything that has happened, I think teams are getting a little bit intimidated in that the Giants are the front runners, and the Giants are willing to dish out the dough. And the one team that you are always looking at is the Blue Jays, because they have tried to bring in the free agents all season, all the past couple of off seasons, and they haven't been able to do that similarly to the Giants. So that's why everyone is a little bit hesitant. But they also have their issues right now with Vlad Jr. They're trying to sign him to a contract extension, and the number that was thrown out there was $340, and he turned it down, and he thinks that he's worth way more than that.
Damn.
So do they? And I was talking to my guy over in Toronto, Ben Nicholson Smith, on my podcast last week, and I was pretty much saying, does that have any effect with Corbin Burns? But they want to keep Vlad Jr. Now, if they're going above that money that was reportedly out there that he turned down $340, then I think that kind of takes you out of the running of Corbin Burns, if I'm being completely honest. So now I'm not really looking at the Blue Jays. I'm looking at the Giants and how much they're willing to dish out there. And to go back to your point with Roki Sasaki, the post window closes on January 23rd. I think that's why it's taking that long, because we've also heard Buster Posey talk about how much he likes Roki Sasaki, and that would be a dream come true. He'd be over the moon to have Roki Sasaki a part of this San Francisco Giants team. And also, it costs you less money. But when you look to the international pool, the Giants are at like the bottom third of Major League Baseball with that spending money. So I don't know how realistic that is. But if there's a chance and you can get that type of phenom from Japan, 23 years old, you lock him in and you don't have to dish out the $245 for Corbin Burns, then you wait it out and see how realistic it is. So I think that, again, Corbin Burns isn't going to happen before Christmas. It's not going to happen today. I don't think it's going to happen before the end of the year. I think it's all tied to Roki Sasaki. So you'll have a Corbin Burns signing. I'm confident in saying this. You'll have a Corbin Burns signing January 15th to the 23rd. That's when it's going to go down.
Mark it down. Mark it down by Walter. Very good, Walter.
Thank you.
Very good.
I got hyped up. Yeah.
So you're saying that the Giants probably would prefer to sign Corbin Burns based on what he's done in the past, but financially, Roki Sasaki is the better move.
Yes.
Okay.
I mean, because it's going to cost you less. I mean, international pool money, teams only have a certain amount of money, and I think the Giants, because they signed Willy Adames, I think their number actually dropped down a little bit. So I want to say they have like $4,000 or $4 million in spending money, and that's really low compared to some of these other teams that they have.
All right, well, we shall see. Yeah. Walter's saying that expect Corbin Burns to sign near January 15th, and that's when something could happen with Roki Sasaki as well. Lock it in.
Thank you.
Walter knows baseball, my friends. Walter knows baseball. All right, coming up next, we're going to talk about the Christmas slate of games and how the hell you fix in family time between football and basketball and your obnoxious family. We'll talk about it next. KNBR, the sports
family, wildly overrated.
You're listening to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa. On your home for all things 49ers for the last 20 years. KNBR, the sports leader.
Oh, sing it, Walt.
Feliz Navidad.
All right, I was wrong. I'm sorry.
It's a good jam,
It's
Tim.
a feel-good song, Tim. Come on.
It's a good jam.
What are we doing?
So tonight, the big old fat man comes down the chimney. I'm talking about St. Nick. Chris Kringle coming down the chimney tonight. And, yeah, Christmas is tomorrow. I saw some gifts that some quarterbacks are giving out in the NFL.
Yeah, does Brock Purdy get those cars back because his offensive line isn't playing anymore, or what?
Well, I liked how Dieter Krurbach said those guys got to pay taxes on those cars. And let's be honest, Brock got a big deal from Toyota.
Yeah.
That's like the most honest thing Kyle said in a press conference. He's like, I think it's a nice gift, and he got a great deal. He's not paying for those trucks.
No.
But I also saw, I'll bring it up here, Joe Burrow gave his offensive line samurai swords.
Samurai? Real?
Yes.
Real samurai swords?
So he asked, what do you guys want for Christmas? And apparently, maybe we should get the sound for the sound soiree. He said they wanted guns. And I'm like, I don't know about getting guns, guys. But if we're going to stay on
a samurai sword?
Yeah, he's like, but we're going to stay on the weapons mindset.
Yeah.
I'll get you guys some samurai swords. So yeah.
Don't shoot each other, but just dice up each
just
other.
just hack each other up.
Very stepbrothers, by the way. Very stepbrothers.
Very stepbrothers. And look at Joe Burrow, like spending his money. He spent $3 million to get the Batmobile from The Dark Knight Rises or Dark Knight, whichever movie. And now he's giving samurai swords out for his offensive line. What are they going to do? Like I haven't seen anybody use a samurai sword in modern times since Butch trying to get away from Zed in Pulp Fiction. And you don't need the context of that. But another gift that a quarterback was given out to his
that's crazy.
Yeah, another gift that a quarterback was given to his offensive line.
Closely. Pretty recognizable signature. No. Randy Jackson from American Idol.
Great line.
I love that movie. Is that one of your favorite movies?
Oh yeah,
Step Brothers.
I don't quote it as much as the other Will Ferrell movies. Like for some reason, I didn't see it as much as everybody else. Like Anchorman, we watched in my in my house all the time. And Ricky Bobby, I quote a lot. Step Brothers is one that I don't quote enough.
Hey, Derek, sprechen Sie.
It's probably because of that. Russell Wilson gifted his offensive line. You ready for this?
Okay.
A $10,000 gift card to an Airbnb that could be used anywhere around the globe. A Louis Vuitton duffel bag in Steelers colors.
Oh, there's more.
A custom-made Steelers Goodman brand shoes. Well, Russell Wilson's premium men's clothing brand. And a bottle of his wife, Sierra's 10-to-1 rum.
Okay, so
corny.
So he's marketing. He's
Yes.
marketing is what he's doing. He's trying to build his clientele.
But here's the thing. Russell Wilson has money. Brock Purdy does not yet. I mean, Brock has money, but he doesn't have NFL second contract money.
Yeah, right.
Russell Wilson has been in the league for quite some time, and he's given away things in his closet of gift card. Like Airbnb one's pretty cool. But like the Louis Vuitton stuff from like his Louis Vuitton's on his brand. Yeah. But like the clothing brand that he does, the rum company that his wife runs. Come on, Russ. You're so corny.
So Russ is cheap. That's what he is.
He's
corny.
He's Mr. Unlimited. He's Mr. Unlimited.
Unlimited.
But he's limited on what he wants to spend. So tomorrow is Christmas Day.
God, I hate Russ.
I know.
Hold on. Don't transition. What are you giving me and Tim, Derek?
I don't celebrate Christmas. I celebrate Festivus.
Damn it.
I thought you celebrated Hanukkah, in which case I'm looking for 7 gifts.
That's how it works, right?
Yeah, 7.
That's how it works.
Yeah, no.
Every day.
No, Hanukkah's not where Jews give Gentiles gifts. Calm down.
I got a lot of problems with you people.
Exactly. No, I'm giving you guys a Festivus gift. Both of you, I'm running a donation to the Human Fund in your name.
Okay,
there you go.
All
See,
right.
Tim understands. All right, that'll work. That passes.
I'm dead inside.
By the way, I was right. I watched it last night on KTVU Plus. That episode played.
Knew it. The one thing that they do nice, they're just pretty consistent about that.
Oh yeah. No, it's fantastic. Speaking of that episode,
a lot of problems with you people.
Speaking of calling the shot, Elaine even says, "What happened to my horse? It had to be shot." It's a great moment in that episode.
Nice.
All right, so tomorrow's Christmas, and along with spending time with family and gift giving and all that crap, we got some sporting events. Quite a lot of sporting events. It's got me feeling nicey. We got some basketball games. So
that's what's got me feeling really nicey.
Thank you, Gruden. So here's the itinerary for tomorrow as sports lineup. You got Spurs and Knicks playing at 9 a.m. When you open your presents tomorrow, are you watching Spurs and Knicks?
I'll probably have it on in the background.
All right. So little Wembanyama versus Karl Anthony Towns.
Hell.
No, come on, Tim.
Yeah, every year Tom was like, I'm not watching the Knicks at 9 a.m.
Yeah, I mean, if I'm up at 9 a.m., I'll probably turn it on.
It's a good opening gifts background game.
Yeah.
So then at 10 a.m., this is where you got to turn Netflix on. You got Chiefs at Steelers.
Ooh.
So
You need my Netflix login, or are you good on Netflix?
I'm good on Netflix login.
All right. Tim, you need it?
No, I'm square.
All right.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to gift things that I already own, like Russell Wilson. That's what I'm trying to do.
There's a limit on how many people you can have on one Netflix account now.
Is there really?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, damn.
Yeah. Did you not know about that?
I might be in trouble here.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah.
Believe me, it was a dark day when my mom told you, Derek, you have to pay for your own Netflix. I'm like, Mommy, no.
Tim, can you dump everything that I just said about my Netflix account?
Yeah, I don't know what in front of your house right now.
Yeah.
Can we get the login on live on the air, please? For all the people out there?
No.
For all the Ernies and Tacky?
Yeah. I'll give it to the Ernies.
I'm 69.
I mean, tomorrow is an interesting day, like where the NFL said no thank you to CBS, no thank you to Fox, no thank you to NBC. We want these games on Netflix, and you can look at it as okay. Most families have Netflix these days,
sure,
but it could also be like streaming. That's a big deal on a holiday. It's not just like you can't multitask. You can't do your YouTube TV multi-view where you have some NBA games and the NFL in the same corner or a different corner. You have to put that on a separate TV. You are dedicated to Christmas with the NFL tomorrow if you're watching on Netflix, which I think is, now that I'm talking about it out loud, kind of smart by the NFL's part where they're like,
oh, yeah, it's fantastic.
We're alienating the NBA games. You have to dive into football tomorrow. Yeah. So I wonder how families tomorrow are going to be like, hey, can you turn on your Netflix and let's watch that way? Because it's much easier to put on
fights
TV.
on Christmas.
Carl's house. Hey, do you got Netflix?
Yeah, who's got the login info, huh?
Yeah.
Like, and that turns into a whole thing. Like, you can't be on my log. I'll kick your ass. So that turns into a whole thing. So yeah, Chiefs.
I'm gonna put on the Netflix.
Yeah, exactly. Chiefs and Steelers tomorrow at 10 a.m. Then you got T-Wolves and Mavericks at 11:30. All right. I'm probably still watching Chiefs and Steelers at that point.
Oh, 100%.
Then at 1:30, you got Ravens at Texans. Another Netflix game.
It's a good one.
And I think between the two, more people would be interested in Chiefs and Steelers. Ravens, Texans,
What time was that one? 1:30?
1:30, and that's going to attract...
Okay, so no overlap. There'll be a little bit of a gap.
That's going to attract the non-football watching crowd who love Beyonce. And by the way, Copes brought this up. I'll bring it up too. No chance in hell we get a little shot of Jay-Z on the sideline.
Oh, no.
He may not even be there.
He might not be there, yeah.
He might be spending Christmas by himself.
Yeah, he might be fine.
And then at 2 o'clock, you got 76ers at the Celtics. I'm probably still watching Ravens and Texans at that point.
Without a doubt.
And then you got the Lakers and Warriors at 5. At that point, both NFL games are over. See, NBA's smart. They like I don't know. Well, the NFL schedule was already out at that point, so they were like, we need LeBron James and Steph on after football. We don't want them
save
playing
Christmas for the NBA.
Exactly. So I think we'll all watch Lakers Warriors and hope the Warriors kick that team's ass. I hate them so much. And then lastly, you got the Nuggets.
Hey.
Jokic versus Kevin Durant at 7:30 when we're all, kind of winding down, drinking a little bit, getting goofy at Christmas.
Yeah.
So, I think it's a good slate. But how do you, this has been a thing for years, now that we have more and more sports on at Christmas, how do you tell your family, do you ever run into issues with your family where you're like, okay, guys, I work in sports. I love you, but shut the hell up for a little while. I have to put some sports on.
Oh man,
I love you, but I need Russ Wilson.
Yeah, I need to see. I need to see what's going on with Patrick Mahomes. I mean, I usually don't run into that issue too much.
Yeah,
because the people that I decide to hang out with Christmas time, they want to watch the games as well. So I am very fortunate. But yeah, I mean, it can get very problematic if people did not want to watch the game and I wanted to watch the game. I would have to like fight them for it.
Damn.
Yeah, on Christmas.
Fighting your family on Christmas.
On Christmas.
An American tradition.
Yes.
Tim, do you ever run into issues with your family of wanting to watch sports on Christmas?
Everybody's pretty cool about it. You can just throw it on in the background.
Yeah, exactly.
I don't need to be on that couch, diving into every single play, Spider 2X banana. I don't need any of that. But as long as it's on the background, I can come back and check in and just, see what it is. That being said, my dad doesn't do play-by-play, so...
Fair enough. No, that has been a point of contention sometimes in my household where, the girls want to watch Elf or The Grinch, and my dad's like, I gotta prepare.
Yeah.
I gotta prepare for the next game, the next week. And it's like, well, they're not even playing this team. I just need to know people. I need to know what's going on in the NFL.
I need to make my references.
Yes. I mean, I remember, it was like 20 years ago, the Raiders were playing the Chiefs on Christmas Day, and my dad flew to Arrowhead, and I wanted to watch the game. My family's like, no, come on, let's watch, whatever movie we wanted to watch at the time. I was like, no, we need to watch the Raiders. So it's tough.
Buffalo Bills are driving.
Yeah, I know. I know it sounds nuts, but like the NFL... I mean, the NBA, this has been a tradition for quite some time. And many would argue that the NBA season should start on Christmas.
It should.
The NFL, this is just them being greedy. And you know what? They can get away with it because they know that they can rip families apart when it comes to Christmas. They don't give a damn. It's Wednesday. We don't care.
Yeah.
We're going to move up our games. We're moving up. We're inconveniencing Patrick Mahomes to play on a Saturday last week so he could play on a Wednesday the following week.
Oh, well.
That's how we roll. We don't give a damn about your families.
I don't give a damn about Patrick Mahomes.
Exactly. And you know what? I salute them. Roger Goodell, you're a great businessman. No, I'm kidding.
And to your point, it was a little easier for at least maybe myself or whatever to ignore the NBA on Christmas. If I had to, I could ignore the NBA on Christmas.
NFL, it's hard.
A little bit harder.
Yeah. And I think that's not going away because next year it's going to be on Thursday, and you and I were talking about this before the show.
Yeah.
You're probably going to get triple header. You're probably going to get triple header on Thursday next week.
I hope that it's just chaos. I hope it's chaos next year. Chaos, another Thanksgiving on Christmas Day next year. I want as much football as I can get.
Unless it's the 49ers, which I don't want.
Unless the 49ers, yeah. But I'm actually disappointed that the NFL didn't have games every single day of the week leading up to this.
You and my dad,
I'm a psychopath.
I think that's perfect. I think that's a good idea in a perfect world. And my dad has been saying this for years with Lund, that they want a game on each day. But
why not?
Because the NFL covets Sunday. They want that day to be their moneymaker.
I know.
And they don't want lesser game like the Tennessee Titans and the Jacksonville Jaguars play this Sunday. Do we need a standalone game of that during Christmas week? Now I will say this.
Do we need that game at all?
Well, that's true. That was a Thursday night staple for years. See like the
it was. We got it 3 times in the season.
The color rush of the Titans uniforms.
Hopes and I were joking. We were saying this yesterday. We're like, haven't they played that game 7 times this year already? No, Jags Titans. Yeah.
I remember seeing that Christmas time or whatever Thursday night game where Blake Bortles is in his mustard colored uniform. You're like, I don't need to watch this, but I do because I'm sick.
Yeah. Sick of the head.
But I'm with you that I would have preferred somehow, some way that college football was able to spread out their playoff games this week.
Yeah, that's true too. Yeah,
because now we get a big gap between, everybody hated the early CFP games. What do you expect? You're going to have home playoff games for college football. You're going to have blowouts. But, you could have had Texas ASU the day after Christmas. I would have been down for that.
Yeah.
Now, probably a quick turnaround, but, yeah, I thought you could have spread that out a little bit.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, the more football, the better, whether that's college or NFL. But yeah, man. I mean, I'm really looking forward to Christmas next year because I do expect it to be a Thanksgiving 2.0.
Yeah, no, it will be. It will be the same thing. You
think it's only the 3 games though?
I think it's only going to be 3 games.
Damn.
And
Can't do 4.
Every year after that, now that's tough because you got to think about the 3 day parts.
No, I know, but
10 a.m., 1 o'clock, 5 o'clock. So yeah, next year I would expect a triple header.
You can't have someone like overseas and start at like 6 a.m.
God, you really want to fly everybody out for Christmas to London?
Yeah, why not? That's a beautiful Christmas trip for all the NFL families.
I don't celebrate Christmas in London. What are you talking about?
Yeah, Christmas in London?
Yeah, come on.
That's crazy.
Why not? I'm going to Paris or something.
Yeah, because one of those teams would be the Jaguars, and we just defeated our own point. Right
Yeah,
now.
true.
Yeah, well.
But it may be crazy enough to work, Walter.
Hey, I'm going to pitch that idea.
Speaking of Christmas, let's do our Christmas movie draft coming up next. Tim, Walter, and I will go around and pick, have a roster of our favorite 5 Christmas movies or holiday movies, and we'll give Walter the first overall pick since he's a guest on the show.
Oh, thank you.
We'll have Tim go next because since he lost in the fantasy bet, and I'll go last. So next up, our Christmas/holiday movie draft right here on Dirty Work, KNBR, the sports leader. Are you listening to the radio for Christmas? Damn right you are. Tune in tomorrow as KNBR will have both NFL games with the Chiefs versus the Steelers and the Ravens versus the Texans. Who needs family when you have KNBR? KNBR, we don't have listeners, we have family.
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM. The Sports Leader.
If you are a child of the 90s, you know this song because this is basically in every 90s Christmas movie, especially Home Alone, when Macaulay Culkin is just killing Joe Pesci and Daniel Stern?
Daniel Stern.
Daniel Stern. And then, of course, this song is played in Jingle All the Way.
Yes.
When Arnold Schwarzenegger is trying to get a Turbo Man for Jamie.
That's when they're in the department store,
yes,
right?
the Mall of America, Minnesota.
They're just tackling each other.
Yes. And this is a great fast-paced, just frantic song that I love.
Running through an airport, you know, all of it.
So
I saw Arnold Schwarzenegger just get hit with a purse
I'm not
right
so
there.
perfect. I just want to get the Turbo Man down. So we're gonna go and we're gonna do a draft of Christmas/holiday movies.
Okay.
And we're each gonna pick 5, and we'll ask the listeners who came up with the best roster, I guess, or 5 movie selections. So Walt, we give you the first overall pick, sir. Which movie of the all-time great Christmas/holiday flicks are you picking?
So you're saying holiday? So we're going like Thanksgiving movies too?
Well, how many Thanksgiving movies are there?
Planes, Trains, and Automobiles.
Yeah, okay.
That's a good one. Are we going that route?
Or Alice's Restaurant?
Let's just make a caveat right here so it makes no fights or anything like that. If you think it's a Christmas movie or a holiday movie, it is.
So we can go Gremlins and we can go
the whole boat, okay?
Yeah, but
why not be inclusive?
Yes.
No, why not?
Whatever you define as a Christmas movie or holiday movie. I'm gonna say like December-ish.
Yeah, within you know. God.
Yeah,
even Jack Frost, the Killer Snowman. I can put that.
Well, which one are we talking about? Okay, so Jack Frost.
Not with Michael Keaton.
Yeah. By the way,
it's the Killer Snowman one.
Back to our Keaton
Chilling
talk.
and killing.
I caught a little bit of Jack Frost on AMC the other night. Man,
Michael Keaton?
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
They make Keaton look like 90s, like I'm a 50-year-old man in a 90s like jam band where I got my hair bleached blonde, I got an earring, and I'm the coolest dad ever.
Yeah.
My son wants to be the next Wayne Gretzky. I want to be Dave Matthews.
Fantastic, Jerry.
Bulletproof.
That's a good movie.
Bulletproof.
That's a good movie. Yeah.
All right. Okay. So
let me start us off.
Yeah.
For me, it has to be probably a movie that I quote like year round, and I think I quote it to you, like even in the bullpen, like where we're just.
I know where you're going.
Oh yeah, dude, I got to go with this movie. One of my favorite ones. I had a field trip to go watch this movie. I think it was like in 3rd grade. I think it came out in the early 2000s. I'm gonna go with Dr. Seuss, How the Grinch Stole Christmas.
Nice.
What will I wear?
No, The Grinch is a classic. Some people don't dig it. They don't like it as much as the Boris Karloff classic.
Really?
That's like half an hour.
I love Jim Carrey.
I do love the old school cartoon because we get the song Stank, Stank, Stunk. But I do love the Jim Carrey version as well.
Yeah.
He goes all out. The makeup is ridiculous. It's basically just Jim Carrey going crazy for an hour and a half.
Oh yeah, I love it.
Yeah,
It's the
so
best.
good selection there, Walter.
Thank you. That's my first.
Walter goes with The Grinch. All right, Tim, where are you going with number 2?
No question about it. Number 1 for me always is going to be Die Hard.
Yep.
I went and saw it last night in the movie theater with the surround sound. It was incredible. Ellis is my guy. William Atherton is the terrible reporter's my guy. Detective Dwayne T. Robbins. I root for all the bad guys, all the schmucks in the movie. This movie's incredible. Love Hans Gruber. Bruce Willis famously said it's not a Christmas movie. It's a Bruce Willis movie. He's not even the third best character in the movie. Give me Die Hard number 1 always.
All right, Tim.
Booby. All right.
I'm your white knight.
Perfect selection by Tim. All right, number 3.
That's some good choices.
Yeah, I do. I'll just look over real quick of the selection I can choose from.
You don't even have your first choice.
It's the first pick.
I was thinking about what you guys were going to do.
It's the first pick, Derek.
And I declared mine early.
I know.
Tim told us when he came in.
All right, you know what? For me, this movie is so underrated when it comes to Christmas time.
Okay.
And it was perfect for its time. It made fun of the commercialization of Christmas and everybody going to the stores to go get toys for their kids. And this basically came out along the time of Tickle Me Elmo's when people were going crazy, or Furbies. So yeah, in that regard, I think it's genius. I still laugh at it today. I'm going with Jingle All the Way with number 3.
That's your number 1 selection?
Yeah. It is.
Oh wow!
It is so. it perfectly talks about how.
Like, very Jamarcus Russell pick up here.
I was going to go Trey Lance. I was going to go Trey Lance with that pick.
No, but think about it.
He gave himself the third pick.
But like, how many dads forget about that stuff? Like, how many dads forget a toy, and how many have to go last second shopping?
Sure.
On Christmas Eve and deal with, the crazy mailman that wants to get a Turbo Man doll for their kid, too? Yeah.
Back up. Oh,
Back
dude.
up, all right?
Sinbad's so good in that movie.
Mr. Ponytail, huh? No, I'm going with Jingle All the Way. Jingle All the Way going number 3.
It's a great movie, but damn, Derek. Number 1?
Well, number 3.
Oh, number 3. I know, but number 1 overall for you.
Yes. But then this is a snake draft, so I'm going up next.
Okay, so he's gonna go with the big one here.
And number 4.
There it is.
I have to go with, this is a classic. I love it too. I'm going with National Lampoon's Christmas Vacation.
That's a good one. That's a good one.
I mean,
that would have been my next pick.
This is classic. I think we're all in agreement. Every young boy, they watch it with their family, but then they steal the VHS tape, and then, when no one's around, you go back to the Meliki Maka scene and pause that. When
to the pool.
When you're alone.
Yeah.
So I'm going with National
How
Lampoon's.
long did you pause it for, Derek?
Whatever. National Lampoon's Christmas Vacation is your 4th overall pick for me.
All right.
That's a very strong pick. You guys have left a lot on the board. I'll just take I'll take Home Alone. That's easy.
Yeah,
Harry and Marv, the Wet Bandits alone carry that movie.
Yeah.
I don't really care so much about Kevin McAllister running around and everything, but give me Harry and Marv. I'm going Joe Pesci. I'm going Daniel Stern. That's number 5 on the list?
5, yes.
Number 5 on the list, yeah.
All right, Walter, you're 6.
All right, so my number 6, Tim went with Home Alone, right?
Yes.
That would have been my next pick. I mean, I love Home Alone. My girlfriend loves Home Alone. We watch it all the time. I'm going to go with my guy. Super funny. I'm going with the comedians. I went Jim Carrey first. I'm going to go with Will Ferrell next. I'm going with Elf.
All right.
Elf is a classic, a staple in my household.
Elf is not bad.
Strong picking.
All right, and then you're up again.
And then to follow it up, this is one that I don't know why I like it so much, but it's one that I watched growing up. I forget how old I was when I watched this one, but I'm gonna go with Polar Express. I like that movie. Tom Hanks in there. Makes you feel all fuzzy inside. I'm going to go with Polar Express with my 3rd pick.
I've actually never seen it.
Really?
Nope, never seen it.
It's good. It's good. It's a good movie.
All right. Tim, where are you going next at number 8?
Oof. Got 2 choices, but I know where I'm going. I'm going Bad Santa. Okay.
Nice.
Billy Bob Thornton literally self-destructing for an hour and a half.
Yeah.
Like, if you do the game, try to do every time he takes a drink, you take a drink, you will be under the table. No more eggnog for you for the rest of the year. Give me Bad Santa.
I need to try that out. Yeah, our guy Mike Silver actually just texted us during the break, and he said my number 1 pick would be Bad Santa. And I was trying to steal that one, Tim, but
hey, Mike Silver.
You got it. All right, I'm going up next. I'm going with another comedian that has a classic movie, and they made sequels to this one, and I thought it was completely unnecessary. This is a classic in its own way, and I didn't even know for the longest time, this is how dumb I am, I didn't know that this movie title is a pun. I thought it was just simply called
dude, it's such a
Santa
good
Claus.
movie. Yeah, I found that out the same time you did.
I didn't know maybe like 5 years ago where I was watching it with friends during the pandemic, and they were like, this is like a play on words. It's the Santa Claus. And I was like,
no clue.
Oh, you just changed my life.
Over my head.
I literally just thought it was called the Santa Claus because he turns into the Santa Claus.
Yeah, right.
But no, it's a clever name. All right, so with 9th overall, I'm taking the Santa Claus.
All right.
And then at 10th overall, I'm mixing up a little bit. I'm not going Christmas. I'm going for my other holiday this time of year, Hanukkah. I'm going with Adam Sandler's 8 Crazy Nights.
That's a good one.
Who doesn't love Adam Sandler doing a bunch of different voices in Whitey? Remember when you did the JCC America game? You put in 45 points. It was the best game ever. So yeah, that's
that was a good Sandler.
Yes, that's my Whitey.
Oh, okay.
So yeah,
fantastic.
All right, Tim, you're up next at 11.
Oh man, you guys are making it easy on me. Nightmare Before Christmas. Give me Tim Burton. You could say that's a Halloween movie. It is a Christmas movie as well. Nightmare Before Christmas. Me and Tacky, we're good.
I mean, it has Christmas in the name, so yeah, it's a Christmas movie.
That's definitely a Christmas movie.
It's a Christmas movie. Yeah. Some people argue against
Danny Elfman. You got again Tim Burton. Let's go.
All right, Walt, you're up next.
All right, let me go ahead and look. I think I'm gonna go more comedy. I like I like to laugh at Christmas time when I watch these movies. I'm going to go with Four Christmases. I'm going to go with Vince Vaughn. Yeah, I like that one. It's a good one.
Man, before Fred Claus?
Before Fred Claus, yeah. Have you seen Fred Claus with Paul Giamatti?
I have, unfortunately. Well, with Vince Vaughn.
Yeah, but Paul Giamatti's in it.
He plays Santa.
He is Santa.
All right, Four Christmases. That's Walt.
Four Christmases.
And then you have the snake, so you're up again.
Okay, let me go ahead and see what else is on the board. I know I'm probably leaving out a lot of movies here. Let's see.
Well, hold on. Let's see. We have total. So I have 1, 2, 3. So we both have 2 more. You have.
I have one. This is my last pick.
2, 3, 4. Yeah, you have 1 more.
Yeah, this is my last pick. Let's see here. I know I'm missing one.
You're running out of time too, based on this music.
I know. Jeez, it's stressing me out.
Dun, dun, dun.
Let me see. I'm scrolling through. I didn't do my research.
You have 10 seconds before the pick goes to somebody else.
Okay. Let's go
You're about
with...
to pull the Baltimore Ravens.
Oh, my God. Let's go with Christmas with the Cranks. I'll go with Tim Allen.
Oh, God, I hate that movie.
Oh, it's brutal.
You hate it? Come on, bro.
Because it's just too aggressive, where it's just like, you don't celebrate Christmas the old-fashioned way that we all do? You want to go to Hawaii? How dare you? You got to be a boring suburban person like the rest of us.
Oh, jeez.
I hate it. Christmas with the Cranks.
Great movie.
All right. Walt is done. He's got his 5 movies. All right, Tim, how many do you have? 1, 2, 3, 4?
I have 4. My 5th will be the Bill Murray classic, Scrooge.
Nice.
Scrooged. Easy to watch. Not quite as high as the other guys on this list, but definitely a solid choice.
All right. I like Scrooge. Okay, so I have 1, 2, 3.
Your last pick, Jared.
Is this my last pick?
This is your last pick.
Oh, yeah. I forgot. I've got 8 Crazy Nights. All right. Just to round it out, and I think that this one is better than the original, I'll go with Home Alone 2.
Really? Home Alone 2?
Home Alone 2. I like it better than the original one. Because
I don't think I've ever really fully watched Home Alone 2
Never
from start
did
to
that.
Yeah.
From start to finish.
Well, the reason I like it so much is because Shrum makes an appearance.
Never did that.
I know.
You got Tim Curry as the snooty guy that runs the hotel.
The hotel, yeah.
Yeah, you got Rob Schneider as the snooty bellhop. Yeah, and he gets lost in New York. Yeah, I like it. I like it better.
It's a good movie.
Actually, you know what? The comedy gags are a little bit better in the second one when they go to the house, Marv and Harry.
Yeah.
And I think this is one of the goofiest moments in all of comedy. There is a scene, nothing's out of the ordinary in Home Alone. Everything's pretty grounded, except for, those guys would die after a while.
Well, and also Kevin's dad's job. What the hell does he do where he has that mega house and he takes the whole family and his brother, who's the villain of the whole movie, Uncle Frank, to France?
Sucks.
What is this guy, a space contractor? What the hell does Kevin McAllister's dad do? Anyway, go ahead.
No, I'm with you on that. But one of the funniest moments ever is when... Which one is Daniel Stern? Is he Marv?
Marv.
He's Marv. He gets electrocuted.
Wait, are you confusing them with Joe Pesci?
Yes, I am. Well, it's just the names. Just the names. I don't remember the names. But...
You scared, Marv? Come on, that's how you remember that.
But Marv gets electrocuted.
Yeah.
And the voltage is so much that he turns into a skeleton. There's a scene where he literally...
I do remember
He literally screams so loud, and he turns into a skeleton. I thought that was just genius. It's so goofy and random, but I just love that choice.
All right.
So, yeah.
Of course, he would love that choice. It's his choice.
Yes. Well, not the choice to pick the movie, but that...
You loved it so much you made it the last pick.
I'm not saying I love my own choice. I'm saying I love the artistic choice.
We all heard what you said, dude.
All right. So, in the end, Walter's 5 movies are The Grinch, Elf...
Yep.
Polar Express.
Yep.
4 Christmases, and Christmas with the Cranks. Tim's are Die Hard, Home Alone, Bad Santa, Nightmare Before Christmas, and Scrooged. I picked Jingle All the Way, National Lampoon's Christmas Vacation, The Santa Claus, Adam Sandler's 8 Crazy Nights, and Home Alone 2. If you're listening to this, which of us
also
did...
sorry.
Yeah, I know. It's Christmas Eve. Do something else with your life.
I know, right?
Which 5 movies did between me, Walt, and Tim?
Which list? Yeah.
Which list was the best? Let us know on the text line. Let us know on the YouTube chat. We'll come back. We'll do a little sound soiree. We'll tell you who had the best compiled list of movies. It's Dirty Work on KNBR, the sports leader. The Warriors take on the LA Lakers tomorrow, and KNBR has you covered. Tune in to Dubs OT with John Dickinson when the Warrior game goes final. Join the conversation at 415-808-KNBR or the KNBR YouTube chat.
Now, back to Dirty Work. Adam Copeland and Derek Papa on KNBR 104.5 and 680 AM. The sports leader.
Not a bad song, Tim. Not a bad song at all. The people have spoken. Tim had the best list.
They don't know anything.
I mean, when you pick Die Hard and you got Home Alone, Bad Santa, Nightmare Before Christmas, and Scrooge, not a bad list.
Those are good.
People didn't care for my list at all. I still think that Jingle All the Way is really underrated.
I don't think you got a vote.
Yeah.
At least I got a vote.
Just a lot of hate.
Yeah.
Yeah. No,
hate.
Yeah, if we had to rank it, Tim 1, Derek 2. Oh, sorry, Walt 2, Derek 3. Even Greg Silver said Tim wins by a landslide.
All right, Silver.
Yeah,
Well, he's
relax.
in the car with his dad, and I picked his dad's movie, so.
Fair enough. Fair enough. You know that, this song, Last Christmas, kind of ironic.
Is it?
Yeah. You know when George Michael passed away?
No.
Christmas.
Oh, wow.
It was his last Christmas.
Oh, damn.
Walter's always cared more about Andrew Ridgeley than George.
Yeah. The other guy in Wham. I got you.
Thank you. Walter didn't. Looked right at me.
Over my head. What are you talking about, Tim?
That's okay. That's for the Jose Feliciano. I'm sorry.
Where do you come down on Christmas songs?
I like Christmas songs.
Do you like? Do you have one in particular? Like, God, I mean, we
Feliz Navidad, of course.
Well, Feliz Navidad, but like my dad, we all know my dad loved. Anybody been good out there this year?
Oh, that's a good one. Yeah, we didn't hear that one today. Yeah.
You guys in trouble. You better watch out.
Better not cry.
Yeah, Bruce Springsteen's not bad. I mean,
not bad. I'm telling you what.
Santa Claus is coming.
Like having a bowel movement.
Yeah,
while singing.
Yeah, that's Bruce.
Hey, it's good.
I mean, I love Adam Sandler's Hanukkah song. I also love, for people that know, Robert Smigel created a little, back in the day, he created on Saturday, or what was it called? TV Funhouse, the old cartoons on Saturday Night Live.
Yeah.
He made a song for Jewish people called Christmas Time for the Jews.
You were blasting when I came in here.
Oh, dude, it is a fantastic song. It pretty much, like Christmas Eve. Yeah, Christmas Eve, all the Gentiles are, in their houses doing their thing. It's time for the Jews to go out and party, baby. It's our time now. You better not cry.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Not pout, I'm telling you why. All right.
Santa Claus is coming to town.
Every year, man, every year. That was blasted in the house while we got Christmas gifts that were wrapped in newspaper. And we always wondered, why does Santa Claus use newspaper to wrap these presents in? And my dad's like, don't ask questions. Shut up and just open your presents. All right, let's do a little sound soiree. The Warriors are playing the Lakers tomorrow on Christmas Day. And Malika Andrews caught up with Steph Curry to ask him how much longer he wants to play in the NBA.
Your dad played 16 seasons. You're 16 seasons. How much thought do you put into how much longer you want to play?
More than I probably have before. I think, it's okay to accept and acknowledge that the end is near at whatever point, but only because it allows you to enjoy what's happening right now. But I think the more you talk about it, the more you acknowledge it, it levels up just the sense of urgency of the moment now.
I wasn't really paying attention to what Steph Curry said. I was more grooving to the music that they had in the B-roll.
It was good.
I love when they do like these pre-produced interviews and then they pick like the music that goes along with, Steph answering, how much longer are you going to play? Bum, ba-dum, ba-dum, bum, bum. Yeah, I mean, Steph has 3 more years left. He signed a 1-year extension.
Mm-hmm.
That was on top of a 2-year deal. So yeah,
Do you think he's done after that? Or do you think he goes elsewhere? Does he go elsewhere before we get to the end of that contract?
I hear the people like Mark Spears who say, like, Steph isn't just going to sit around and want to wait for the Warriors to do something.
Mm-hmm.
Like, it wouldn't be like a nasty trade demand. Like, I don't think it would ever come out where Steph Curry's like, I want to be traded. Like, he goes to Shams and says, like, I don't want to be a Golden State Warrior anymore. I think it would be like a mutual decision between the organization and him. I don't think it ever gets nasty.
They do right by it.
Yes. Yeah. And I never think it comes to the point where Steph says, I want to go somewhere else. Like, where else would he go? Like, does he just want to win another championship? I think he wants to finish his career as a Warrior. and like the same way Kobe did, and I'm trying to think of other guys, but I don't think
basketball wise, it's hard. I mean, we're talking Dirk.
Yeah, Dirk did it. Finished his career with the Mavericks. Duncan. Yeah, Magic. But yeah, I don't think that, or Larry Bird. Like I don't think we'd ever get to the point where Steph Curry's like, I want to get out of here. I think he would do as much as possible to go to Mike Dunleavy, be like, I need this guy, I need that guy. This guy doesn't make sense on the team anymore.
Yeah,
I don't think it would ever get to the point where Joe Lacob would be like, we'll let you go. Like, no, he would do something to make Steph happy at the end of the day.
Yeah.
So I don't think Steph Curry's going anywhere. The Packers won 34-0 last night against the New Orleans Saints. Riveting game. And the Packers are in the postseason.
They are.
So I think we're still waiting on a few teams to clinch. We're waiting on the winner of the NFC South between the Falcons and Bucks.
It'll probably be the Bucks. My money's on the Bucks.
Yeah, I mean,
do they play again one more time?
No,
this year?
They don't. The Falcons actually swept the Bucks this year.
Did they really?
They did.
Damn.
But the Commanders are playing the Falcons this Sunday night.
Oh yeah.
So
they clinched their playoff spot.
I mean,
with that win.
if you would have kept Kirk Cousins starting, I think there was a chance they would have won that game. Get a little revenge factor going back to DC, but I don't think that's going to happen now. So yeah, we're still waiting on that one. Who else needs to clinch? The Broncos.
Chargers,
you know, there's a scenario where the Bengals, they play the Broncos this weekend.
Yep.
There's a scenario where the Broncos or the Bengals could knock out the Broncos in the last two games. If the Bengals win out and the Broncos lose out, the Bengals are in. And the Bengals.
But it all starts this weekend, and they have to beat the Broncos this weekend.
Yes, they have to beat the Broncos. They have to beat the Steelers in Pittsburgh the final week of the season.
Where is the game? Is it at Mile High?
This weekend,
in Cincinnati?
It's in Cincinnati.
Okay.
And then for the flip side, for the Broncos, they obviously play the Cincinnati Bengals, and then they are home against the Chiefs, and the Chiefs still have to clinch the #1 seed over the Buffalo Bills. So that could be tasty. But regardless, going back to the Packers, they win last night 34-0. Lisa Salters caught up with Jordan Love in the post-game interview.
Your guy.
My guy. Yeah. And let's just say Lisa Salters gets a little scared during the interview.
Jordan, you're officially going to the playoffs. How's that sound to you?
It's amazing. You know, this is what we work for all season.
Stop playing around! Once again! Punch the ticket!
Come on, man. Come on.
You scared me. He's scared.
What he say? Yeah.
That was Rashawn Gary coming out of nowhere to be like Bart Scott. I can't wait.
Did he bark?
Oh, yeah, he barked at the end. Punch the ticket.
Yeah.
Sound like Gruden, which we'll get to.
All right.
What do you think? There you go. What do you think about Jordan Love as a quarterback?
I think he's really good.
Better than Brock?
I do think. You're making me say it? Yeah, I think he's better than Brock.
There you go. Walter's with me.
I am.
Take that, Jack Loader. Last weekend, actually the last 2 weekends, there's been a big deal of controversy around Scott Hansen and NFL Red Zone. Now, the guy that I prefer was on today with the Silvers, Andrew Siciliano. He was fantastic at NFL Red Zone.
Yeah.
And the NFL decided that there can only be one. There can only be one NFL Red Zone host. Scott Hansen's a nice guy. I thought they went with the wrong guy. Nevertheless,
Bad decision.
Scott Hansen, everybody loves the catchphrase, 7 hours of commercial-free football. Well, the last few weeks, it hasn't been that. They've been sneaking in little 30-second commercials that for NFL shop.
I've noticed.
And it's not that big of a deal. I remember that Andrew Siciliano had to deal with the same stuff, just little commercials here or there. But then again, when you do that, it takes away from the catchphrase because it truly is not commercial-free football. So this is what Scott Hansen said last Sunday.
As we go to the Octo Box, 7 games here in the early window of week number 16. You got the first place Lions, the first place Eagles, the first place Rams, all in action. And you know what? You love red zone football. We love red zone football. So from this point forward, it's 7 hours of red zone football starts now.
You're losing them. You're losing them, Scott. You're losing him, Scott.
So what is he without his catchphrase? That's my biggest question.
Well, he also has the witching hour, which people love.
I like the witching hour.
Yeah, sold people on this purchase of commercial free, and now it's gone.
Yeah.
And you know what it is? Here's the line. And again, it isn't that big a deal.
Right.
But once you jump over it, then what's to stop you from doing it again and again?
Yep.
And again.
And I'll be honest, I've said this before, I don't do red zone anymore. I now can put the quad box up, but I'm good just watching all the games at once. Scott Hansen, he's fine. He just, he's a little late to things, and he's kind of a little cheesy.
He gets a lot of stats wrong.
He does.
Gets a lot of players wrong.
Oh, you guys are being nitpicky.
Wrong.
He's great. Come on.
No, he's not that
He's
great.
great.
Although
I'm Team Siciliano.
I wouldn't put it all on him. I've been around that area. Mike Silver knows on Sundays. It is a madhouse on Sundays at NFL Network.
Sure.
Between the highlights and NFL Red Zone, get all those little highlights that they do. Yeah, the producers sometimes can screw up a little bit in Scott Hansen's ear. So it's tough. It's a madhouse.
Got to perform, man. Got to get paid. Get paid to perform.
But now you're losing people with changing the catchphrase. Yeah. So I don't know, Scott Hansen.
It didn't sound right because I did hear that and I was just like, what the hell did he just say?
Yeah, didn't you guys all feel a little uncomfortable? I was like,
I was kind of squirming in my chair right now.
It was weird, and the only way he can win us over again is if he stands through a fire alarm like he did last year.
I remember
that was pretty cool.
I remember that.
Well done, Scott Hansen.
He's okay.
All right.
He's all right.
Last two here. NIU head coach Thomas Hackham. Now, Thomas, he beat, I think that the NIU is the only team that beat Notre Dame this year.
Mm-hmm.
So he had a famous post-game speech where he cried on the field. This time around, he wins the famous Idaho Potato Bowl, and he gets dunked with some potatoes, some French fries after the win.
Yeah, it's the tradition of the bowl game where the winning coach gets dunked instead of with Gatorade with a thing full of French fries.
Exactly, like with the Mayo whatever
Duke's
bowl,
Mayo Bowl.
Duke's Mayo Bowl. You get doused in mayonnaise.
That's disgusting, by the way. How fresh out of the fryer were the French
Probably
fries?
not that much. Yeah, and it's also cold. So
yeah, come on.
So this is Thomas Hackham after they won the famous Idaho Potato Bowl.
Coach, you just got dumped with the Idaho potato fries. What does it mean to take home this win for your team?
That was the best dump of my career, and it was French fries. It seemed like they were a little bit salty, but what a tremendous game. Our players really fought back. Proud of our coaches.
Coach Hackham, well done, sir.
Oh, that was great. That was awesome.
He knows what he's doing.
Yeah. Oh, that was good.
That was the best dump of my career.
Best dump of his career.
Well, that soundbite lives forever.
All based on French fries. All right,
That's
wrap it up here before we get you to the Holiday Bowl between South Florida and San Jose State. Whenever John Gruden comes out with a Nicey video, we have to play it. So this is John Gruden's Week 16 Nicey video.
I love speed. You can't coach it. I love speedy playmakers that can dominate the game. And I love rookies with no fear. Rookies that play just as good as anybody. It's got me feeling really nicey. Guys like Brock Bowers of the Las Vegas Raiders. 11 catches, 99 yards.
Got me feeling
He's the
nicey.
first tight end to ever catch 100 passes as a rookie. He's awesome. Woo! Guys like Jaden Daniels of the Washington Commanders. He throws 2 early picks. It doesn't faze him. He throws for 259 yards, 5 touchdowns, and they shred the Philadelphia Eagles. Woo! Speedy receivers like Justin Jefferson of the Minnesota Vikings. 10 catches, 144 yards, and 2 touchdowns. When you need a touchdown late, who you gonna call? Justin Jefferson, baby! Speedy halfbacks like Devon Achane of the Miami Dolphins. 17 carries, 120 yards, and a touchdown against the 49ers. 6 catches for 70. I haven't seen speed like this coming out of the backfield since Tony Dorsett. Jonathan Taylor of the Indianapolis Colts. 29 carries, 218 yards in a win against the Titans.
Got me feeling nice.
He looked like a Formula One Indianapolis 500 race car.
It's the same thing every week, but we love it. All right, gentlemen, let's put this thing to bed.
Oh, man.
Tim, you got a note to self to close us out for, we'll actually, this is our last show together for the 2024 year. So put a bow on things, Tim. What is your note to self?
My list was the best. Yeah. My movie list was the best. Also, note to self, Walter, it's been a lot of fun having you in the chair.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Note to self.
Really, my movie list was the best.
It was all right, Derek.
The people have spoken.
Yeah. Note to self. I don't really know what to say. Oh, Merry Christmas.
Oh, jeez.
You're worse than me on this
Remember this thing I just said? It was nice to have you here. I take it back.
Oh, thank you.
So this is a one-off thing. Yeah. All right. Well, Walter failed at that. Note to self.
I got a lot of problems with your rundown.
It's on. Oh, well, sorry, I didn't put on the rundown for you. Why do you listen to Dirty Work every day?
No, I don't listen to
It's
the end.
It's the staple of the show.
I turn it off. Yeah.
Oh, well, what? All right.
I gotta get ready for my show.
Fair enough.
Note to
self. Fair enough. All right, my note to self. Tim hates Feliz Navidad Hanukkah.
I came around.
You heartless bastard. All right, everybody. That's going to do it for Dirty Work today. Thank you all for spending your time with us. You could be spending it with your family, but for some reason you decided to spend it with me, Walt, and Tim. For everybody that is sticking with us, obviously it's weird times at KNBR. And I'll just say that. It's been weird times at KNBR. For everybody that's loyal to this show and watching us every day, thank you so much. You don't know what it means to us. So we'll see you guys in the new year. And for anybody that needs to hear it, every day it gets a little easier. You just got to do it every day. That's the dirty work. You're listening to KNBR 104.5 680, the sports leader.